by the ticket of admission to European culture. That's what gets you in. Without it, not at all. Okay, last question, Ms. Abramson. Better be brilliant. You want me to move on there? That's a good question. It's a stumper. I don't know specifically what attracted him to poetry. Yes, he did. I don't remember how many, though. That was a stumper, too. Okay, no more questions for you. Let's go on. Now, anti-Semitism definitely is a reality here. It's so funny when you read some of these things today, and it's just hard to conceive it. Like, for example, in 1840, the Mortara affair shook Europe. This is when some Jews not the Mortara, excuse me, the Damascus blood libel. The Damascus blood libel, which is another good example. The Damascus blood libel was in 1840, where Jews were arrested in Syria and charged with kidnapping a Christian child and killing him for his blood, which was, a ridiculously medieval charge, but it was taken seriously, and Jews were put on the death watch for it. Luckily, through the agency of Moses Montefiore, a very important British Jewish international figure, they were rescued. But Heine wrote quite a bit about it in the contemporary press. And he just goes on and on about how can this happen in the 19th century? How can we have such anti-Semitism? Obviously, we're looking at it from the 21st century, and we see that the 20th century was far worse than the 19th. But his attitude was, why are we still dealing with these medieval charges once again? There was violence in 1819 that swept across Germany that affected Heine greatly. They were called the Hep riots. And there's a lot of scholarly debate as to exactly why they were called this. Apparently, the pogromists or those who perpetrated the acts of violence would go about the streets of various German cities shouting "Hep, Hep" as they attacked the Jews. And no one knows exactly what that means, but there is some sort of fanciful etymology that says it stands for "Jerusalema est perdita," a Latin phrase, "Jerusalem is lost." Not exactly sure what to make of that. It could be simply something made up by historians afterwards to try to explain a phenomenon that's poorly described. But what we know for sure is that there were these acts of lawlessness that spread across the country, kind of like a smaller Kristallnacht, that shook up the Jews of Germany, saying, you know what, this is not livable. We have to have some change here. Yes, Mr. Abramson. No, it was a whole country in that there were many, many different cities that suffered from them, but the level of violence, it was very little murder, for example. It was more like hooliganism, beating people up, that sort of thing. No. Big history books would have a little reference. Small history books would not, because it was important in German Jewish history, but not too much past. Okay, Judith, last question, and we better get going.
Historically,
yes.
It was an infamous first German Jewish migrations out of Germany.
Correct. A lot of Jewish, the males in particular, because they also had the imposition on Jewish males not to be allowed to marry if they were second or third or fourth sons. So it's true, a lot of Jews came to America as a result. Something that occurred, about which Heine was very excited initially, was the institution known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums. This was sometimes translated as the Society for Jewish Culture. And this was a bold innovation that really changed Jewish scholarship for the next 250 years. It really started in the 1820s, following the Hep riots, and the idea was founded by a few intellectual German Jews that, Judaism, as we understand it, is fundamentally dead, but it has a lot of fascinating things going on, and we should study it like an ancient culture. Study it like the Latin language that was a dead language that was only used in a kind of a strange, decrepit, vestigial way, but let us dissect this corpse and find out all the wonderful things about it. So it was a kind of an unusual mixture of enthusiasm about Judaism, but kind of like, damned enthusiasm. We're all very scholarly about this. We're not going to start Bible thumping. We're going to figure out, the multiple authors of the Bible. We're going to look at the Babylonian influences on the Talmud and things like that, including figures like Leopold Zunz, very important historian, the great historian Heinrich Gretz, one of the first encyclopedic historians of the period, and of course Heine's good friend Edward Gans, who preceded Heine into Christianity, and Heine never really, stopped ribbing him about it. So Heine participated very actively in the initial sessions of the Wissenschaft meetings. He actually taught languages to students in their institution. He participated in their publication. But ultimately, after a few years of this, he felt that it really wasn't going anywhere, that they were not creating the revolution that he had thought would occur, that all of a sudden Jews would become intellectually engaged with Judaism, not necessarily on a believing level, but on an intellectual level. It did not create the revolution, and as a result, he quit it and quit Judaism altogether. This would be the moment of his conversion in 1825, in which he simply, in order to get a particular position that he was hoping for, he said, all right, let's just make a pro forma conversion. And he immediately regretted it. And in fact, for the rest of his life, he's constantly writing things about, it's kind of like with Tristesse, he writes about his reminiscences of the way he used to study Talmud. So, for example, here, he writes an interesting poem about the Talmud, which he only studied very, very limited, in a very limited manner. I mean, he left school when he was 7 in contemporary schools, which is not terribly different. They don't start studying Talmud until about age 11 or 10 at the earliest. And even then, it's a very, very superficial kind of study. Nevertheless, he writes here, this is a passage called The Talmudic Scholar. Yes, his father led him early to the teachings of the Talmud, and within it he uncovered the halakha, this tremendous fencing school in which the leading Babylonian logicians used to carry on their prize fights with the pride of Pumbedita. Pumbedita is, of course, one of the famous cities in the Talmudic period. In this school, Yehuda gathered all the skills of controversy. He's referring to Yehuda Halevi, the poet. And his mastery was later proven by the book Kuzari, which is one of his major works. But the sky pours down upon us two quite different kind of light, both the blinding light of day and the milder moonlight. So the Talmud also shines, two of old wise, and its two beacons are Halakha and Haggadah. Fencing school I called the first, but the second, the Haggadah, here he's referring to the legendary, he uses the phrase Haggadah, which you do find sometimes as well, but it's Haggadah or Haggadah in Aramaic, which is like the legends, the stories, things like that of the Talmud. I prefer to call a garden, a fantastic sort of garden, comparable to that other which, according to the legend, sprouted once in Babylon, Queen Semiramis' garden, the eighth wonder of the world. Queen Semiramis, who'd gotten all her teaching as a child from the birds, and who had always kept a number of their traits, would not think of promenading on its ground among other mammals. So she got to work and planted her own garden in the air, like the hanging gardens of Babylon. And he goes on saying, the Haggadah is a garden of an air child's fancy too. And whenever young Judah found himself confused and deafened by the never-ending quarrels of halakha, arguments over the annoying egg which a hen had laid one feast day, or about some other matter, just as way he'd escape and refresh his weary mind in the blossoming Haggadah, where were lovely old traditions, angel fairy tales and legends, quiet histories of martyrs, festive hymnals, words of wisdom, humorous hyperboles, but the whole place throbbed with zeal, glowed with zeal. Oh, how it glowed! What a garden of abundance. This does not sound like a zealous Christian convert. This sounds like someone who was, constantly thinking about his Jewish background, about what it meant to live in those times, and what this ultimately meant for the Jews. Let me go on to some of his attitudes to emancipation as well. Now, he eventually moved to Paris, And it was in Paris that he got caught up in the 1848 revolution. This was a Europe-wide phenomenon, which was a very brief, short-lived attempt to bring most of Europe to the left, sharply to the left. The socialist revolution, although it's not exactly appropriate to use that term in the 1840s, this is the period of Marx, but it's not really a Marxist kind of socialism. It is a kind of a secular messianism. He did favor a particular thinker named Saint-Simon, and he was very attracted to his quasi-religious approach to a secular messianic period. But he lived through this very brief revolution, which was put down with some ferocity, and he remained in Paris for the rest of his life. And it was during this period that he contemplated a lot of things about what it meant to be Jewish, and I'll show you a couple of writings here on that point. Yes?
This is obviously translated to English, so
Yeah.
there's always something lost in translation. Did he write in prose?
He wrote in both prose and poetry.
Okay. And did he write stories?
He wrote stories as well, right? But a lot of it is kind of like travel literature or like, very self-conscious mini stories, not really novels, things like that. I wish I had a German-English edition. My German is not so good, but I do have a few. I have enough to sort of get my way through bits of this, but I don't have enough to really, draw much. But these translations are pretty good. Listen to this one here. Yes, sooner or later the Jews will have to be emancipated, be it from a sense of justice or wisdom or necessity. Among the upper classes, antagonism against the Jews no longer is due to religion. And among the lower classes, it is being every day more rapidly transformed into a social hatred of the overweening power of capital, of exploitation of the poor by the rich. Hatred of the Jew now goes under another name even among the common people. So as far as governments are concerned, they have at last come to the sage conclusion that the state is an organic body which cannot achieve complete health so long as one of its members, be it the smallest toe, is diseased. Yes, the state may carry its head high and defy all tempests with staunch breast, but the heart within, yes, and even the proud head will feel the pain which a corn on the toe produces. The disabilities of the Jews are like corns on the toes of the German states. Right? So here his argument for emancipation is that ultimately the entire state cannot be healthy. Right, thank you, there we go. We did, by the way, get compliments, not necessarily from Latvia, but some viewer did compliment Alexander on his work. Thank you very much. Okay. There's a public thank you from Alexander. Okay, now let me read you a little bit about his sense of the mission of Israel, which is, I think, absolutely fascinating, which is related to emancipation. In truth, the Jews are of that stuff of which gods are made. And underfoot today, they are trod underfoot today, they are worshipped on the knees tomorrow. While some of them wallow in the filthy mire of money changing, others ascend to the highest peaks of humanity. And Golgotha is not the only mountain on which a Jewish God bled for the salvation of the world. The Jews are the people of the Spirit, and whenever they return to their principles, they are great and glorious, and they shame and conquer their clumsy oppressors. Very powerful passage, saying that yes, Jews are at the very bottom, filthy money changers, but when they rise to the best, then anyone who opposes them is shamed by it. Okay. You get a sense of his feelings towards these things. He actually fell ill in Paris right after the revolution of 1848, and he spent the last 8 years of his life slowly deteriorating. Visitors who came to see him saw that he was in great pain, could not actually see without holding one of his eyes open, and he was lying on the floor on a series of mattresses, which he called his mattress grave, because he was very hypersensitive to any kind of hard surfaces. People are not sure exactly what he was suffering from. It's quite possibly a venereal disease that he contracted from his days at Göttingen. Some biographies find that very ironic for some who emphasized spirituality versus sensuality. but the last 8 years of his life were ones of a slow and steady decline in which he returned to a lot of the old themes of religion and he evaluated them in a different way. Um, Listen to this very, very powerful passage on Mashiach when he thinks about what does it mean, the Messiah. Oh dear long-awaited Messiah, where is he now? Where does he tarry? Is he as yet born, or has he lain hidden somewhere for 1,000 years, awaiting the rightful hour of deliverance? Is the old Barbarossa sitting asleep in the Kiefhauser on his stone chair? This is some kind of Germanic myth, I think. Asleep so long that his white beard has grown through the stone table? Now and then he drowsily shakes his head, blinks with half-closed eyes, and reaches in for the sword, then sinks back into the heavy 1,000-year sleep. No, it is not Emperor Redbeard who will free Germany, as the people believe. The German people, the drowsy, dreaming people, who can imagine their Messiah only in the shape of an old sleeper. The Jews have a much better idea of their Messiah. Many years ago, when I was in Poland and met the great Rabbi Manasseh ben Naphtali of Krakow, I always listened with an open and glad heart when he spoke of the Messiah. I have forgotten which book of the Talmud contains the details that the great rabbi faithfully communicated to me, and only the main features of his description remain in my memory. The Messiah, he said, was born on the day when Jerusalem was destroyed by an evildoer, Titus Vespasian, and ever since he has been living in the most beautiful palace of heaven, surrounded by joy and splendor, wearing a crown on his head just like a king, but his hands are fettered with golden chains. What, I asked in amazement, is the meaning of these golden chains? They are necessary, replied the great rabbi with a subtle look and a deep sigh. For without these fetters, the Messiah may lose patience and suddenly hasten to come down and commence his work of deliverance too soon, and at the wrong time. He is not a sleepyhead. He is a handsome, very slender, but extraordinarily powerful man, blooming like youth itself. He leads a very monotonous life. The best of part of the morning he spends in the customary prayers, or he laughs and jests with his servants, angels in disguise, who sing sweetly and play the flute. Then he has his long hair combed and is anointed with nard. I don't know what nard is. It sounds like lard, but that's not, you know what nard is? Alexander will fact check it for me. N-A-R-D. And dressed in princely purple. All afternoon he studies the Kabbalah. Oh, he's doing that Siri. That's so disruptive. At any rate, I'm going to switch it around now. Okay, good enough. Got it. Aromatic and essential oil as a perfume. Okay. Okay, Alexander, the Latvians want to hear the resurrection. Okay. But what's interesting here is his thank you very much, his transvaluation of the role of the Messiah. He portrays not the Jews as anxiously waiting for the Messiah, but the Messiah as anxiously waiting to come to the world. So the Messiah is growing impatient with this world and demands to be loosed on the world to bring about this messianic redemption, but he is held fast with golden chains. Fascinating kind of metaphor. And you can hear the Judenschmerz oozing through his writings. So, as a whole, did I skip something? What did I skip? No, that's good. So, his legacy, to conclude, a fascinating individual with a very ready wit, despite his conversion, maintained a very long and deep, abiding love for Judaism. And it speaks to the kind of complexities of Jewish identity in the 19th century. An identity that I think very much still holds fast today, as many secular Jews find it difficult to understand exactly what place does Torah have in the modern world. Heine articulated it so well in his beautiful poetry and prose. He was able to express the longing for Judaism in the way that he imagined it, even though it did not necessarily conform to what he saw around him in contemporary Germany. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the costume tonight, and I look forward to speaking with you next week. It's a flower. Oh.
Pretty good, but I think not. Good job, Mr. Clarion. 98 and you're almost at 100. That's right now. Ooh, look at you. Right.
Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. This week in November happens to coincide with the anniversary of a terrible event in Polish Jewish history, the burning of the Talmud in the wake of the Frankist disputation. So we'll talk a little bit about Jacob Frank and his movement and how it came to attack the Talmud specifically, and give you a sense of this very sad and unusual chapter in Jewish history. Jacob Frank was born to a middle-class Jewish family in Poland in 1726. His family, like many middle-class families of that era, were secretly worshippers of Shabbatite Tzvi, who in the 17th century had created a tremendous uprising in the Jewish world by proclaiming himself as the Messiah. His particular story ended very badly, as he ultimately converted to Islam, but many of his followers were really quite active still well into the 18th century, both in Eastern Europe and also the Mediterranean basin. Many of them even followed him into apostasy to Islam and in a movement known as the Dünn. Jacob Frank, our subject, actually traveled to Smyrna and a few other places where there were large numbers of Sabbateans, and he was highly influenced by their teachings. Frank came back to Poland after actually a conversion to Islam as well, and gathered around him a large group of followers who were very interested in his charismatic leadership. In particular, he promoted an idea of purification through transgression, or avera lishma, sin for the wrong, for the right reasons, as it were. And his movement was reputed to not only be involved in public desecration of the Sabbath and things like that, but even wild orgiastic rituals that were looked on with high levels of disfavor by the rabbis. He was denounced to the non-Jewish leadership of Poland, but his movement found a rather interesting sort of strategy to counter the attacks of the traditionalist communities. They argued that, in fact, they were not Talmudic Jews, they were Zoharistic Jews, meaning they were Kabbalistic Jews, and in fact, the Kabbalah taught doctrines which were much closer to Christianity, in particular the idea of the Trinity. As a result, the church actually took Frank and his followers under their protection. In particular, the bishop in most Poland argued that, in fact, the Frankists and their opponents should have a major disputation over the Talmud. This occurred in 1757 as the Frankists disputed with the Talmud, with the traditionalist community over the role of the Talmud. The dispute was quite intense, but as these things often happen, ultimately the church decided in favor of the Frankists, and the Talmud was ordered burned in Poland. Some 10,000 volumes of Talmud were collected, tremendous loss to libraries of the Jews of that era. Frank ultimately led a very checkered career afterwards, converting to Christianity and attracting even more followers. His now third religion, he made something of a career of it. But he got into trouble with the authorities because of his ongoing antinomian activities. Ultimately, he was in prison for a while. He carried himself as a noble. When he died, he had a very large retinue, as you see in this contemporary depiction of his deathbed. The movement did continue under his daughter, Eve, and traces of it lingered well into the early 19th century. The long-lasting impact for the Jews, however, was the devastating attack on the Talmud, once again, resulting in a huge loss not only of the human capital of many Jews who actually were attracted to Frank's movement, but also of the destruction of many precious volumes which were lost forever. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you have an excellent week, and I look forward to speaking with you again. especially useful for us because he painted a lot of portraits of Jews, as we shall see. The historical accident that placed Rembrandt in close proximity to many Jews was the fact that he lived in Amsterdam, which was home to many refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century, including Rothschild, shown here, descended of those refugees. This is not actually one of his portraits by Rembrandt, but Spinoza was perhaps the most famous Jewish painter, perhaps as was representative of this community, which indicates the high degree of liberality that was present in this town. A tremendous amount of religious freedom, which allowed the Jews to feel very much at home in Amsterdam. And Rembrandt lived in the highly Jewishly populated quarter of that city. As a result, he used many Jews as his subjects for his art. This is perhaps one of the most famous representations of Jews, portrait of an older Jewish man. Once again, you see the tremendous genius of Rembrandt's brush in this detailed representation. But perhaps more interesting for us is the fact that Rembrandt viewed 17th century Jews, his contemporaries, as the legitimate inheritors of the ancient tradition, and did not see any break between these Jews that he saw every day and the larger story of Christianity. As you can see in the portrait on the left of a young Sephardic Jew, Rembrandt used his models as the basis for his representation of Christian figures, such as Jesus, shown here on the right. Fascinating way of looking at contemporary Jews, which was not at all typical of his generation. However, despite the fact that Rembrandt had painted many portraits of Jews, we also have an unusual phenomenon in which many of his portraits are misidentified as Jews. This particular example, for a long time, was thought of as Rembrandt's work, a representation of a Jewish rabbi with a rather distinctive hat. But a closer examination by art historians has shown that not only was it not one of Rembrandt's originals, this is actually one of Rembrandt's schools. His student Willem Durst painted this, but also a closer examination of the artwork itself shows that this rabbi is wearing some very suspicious jewelry, which does not indicate that he is Jewish. And so many of those representations of Jews thought to be Rembrandt's originals are neither Rembrandt's nor Jews. Still, he had a very profound connection to Jews in Amsterdam, and those portraits that survive have really given us a unique glimpse into the work of a great artist and a great leader. Well, I hope you found that interesting, and look forward to speaking to you in the future. Great Shabbos and a great week. Please visit the main website, www.jewishhistorylecture.org, for lots more information. And take care. Hello, everyone. Welcome to history. This week we talked a little bit about the first book called A Single Lie. Last time was Ryan the inspiration for the third book was literature and history of Salam, written by Rothschild Ryan Lessons and inspiration for in August of 1778. He wrote a letter to his brother regards to of the Jews in Turkey at the time. Lessing, of course, was not a Jew, but he was very much influenced by his close contemporary Moses Mendelssohn, who's based almost identical to his own. They were close friends. Mendelssohn was a fascinating figure who was shown here, by the way, in a red jacket on the left, and Lessing is standing behind the chessboard. Here, Mendelssohn is having this rate is handed down from generations, father to son, until finally there is one son, one father, who has three sons. And in his quote unquote foolish piety, he promises for the reign of each of his three brothers. After he dies, the reign of the young men discover that there are three reigns. Now, obviously, the father has made at least two and possibly three replicas of the original, and they each possess one, but none of them know which one is the real thing. The parallel here is, of course, compared to the great Western religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all three of which are rather exclusivist, viewing that their communication from God is in fact a veritable one. And the three of them disagree as to how to share their instructions, etc. Lessons, parable concludes with a message of tolerance that all three brothers realize that they have a mission to live according to the highest ideals of their faith, and that they will ultimately find out in the end which one of them was the true ring, but given the existential circumstances of the moment, there's no way to determine the truth. He said this in Crusader times with extensive dialogue between the Knight Templar, the Christian Crusaders, a Islamic Saladin, and a Jewish figure known as Rabbi, once again modeled on Moses. There was significant criticism of Rabbi whenever he appeared in 1779. It was held under a church ban, and Lessing's view of religious tolerance was highly criticized by many anti-Semites of the day, including the notorious Governor Roth, Richard Dearman, and others. All felt that he was capitulating to the liberal ideas of Jews, such as Lessing himself, however, had somewhat different views on Judaism. As a whole, he was entirely tolerant. There were a few aspects of Judaism that he found rather noxious, specifically the notion of a chosen people. He felt that Christianity, this rationalism, superseded Judaism. But nevertheless, his work had a profound impact on the Haskalah, Jewish enlightenment, viewed in Lessing a tremendous ally for their attempts to achieve emancipation in modern Germany. That's it. I hope you enjoyed this installment. I hope you have an excellent week. This week we celebrate and commemorate a very important turning point in modern Jewish history, specifically the admission of Lord Rothschild to the House of Commons, the British Parliament, only after considerable struggle and the defeat of a particularly noxious law that stretches back into medieval times. So let's have a look at this story, which is quite fascinating. So it all begins with a medieval law called the requirement for Jews. They were not allowed to present their case in a court of law unless they were to undergo a humiliating ritual, which was intended to act as a deterrent to false litigation. Jews often involved all kinds of really nasty and noxious elements, such as, for example, the Jew was often required to stand barefoot on a pigskin, as shown in the 18th century rendition here. They were forced to put their hands on some Hebrew scripture. You can see the artist here obviously has some sense of what Hebrew letters look like, but it's just gibberish, so it's not Hebrew literate, unlike the Jewish. And of course, they're often required to be bare-chested and bare-hipped. It's a very onerous device imposed on the Jews to try to keep them from going to court and seeking redress of wrongs. A lot of this changed with Jewish emancipation, a process that began in the late 18th century and was climaxed under Napoleon, who's shown here as a savior of the Jews. You can see that he's dressed in sort of neo-Roman garb, and he is lifting up this woman who represents Judaism, who needs his assistance. You can see Dora, feels the background, two tablets, and all protest of various clerics of different faiths who do not want to see Jesus embraced into the status. Nevertheless, emancipation progressed early through the 18th century, and in England it was well and securely held, but then challenged when Lionel the Rothschild, from the famous Rothschild bank that ran for election in the city of London. Rothschild ran for election for the city of London in 1847 and won, but when he got to the House of Commons, he found that he was forced to take an oath that specifically refers to Christian religion, and this he was unable to do. It was nothing like the medieval shown in the first slide, but nevertheless, it was something unfixable. He was unable to do. There was a great deal of tumult in the House of Commons. Ultimately, the bill was passed there, but not ratified by the House of Lords, the upper chamber, and as a result, Rothschild resigned. He turned around and immediately ran a second time and won a second time. And he went to Parliament once again, but he was faced with the same dilemma. So they made an accommodation by allowing him to swear on a Hebrew Tanakh, a Hebrew Bible, instead of the Christian Bible, but he refused to say the words upon the true faith of a Christian, which was part of the text of the oath. So once again, he was forced to resign. He ran a third time and was elected a third time. And by now, it was already getting ridiculous. So in 1858, the House of Lords finally agreed that the House of Commons could impose their own rules. They could change the text. So therefore, they used an amendment text. This was in the Jews' Disability Bill of 1858, which was passed in July of 1858. Was allowed to swear with this revised text, which has specific reference to Judaism rather than Christianity, and that ultimately allowed Lord Rothschild to sit on office. Very important turning point in modern Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short lecture. Please consider leaving a comment, liking it on also Facebook buttons, or even subscribing. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. We're going into the saddest week of the Jewish year, the week in which we commemorate Tisha B'Av, the destruction of the temples of Jerusalem, the expulsion of Jews from Spain, and a whole host of very negative things that occurred to Jews on this day throughout history. It's kind of like, in a flippant way, National Jewish Bad Luck Day. And I'd like to turn to a specific story that occurs at this season in the year 1858 that gives me a tremendous amount of anguish, and perhaps it's worth bearing in mind as we go through this difficult holiday. I would also like to mention, for those of you who are in Surfside or in South Florida during Tisha B'Av, I will be lecturing on this topic for about a regular 60-minute lecture, which we hope to post online in a little while. What I'd like to talk about is the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, a very horrible and sad story that involves the church and a young boy named Edgardo, who was a 6-year-old living in the home of his parents in Bologna, Italy. He was a regular Jewish boy, nothing special or distinctive about him at the time, but what brought him into world attention was an emergency baptism that was performed on this child when he was very ill several years earlier by a non-Jewish servant girl that was living in the Mortara home at the time. She felt that he would go to hell if he were not baptized, and therefore she took a bit of water, she sprinkled on his forehead, she pronounced a few words, and he was considered baptized. Now, this would have meant nothing except for the fact that the church held that once a child is baptized, they actually become Christian, no matter how nonsensical the circumstances under which that baptism occurred. And therefore, the Pope Pius IX, shown here, and the Grand Inquisition, which was still active in Bologna at the time, went to the Mortara home in June of 1858, knocked on the door, and kidnapped the child. Took him away from his mother and father and his siblings and brought him directly into the church, where he stayed for the rest of his life. His parents made tremendous efforts to try and release him, but the Pope was adamant. In fact, took a direct and personal interest in the child, placing him in a special school that was designed specifically for Jews who were converting to Christianity, and he ultimately ended up becoming a priest of the Augustinian order. When he finally was freed from the church officially, he remained a Catholic and in fact dedicated his life to proselytizing Jews around the world. There was at one point a moment where the Pope was willing to release Edgardo back to his family, but only on the condition that his parents would all convert to Catholicism, and tragically and heroically they refused. You can see from this photograph here taken when he was an adult that there's a certain amount of ambivalence with his mother, who's clearly in this photograph heartbroken at the circumstances, and one of his brothers refused him just by body language alone with some degree of suspicion. Nevertheless, this very sad story had some very important implications for Jewish history as a whole. First of all, let us recall that this occurred in 1858. This is the modern era, and there were modern conditions. The world as a whole was aware of what Pope Pius IX was doing, and in fact, protested significantly. There are numerous editorials, even in the New York Times. The folk hero of the time among the Jews was the great Moses Montefiore, perhaps best known to visitors of Jerusalem for his construction of the famous windmills there, and his tremendous efforts were insufficient to release Edgardo from the church. This prompted a very important change in the way Jews viewed their relationship to the secular world. It was the formation of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, a French organization that was designed to be a world conglomerate of Jews to try and lobby more effectively in the modern world for Jewish causes. This eventually fed to the World Jewish Congress, Federation Movement, and so on. As for Pope Pius IX, he was recently, in the 21st century, beatified, which means the church recognized him as having achieved 3 of the 4 elements necessary for sainthood, which strikes a tremendously discordant note in many Jewish minds. And he was the subject, the entire story was the subject of a rather important book by David Kurtzer entitled The Kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara. Edgardo's story is one of exile within exile, galus within galus, and it's worth meditating upon as we go into this commemoration, the sad commemoration of Tisha B'Av. And may we merit to see no more pain in the Jewish people in the future. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I think we're running a little bit late. 20 seconds. So what should we do? So it's this time of year. I often think about my grandmother, Rothschild. She passed away a year or 2 years ago, and this would be right around the time of her birthday. She was a woman of an exceptional sense of humor, very biting, acerbic, sometimes harsh Lithuanian style of humor. You would not want to be on the receiving end of it. But once I started to figure out what the Yiddish punchlines meant, I really learned to appreciate her jokes. So I'd like to tell one joke in her name, in her memory, that is probably not such a kosher joke, but I think that since I'm saying it over in the name of my holy grandmother, Alea Shalom, then maybe it'll be okay. And I don't think the rabbi ever watches these videos, so I'll probably be okay. So joke goes like this. There are 2 brothers, and one of them, very, very holy Jew. He goes to shul every day, very careful with how he treats people in business, a lot of derech eretz, personal courtesy, and so on. And after many years, he passes on, and he goes straight up to Shemayim. As it happens, his twin brother is not such a mensch, and he's always trying to cheat here and there. He never goes to shul, very careless about the mitzvos, and generally disregarding it happens they both died on the same day, and this brother went somewhere else. So the brother that went up to heaven, he's having a good time up there. It's beautiful weather, and there's like palm trees everywhere. This is a short sidebar here. My father, who lived in northern Canada all his life, he came to visit us in Florida after we've been living here for many years because he had never seen a palm tree in his life. And within 2 weeks, he said he was sick of them. But at any rate, so he's enjoying, the brother is enjoying Shemayim. He thinks it's a great place. It's a little bit like Boca Raton. And, but after a while, he thinks, he'd like to see what's up with his brother. What's his brother up to? So he gets a weekend pass, and he goes down to the other place. And there he sees Tuck. It's very crowded. It's smoky. It's dark. There's jazz music. There's lots of herring, schnapps. He has a wonderful time for a weekend. And then after a while, he goes back to Shemaim and he dries out a little bit. And he's walking around the pastoral areas and he thinks, you know what? We should liven this place up a bit. We should have a party. We should maybe set out some crudités, maybe some cold cuts, maybe we should organize. So he goes to God with his proposal that they should have a party. And he describes to God what he has in mind, that they gather everybody together and they have some food and they get some music. And God looks at him and says, for 5 people, it pays to hire an orchestra. It's my grandmother, Shalom. Okay, all right. So tonight's lecture is a little bit more on color than that joke. We're going to speak about a very misunderstood individual, Moses Mendelssohn, who is often regarded as a turning point in the history of Jews in Europe. He really represents kind of like the beginning of a new form of Jewish identity. And after his death, especially through the 19th century, there are a lot of competing Jewish movements that laid claim to his heritage really as their own. And I'm not sure that they've always been entirely fair in understanding Mendelssohn as their intellectual ancestor. He was an extremely complex figure with a tragic, in many ways, life, and at the same time, one of great triumphs. And I think it's extremely important to look at his life and understand the type of tribulations that he endured, because in reality, he was the first European Jew to articulate to a larger Gentile audience how it would be possible for Jews to live as emancipated citizens in a free state. He, of course, would not experience that. He died in the late 18th century. But over the course of the 19th century, actually really the late 18th century in France and then throughout the 19th century elsewhere, all European states would be exploring the ideas that Mendelssohn first brought forward to the scene. So let's understand a little bit more about his background specifically. There are very few photos of him, or portraits of him. This is considered one of the more authentic versions. He was born in 1729. He lived in Berlin under a single king's rule until he died in the same year as that king, 1786. And as I mentioned, he's a transitional figure between the medieval period and the modern period. In the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about what it meant to be a Jew in the medieval era and how that transitioned into the modern era. For those of you who are familiar with Western historiography, the medieval is a term that's long gone by the time you get to the 18th century. But for Jews, we really remained in a pre-modern state much longer than Western Europe. And for us, modernity refers to that moment when Jews were finally emancipated as citizens within a modern state. He himself was personally observant, quite scholarly. He wrote extensively on the Jewish tradition, some very, very impressive translation projects of Tanakhs and so on. Yet is widely regarded as the intellectual father of the Reform movement, which has a highly divergent understanding of the responsibilities of Jewish law. His activity on behalf of Jews in Europe was key in setting the stage for their later emancipation. We'll have to speak a little bit of what that means. And he earned his fame as well as a philosopher, although much of his philosophy is misunderstood and not widely studied to this day. Nevertheless, he was really an unusual figure, and we'll explore all those aspects of his life. By the way, this cool device is something, that the TorahCafe.com people, they like to take my lectures and then they make them better. They start by editing out the joke at the beginning, and then they kind of fold the PowerPoints into the lecture. So you can see the same lectures, except shorter and better on TorahCafe.com. And they sent me this microphone so that you could hear me a little better. And this week they sent me this really cool automatic clicker. Watch this. Wow, yeah, that is phenomenal, right? I can do it again. Watch this. All right, okay, I really like it. And watch this. You see, I don't have to for example, I don't have to point over here because I can go like this and you can see exactly where I'm pointing, right? I can point over here and wherever I want to point. This is a really cool thing. Okay, right. So, I'm sorry? Probably. We'll have to see when they take this. But thank you, Torah.com, for this cool device. I think that actually, the microphone's been great and this automatic video is great. I think we need a Jaguar now to really help me get here on time. Okay. Anyways, on the cusp of modernity. So what is the separation between medieval and modern when it comes to the Jews? There's a lot of different ways to try to understand this, but perhaps the most obvious way is the understanding of what place do Jews have in modern states. Are they equal partners in the building of a multicultural state, or are they literally tourists with temporary residence privileges in a given state? I mean, in Germany, for example, Jews had lived there. By the time we get to Mendelssohn, Jews had lived there for over 800 years, and yet they did not enjoy permanent residence rights. They could be and were frequently expelled from given locales at the whim of local rulers, and their very existence, economically, socially, it was extremely precarious throughout this entire period. So that said a lot for the kind of factors that developed the Jewish culture, Jewish personality type, perhaps. And one of the things that really changed with modernity is the notion that perhaps Jews should be included in the overall attempt to create a geographic state reality in a given territory. Mendelssohn was among the last generation of Jews to experience not being a citizen. In France, it would come very rapidly. In 1789, you have the revolution, and then 2 years later, the French government formally admits Jews to be French citizens. Germany would take quite a bit longer to deal with that question, but nevertheless, Mendelssohn was the last of that generation that lived entirely in servitude, as it were. What did it mean to be in this medieval state? Well, first of all, I mentioned the residency rights, which was a very big deal. There are all kinds of social disabilities, Jews excluded from higher education, Jews excluded from certain occupations, lots of restrictions to try and minimize the number of Jews who are allowed to go into different trades and so on. Marriage restrictions, for example, in Berlin, where Mendelssohn made most of his fame. Oh, right, gotta catch up with the speaker. Where Mendelssohn lived, there were several classes of privileged Jews that allowed them various levels of security living in the state. If you were at the top level, like one of the most important Jews allowed in a state, because you were, let's say, a renowned physician or a financier or so on, then your first son would have the right to marry and dwell in Berlin. Second son could only live and dwell in Berlin if he also owned 1,000 tailors. Your third son could only live there if he also owned 3,000 tailors. So in other words, it was really tailors meaning like dollars, not tailors like soap, like muscle cam soil, right? And the fact is that they really didn't want Jews to live there. This is one of the reasons why we have in the 1840s, by the way, a large German migration to America. Some of the first major institutions of Judaism here in this country are from, German Jews who were unable to marry because of these very severe restrictions. And all kinds of humiliating things that really sent a message that Jews are not part of the society. This is, for example, a picture of the 18th century Jew's oath. If a Jew was ever taken to court by a non-Jew, then the Jew's oath was simply not considered valid, and they imposed all kinds of additional humiliations upon the Jew to make sure that they would try to avoid swearing in court. You see, they would have to bare their chest, put their hand on a Torah, and stand on a pig's skin with bare feet. The idea was to show that no Jew would normally want to do such a thing, so it was a deterrent. It was attempted as a deterrent to keep them out of there. And there are stories or incidents of, for example, local villages in Germany that would require the mayor to stand in the central square with the head of the local Jewish community on Easter and deliver a formal humiliating slap to the face as if to indicate, we're remembering what happened so long ago. And those kinds of things really cemented permanently the idea that the Jews were transitional figures. However, and this certainly had a lot to do with how Jewish culture evolved in Ashkenaz in particular, the concept that non-Jewish culture was fundamentally toxic, that it was, antithetical to Jewish values, us versus them, a very, hostile attitude to everything non-Jewish, and a fear of things which were non-Jewish was definitely inculcated in the Central European regions. And at the same time, there's a lot of grassroots Jewish discontent with the social and economic status quo that was not necessarily directed at the existing political leaders. There was a lot of discontent that was directed at the rabbinic establishment, because even though Jews were persecuted economically and had to endure humiliating social regulations, there were a lot of areas in which this was actually, ironically, good for Judaism, because that level of anti-Semitism forced a kind of internal, inward-looking culture that meant Jews would stay out of, culturally dangerous areas such as, the opera house or the theater, things like that, and would look inwards. So there were a lot of Jews who were dissatisfied with their rabbinic leadership at the same time, and so there was a widespread grassroots movement to try to change some things somehow. Not so much through Mendelssohn's leadership, but through leaders of his students, and his students really took advantage of this kind of popular discontent to create new movements. The period in general that would, I forgot, I have this, I don't have to, wait a second, let me go back. Okay, here we go, and there we go. Okay, see, I don't have to do it, I just do it, I can do it on my back, I can do anything I want. Okay, this period in non-Jewish history is called the Enlightenment. It's a translation of the German term Aufklärung, which means, like it sounds, it's like an illumination, a period where more light is shed on topics. It extends through the 17th through the 18th century, so right now we're towards the end of the Enlightenment period. It's also known as the Age of Reason. So called because there was a turn, a quite decided turn away from religion and religious authority during the period. Much more pronounced among Christians than among Jews. Jews would catch up only a little bit of time, and of course the Jews would call it the Haskalah. The term Haskalah is not an exact translation of Aufklärung. The word Seichel, of course, it means intelligence, but so it's more closely related to the idea of the age of reason rather than the age of light. But it's fundamentally a similar phenomenon, and God willing, in later lectures, we'll talk about how the Haskalah expressed itself, distinct from the Enlightenment. But figures such as Locke and Voltaire in the area of politics, in the area of society, Spinoza, of course, in the area of religion, he's a very famous Jewish thinker as well. And what's relevant for our purposes is that included in Enlightenment thinking is a fundamental questioning of, have we been doing things right these last 1800 years? Did we really stray appropriately from the classical values of Greece, Athens in particular, and add all these accretions of strange ideas? And should we not really be looking at human beings as, fundamentally rational individuals that deserve our respect? This is the beginning of the so-called women's question, the very, very beginnings of the idea of, emancipating women, the emancipation of blacks. Here is Obadiah Equiano, a very famous former slave who purchased his own freedom from a very grateful master, and then became literate and wrote a very, very powerful diary of his experience as a slave that really turned the intellectual world against slavery in a very, very big way and contribute ultimately to the abolitionist movement throughout Europe. And including, while we're emancipating everybody, we might as well emancipate the Jews as well. Now, we're borrowing this term emancipation. It's not a fair term to borrow. It's mainly a term that Anglo-Jewish historians use based on the American example. Obviously, the Emancipation Proclamation, which occurred much later in the second half of the 19th century, and it's not a fair example. Jews were not slaves. Jews were disabled. Jews were handicapped socially and economically, but they were not enslaved. Nevertheless, this term was borrowed to refer to the equalization of Jewish rights in Western society. So that's the period that we're working in, and this is where Mendelssohn comes to the fore. Okay, any questions? Yes, Judith.
I take it that whether we were doing a Roman Catholic or German society, the anti-Semitism was essentially part limitations for centuries of Jewish population.
That's a fascinating question. To repeat for the camera, was the anti-Semitism experienced in, let's say, Catholic countries like France comparable to the anti-Semitism experienced in primarily Protestant countries like Germany? I think I'd like to think a little deeper on that question before giving a sophisticated answer. But off the top of my head, it seems that there's a lot more popular anti-Semitism in German lands. At least if you try to measure it in terms of the output, like what's the propaganda, how many woodcuts do you have, how many movements, how many blood libels, things like that. I would like to think that it's probably a lot more of a grassroots phenomenon in the Protestant, which I think has to do perhaps with the questioning of religion, much more than with the Catholic reasons. Yes, Judith.
No, I'm just interested.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with how extensive other Protestant movements have been into.
Yeah. So I think Lutheranism would be a more precise description of the regions we're speaking about as well. And I think it's too sophisticated a question for me to answer effectively now. But I would think that Germany probably has more of a grassroots phenomenon. In France, there's a lot more, it's like, I'll tell you like this. Being multilingual is a wonderful gift because you can say offensive things so many different ways. And I've always been struck by the fact, because I grew up in northern Canada, that when the English, the Anglophones curse, it usually involves sex. But when the French curse, it almost always involves the church. You say tabernacle, which in English is tabernacle, right? Not a big deal. Or muzikris, these terms are. So I would think that the coloration of those, it's a fascinating question. We have to do it in the graduate school. Let's go on. Okay, sorry, too far. So have a look at, here's a map of Europe. This is a map actually from the 1880s. I'm sorry the contrast is not exactly right, but here's Germany here, Belgium, France up here, and here Eastern Europe. And the colors represent the population density of Jews. And the main picture that I want to get across here is the idea that there is quite a tight little knot of Jewish population density here in the Rhineland region in Germany. And then, of course, in the northern parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Romania, places like that. And then it kind of gets really thick when you get into Poland and Russia. Because the big story here is that most Jews live in Poland and Russia. And in Western Europe, it's a much smaller concentration than you'll have in Eastern Europe. So we'll talk more about Eastern Europe. Actually, we have talked about Eastern Europe in previous classes. Now we're concentrating on slightly less absolute number and a lesser population density as well. So back to Mendelssohn. His father was a sofer in Dessau, a scribe, and in fact his father's name was Mendel. He was of that first generation of Jews that, in line with the increasing bureaucratization of society, Jews received in Central and Western Europe last names, surnames, in the 18th century in particular. So his name, probably like my own ancestor's name, his father was Mendel, and so when he was asked to choose a name, he chose the name Mendelssohn, right, the son of Mendel. And probably one of my ancestors was named after his father was Avram, so Avram's son. His father was not a highly distinguished individual. He was apparently well respected, but his profession, besides being a sofer, especially when he was younger, he was a klapper. A klapper is an interesting profession where your job, as in many communities would employ several of these, where they would get up very early in the morning and they would walk around and bang on the wooden shutters to wake up the men to get the shul from minyan, klappers. Nowadays we have iPhones, which are very useful, and they would actually, in big communities, you have multiple klappers, so you would like tell one to go away, get a vec from there, and then the other one would show up and bang 10 minutes later. That was like the snooze clapper. But that's what he did. His side, however, was very illustrious. He was descended from, among others, we have Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, a very famous commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, and several other really important figures in German history. His father gave him a strong Talmudic education, and he was particularly taken one individual teacher in Dessau. By the way, he himself used to sign his name Moses of Dessau, like Moses from Dessau. When his teacher received a position in Berlin, then Mendelssohn followed him there as a young man to continue his studies under his teacher. He had no residence rights whatsoever in Berlin. He was allowed there temporarily only as a student living completely. He was not allowed to have any employment or anything like that while he was in Berlin. He took to his studies with tremendous alacrity, learning not only the traditional Talmudic curriculum, but also mastering Latin, Greek, English, French, and even Italian. And he would converse in all of these languages and write in these languages, especially in German. He learned them from primarily contacts of his Rabbi, who were also Jews who had picked up these languages in just without learning them in formal environments. Just passing these things down. Jews at this time, the best biography of Mendelssohn by far is a book by a man named Alexander Altman, who, among other things, in this 800-page tome, analyzed what books were published in Germany for about 50 years before Mendelssohn was born. And there's just an incredible effervescence, thank you, of interest among Jews for secular studies, languages, things like that. We studied last week the quadrilingual dictionary that was written by, why can't I remember? I just gave that lecture last week, didn't I? Nathan of Hanover, thank you. Thank you for helping me out. So there's a lot of interest in these things, and he picked it up that way. But he was an autodidact for the most part. He got a job eventually, illegally, as a tutor in a rich man's home, someone who owned a silk factory, and he was quite adept. He never made a living as a teacher or a philosopher, although he was what we call perhaps a public intellectual. He ended up working for this individual's silk factory, becoming a partner, and he had a life of business throughout. He eventually married from it Guggenheim, shown here. I'm not sure if there's a relationship to the famous Guggenheim family. And then a year after he was married, again illegally, he finally earned the right of residence. Together they had 10 children, of whom 6 survived to adulthood. But as part of the confusing legacy of Mendelssohn's life, it's often pointed out that none of his ancestors remained Jewish, even though he himself maintained he was a completely observant Jew by Orthodox standards. Only 2 of his 6 surviving children remained within the faith, and the other 4 all chose to convert, which was very, very common among German Jews in the 19th century, who were converting primarily because that was the only way to get ahead economically, socially, and so on. As Heinrich Heine put it, he himself, of course, converted to Christianity, and continued to regret it throughout his life. A very powerful poet of the 19th century. He has a ticket to European culture. And so Mendelssohn's children were not unlike them. And of the two children who remained Jewish, neither of their children survived or sired great-grandchildren. Personal family lineage ended with his grandchildren. In 1871 was the last of the Mendelssohn family to practice Judaism. Early on in his life, yes, question.
How would those converts accept Islam?
For the most part, the conversion was pro forma. And this is different perhaps than in France, as we were discussing earlier. The conversion was kind of like, just do this, get it over with, and then you can be, let's say, for example, like his great, I think it was his grandson, Felix Mendelssohn, the composer, right? If you want to have, or Gustav Mahler, the great conductor and composer as well. If you wanted to get your job, you just had to be Christian. And in fact, as we shall see right in this slide here, he was a brilliant writer, and the Prussian Royal Academy of Sciences wanted to make him a member, but the king of Prussia blocked it. So there's no way a Jew can be a member of the Prussian Royal Academy of Sciences. So at some point, you simply had to decide, what am I going to do? Am I going to follow my career interests, my passion, my love, all these things, or am I going to stick with a religion that I don't necessarily feel very attached to, that is a persecuted religion? It's very tenuous. I could be kicked out of the country at any time. For many Jews, it was simply not a reasonable question. Of course, conversion was the way to go ahead. So in his early youth, this is one of the many commemoratives that were coined in his honor. This is a commemorative coin that says Moses Mendelssohn on it. He competed in an essay competition that included, among others, the incredible philosopher Immanuel Kant. And he actually defeated Immanuel Kant in an essay competition, which was an absolutely phenomenal concept. Immanuel Kant did not necessarily return the favor. Later, when he heard about Mendelssohn's death, Kant apparently remarked, well, Christianity has lost nothing by his demise, which is perhaps not the nicest thing to say after someone passes away. But at any rate, it gives you a sense of what kind of individual he was. If he had all of these disabilities and the lack of education or formal education, and nevertheless could defeat the world's greatest living philosopher in an essay competition, gives you a sense of who he was. But perhaps the turning point in his life is the so-called Lavater affair. Johann Lavater was a Christian priest, Christian minister, who was quite impressed with the kinds of things that Mendelssohn was doing. Up until this point, by the way, Mendelssohn was not doing very much Jewishly. Obviously, he was personally observant, and he had a large family and so on, but his fame came out of his work in German on philosophical themes. He was a student of Leibniz and several of the important philosophers of the day. And he was publishing in scholarly journals, and everybody was saying, isn't this amazing? A Jew who is able to discourse in the highest levels of philosophy. We have to understand that from the perspective of the 18th century, to see a Jew in these very highfalutin circles, a believing Jew doing these things, it probably would have felt like you were watching a trained monkey do the same things. You would be completely amazed because you just assumed that Jews were of a different order altogether, completely incapable of this higher order of thinking. And to see a Jew succeeding at the top of this field, it was something that people were constantly remarking upon. So Johann Lavater wrote a public treatise that was addressed to Mendelssohn, and essentially said to him, listen, Mendelssohn, you are amazing. You are so intelligent. You are a credit to your race. You are a phenomenal individual, but I can't understand why you hold on to this archaic, outdated, irrelevant religion. So he gave him a public challenge in print that Mendelssohn should either refute his claims, meaning attack Christianity, or convert. Because it's not logical, said Lavater. If you're such an intelligent person, you must see the truth of Christianity, and you must become a Christian. Why would you stay in that old-time religion? That makes no sense. So one or the other, either refute Christianity or convert to Christianity, one or the other. This caused a tremendous amount of distress to Mendelssohn. And actually, it took several years for all of this to die down. Mendelssohn felt that he could not ignore this challenge because so many Jews looked up to him as, an important figure, a representative of their people. And for him to simply ignore a public challenge like this would be considered a kind of defeat. But on the other hand, what was he supposed to say back to him? Do you think that it would be reasonable in the 18th century for a Jew to actually attack Christianity in a print format? Absolutely not. It was suicide, and it could have tremendous repercussions on the broader Jewish community. In fact, Mendelssohn himself was involved in averting a decree of expulsion that was imposed on a neighboring Jewish community. And he simply couldn't stand up and face Lavater's challenge. It was not a fair fight that Lavater was proposing. So he wrote back to him in a very Altman's phrase, polite and restrained but forceful public response, the essential content of which was, I'm not free to answer your challenge. I live as a member of an oppressed minority, and he said quite clearly, it's really not, frankly, safe for me to say everything I think about Christianity. But more to the point, Mendelssohn argued that it doesn't matter what I think about Christianity. He said that Judaism is a religion which is for Jews. It's almost tribal in that nature. The Jews have the obligation of 613 commandments, whereas non-Jews only have the 7 Noahide commandments. So he says to Lavater, why are you bothering with me? I'm not bothering with you. I'm telling you, if you have 7 commandments, then the God we share will reward you in the afterlife, and you are living a perfectly well-actualized life. Me, on the other hand, I have different responsibilities. I have 613 commandments that I have to live up to. Let me live my life, and you'll live yours, and gesundheit, so to speak. But Lavater would have nothing of it, and the discourse went back and forth between them, and more significantly, it went beyond the two of them to many other thinkers who participated in the debate, in the journals of the day, in the newspapers of the day, primarily writing, incidentally, on Mendelssohn's side, but quite a few very sharp-tongued critics who indicated that, Germany is a Christian country, and there's really no reason for us to tolerate this kind of business. We should either keep it with the same status quo or even be harsher with our Jewish minorities. So this was not at all what Mendelssohn was interested in engaging in, but nevertheless, Lavater's challenge put him in this difficult situation, and actually it dogged him to the end of his life. And we know from his private correspondence a little more about what he thought specifically that he would not write, and I'll share some of that with you in a moment, but maybe I'll pause for a couple questions. Yes.
My question is in reference to you mentioned as far as the secular involved at the beginning.
Yes.
Yes. And it was much more for outside to be the rabbinical view of them because it cannot go to the upper end or the upper.
Yeah.
My question is with this. Is he involved to make a step because the Mendelssohn and the name and the connection, the greatness of this, to do something for secular education, the high qualified youngsters to enter in the academic field?
Yes.
As far as you know, numerous clouds, numerous rules.
Right. Absolutely. In fact, that's it. Let's just... Right. He did, in fact. So let me address that specifically now. Now, I'm going to go a little bit out of sequence because I want to address this question, which is, if I can paraphrase for the camera, did he do anything to try and elevate the secular education of Jews as a whole, academically and so on? And the answer is definitely yes. One of the really seminal works that he wrote, and again, this is before the Lavater affair, and it was short-lived, but it set the tone of a future direction that would become very important for him. He and a few friends published a short-lived journal called Kohelet Musar, which was only two 8-page editions in print run. That's it. But it had a tremendous impact on Jewish readership. And what exactly was this Kohelet Musar? It was a kind of a Hebrew language imitation of a German literary form that was popular at the time, these so-called moral readers. I think that in contemporary terms, they would probably be similar to Reader's Digest, which are kind of like short little things that are meant to be uplifting and edifying, not terribly challenging intellectual, not big, heavy, paper or hardback tomes, but something you can read on the bus or something like that. So when he wrote this Kohelet Musar, what was interesting about it, it was written from a secular Jewish perspective in Hebrew about appreciating the wider world around them. It was these two essays that was the first time that really, because what do Jews write? Jews write rabbinical things. Jews write some scientific topics, but to write on a popular level and say, wait a minute, we can appreciate the whole world around us. We can appreciate music and art and nature and all these kinds of things. So it was like, hey, wait a minute, nobody actually thought of this. And then he put a lot more energy into translating key texts into German to allow Jews to learn more about the German language and beyond that. But before that, I get to that, that's a big controversy. Let's just go on to, let's go back to where I left off here. Okay, so the consequences of the Lavater is that all of a sudden, because of Lavater's challenge and Mendelssohn's response, the question of Jewish emancipation really came to the fore. And people were saying, wait a second, what are we really doing with Jews? Okay, Mendelssohn is a very exceptional individual, but we do have several thousand Jews living here in Berlin and maybe 100,000 living all over Germany. What are we doing with these people? So Mendelssohn kind of turned away from his philosophical writings and he focused pretty much exclusively on writings on the Jewish question, obviously with a strong philosophical content, as we shall see. And he turned to some of his friends like Christian Wilhelm von Durm, asking them, could you please write to this question? Von Durm was an important intellectual at the time, wrote a very significant tractate that was later published and republished many times on the civil improvement of the Jews in Germany, where there are a lot of non-Jewish authorities who are saying, you know what, it's time for us to take the emancipation to the Jews, to take the Enlightenment to its final step and really say, we are a country made up of many religions, not just one. Mendelssohn was very close with a lot of highly influential intellectuals, such as Johann Lessing. And in fact, this picture here is a very famous one. It shows Mendelssohn and Lessing here with Lavater in the background, and they're all discussing the future of the Jews. Lessing, of course, wrote a very famous play called Nathan der Weise, Nathan the Wise, in which the Jews come across very, very well. The lead character, Nathan, is actually based on Mendelssohn's character, and Mendelssohn becomes the primary, poster child, so to speak, for the question of the Jewish future in Europe. Then we get to these things here, and now Mendelssohn worked very hard. He sent his Christian friends because he felt only the Christians could really argue for the emancipation of the Jews. It's difficult for the Jews to do it from within, but he decided to work on educating Jews at the same time. And this is where his legacy becomes extremely complicated, because one of the things that he did most significantly level is he translated the Bible into German, which you might think not such a hugely controversial topic. I mean, after all, in this shul alone, there's so much Art Scroll Hebrew translated into English. What's the big controversy over translating the Tanakh into German? It's not even really German. They translated it into German written in Hebrew characters because the Jews couldn't even master or weren't as familiar with the Roman alphabet. They had to learn German with Hebrew letters. But this book, the Biur, which is the title of the commentary on it, was actually burned by many Jewish communities, and especially in Eastern Europe. Imagine burning the Torah because Mendelssohn wrote this German translation. What is the big problem with the German translation? I ask you, Ms. Abramson, why would that be such a big deal to translate into German? Doesn't matter. We translate lots of things. Let me ask Ms. Abramson, what do you think? Okay, I'm going to pushing the buzzer on you. Good argument, but it's not the reason. Okay, Judith, what do you think?
Well, for one thing,
So she's a very secure individual.
I don't know how many Jews in Germany would read
Okay.
and Jews, how many Jews in Germany were familiar with German, as opposed to Yiddish.
So that's really the point here. Very good, Judith. Thank you. I hope you're paying attention, Ms. Abramson, because it's like this. We have Art Scroll primarily because there are Jews who need the English as a window into the Hebrew. The English helps us get into the true language of the Torah, so to speak. But when he wrote the Biur, they had enough Hebrew to be able to figure out the Chumash, but they had very little German. They had Yiddish. And so the Biur was explicitly, as he wrote to his own sons, it was a way of helping Jews learn German. Even though it was a holy book, it's the Torah, it was felt by many Jews to be a kardon lachor book, a shovel to dig with. Like it was degrading to the Torah to use as a translation text. Jews should learn German. Of course, the extended argument is, well, why are they learning German? Is it not to assimilate, to convert? And in fact, the next century would really say, if that's how you prove the intention of it, the ends and the means seem very critical. Now, maybe it's not a criticism of Mendelssohn. Nevertheless, this is how he was perceived in the East. Yes, Menachem.
Was there any controversy with German and Christian established
Yeah. I'm unaware of any Christian controversy over it. But among Jews, very, very heated controversy over it. And he called this a first step toward culture for the Jews. Right here, I'm translating German. When the Jews get this, they'll be able to speak German properly. Then who knows? They may be able to read Goethe, Schiller, whoever. Was Goethe alive yet? No. Well, they would eventually. And so it was so controversial that many Jews wanted to have it banned. But one of its allies was very close, King Christian the Seventh of Denmark, who actually got him to subscribe to it, which really gave it a huge boost because it's impossible to ban it when the King of Denmark is actually a subscriber. The way you would buy books by then is you would usually pay for them in advance as they were being written, and you would have them come out. And the list of subscribers was considered a very, kind of an endorsement. So meanwhile, he's also working on a very important work of philosophy, which is perhaps his most significant work, Jerusalem, or the Religiöse Macht und Judentum, Jerusalem, or on religious power and Judaism. And it had a two-pronged kind of thesis that perhaps did not turn out exactly the way he thought it would, but was very significant at the time. Ever since the Lavater affair, he was obsessed with the notion of what right does the state have to dictate my personal religious observance? And he wanted to argue that fundamentally the state has no right to coerce anyone to believe anything. He wanted to really argue for a sharp distinction between the power of the state and the power of the church, so to speak, which sounded good so far because that made sense for Jews, that the Jews could not be forced to believe as Christians do. But at the same time, while he's arguing for a lack of state coercive power, the argument could be said that Jews should also lack coercive power over their own members. Meaning, how can you argue on the one hand that I don't think the government should tell me what to believe, and at the same time say, but I do believe the rabbis should tell me what to believe? How can you argue for a lack of coercion in one place and for a lack of autonomy on the other? So he argued for state liberalism, but he wanted to argue that the Mosaic Constitution, so to speak, only had complete authority in ancient Israel. So in other words, he wanted to say that adherence to the commandments was one born completely out of faith, and people who chose not to observe the commandments could not truly be forced or punished by even Jewish authorities, because the Jewish authorities today did not have the same level of power that they would have in the time of the ancient Israel. I myself have difficulty understanding his argument. I have to say I've tried to read Jerusalem, I think 3 times, and I've never gotten past 3 or 4 chapters before I get too bogged down in it. That's my weakness, because it's considered a great classic of modern Jewish philosophy. But even if I don't understand his thesis, I do understand his questions. And the questions are ultimately the same questions that Jews have been asking for the last 200 years, since Mendelssohn. On the one hand, we want the government to stay out of our belief system and not tell us what to do. But at the same time, we want to maintain our own group integrity. And that means that we have to cede some coercive power to our leadership. We have to say we want our rabbis to be able to tell us what to do, to force us, because we don't have somebody forcing us to have some standards. We're just going to, disappear through assimilation. But on the other hand, who likes to be forced to do anything? So Mendelssohn's thesis really encapsulates the problems of living as a Jew in modernity. Okay. Now, how was it received? Not with as much excitement as he had hoped. On the one hand, the so-called Altgläubiger, which is a group of Jews that would later be called the ultra-Orthodox, primarily those Jews who live in northern Hungary, Sighet, places like that, they felt that everything that Mendelssohn said was heresy, was really completely antithetical to Judaism. To argue, for example, that it's not appropriate to punish Jews for transgression, that was, completely undermining the authority of the Beit Din. Please recall that in medieval times, one of the features of the pre-modern Jewish community is that the rabbis had the authority to inflict a whole range of sanctions on people who did not meet communal norms, including corporal punishment. I mean, people could be and were in fact flogged for repeated actions of the social order, which could be things like public Sabbath death, communal or corporal punishment, which was reserved for things like refusing to give you a get, refusing to show up to your summit to Beit Din, things like that. But still, the rabbis had this power. And for Mendelssohn to say they should not have that power, that was heresy. The Maskilim, and these are just beginning to emerge right now, the movement of Haskalah is going to be more like the 19th century, they're not happy with the idea that Mendelssohn also argues that the commandments are valid, that they do count, that you still have to keep them even if you're not coerced. So nobody's really happy with Mendelssohn's thesis, and maybe that's why I find it so difficult to read today. But nevertheless, he did not. It's been reprinted many times, translated to English, but it has not yet found its legs as a convincing philosophical document. So try to understand his legacy as a whole. So he had limited results in the political sphere. He died unemancipated, as did German Jews for approximately the next 80 years. And many of the kind of arguments that he advanced for the emancipation of Jews, would take several generations before they came to fruition. His philosophical response to modernity, his argument for what exactly it meant to be a Jew in the modern era, I'd like to say that he got the questions right, but I'm not convinced by his answers. And we're still struggling with the same questions. His answers are not satisfying, and so many Jews look for other alternatives. Nevertheless, Mendelssohn was a towering figure of the 18th century, certainly one of the most prominent Jews in the entire population of Europe, and many have looked to him as kind of like the intellectual father of their movements. In some cases, you could say the neo-Orthodox, because after all, he was personally observant, and he did argue for continued observance of the mitzvot. And at the same time, the Reform movement can claim him because he was challenging the authority of the rabbis and arguing for at least the philosophical notion of autonomy. He died after a brief illness. It was kind of like an extended aspect of the Lavater affair. He'd written a long response to another Lavater-like attack by another thinker, and he was actually very, very disturbed by having to write it. So he insisted to his wife that he had to get it out to the publisher the very day he finished it. It was at the beginning of January 1786, a very, very cold day. And he went out, he got a cold after giving this manuscript over to the publisher, and he was dead within a few days. This flu. So I want to thank you very much. We're finishing a little early. I don't know why that happened. I suppose I talked a little faster. But thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. And I look forward to speaking with you next week when we're going to Eastern Europe to look at the life of Shimon Hudal. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know that it's the penultimate day before a snow day in this country. We stay home. But I really appreciate having an audience here. Otherwise, I would just be talking to myself. It's really nice to have you. Tonight's lecture, of course, is on Herod. And the first bit of not such great news is that we don't have a sponsor tonight. I can't exactly figure why nobody wants to be sponsoring this week. Oh, we got a sponsor tonight. Okay, thank you very much. I'll have to wipe that out. I was going to make the joke go on. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Rothschilds. But the joke that I was going to make is nobody wants to sponsor a lecture from Herod because he's got such like an ambiguous sort of legacy. Thank you to the Rothschilds for sponsoring this lecture. The list of sponsors. Now, you know, I did that survey a couple weeks ago. The fascinating results we got over very briefly. One of the problems that we're having is not too many people on the web actually know why we're doing this. The reason we're doing this is we want to raise funds for student scholarships. We have this web page, the Friends of Jewish History, and you'll see it at the end of the lectures, a little box you can click on, and then you can give money so that we can support our undergraduate students and get the excellent education that they deserve. And basically raised $3,700, including $14 from the Pushka on my desk. Okay, I'm so off my game because I wasn't expecting any sponsorship last night. Let's begin as we usually do with our sources. Where do we learn what we know about Herod? So there are three principal sources that we're going to rely on for today's discussion. The first is, of course, Josephus, who is undoubtedly the greatest contemporary chronicler of Herod's life. Very important. First century before the Common Era, and you're just edging into the first century life. We also have a couple other passages about Herod. We have some phrases that are derived from Nicholas of Damascus, who is actually a cult biographer of Herod, but we've lost almost everything that he's written. We have some passages that refer to first century Israel from Pliny the Elder, very important Roman historian, but Josephus is a major source. As we've discussed in the past, Josephus is somewhat problematic because, after all, the documents that we have these things were written explicitly for a Roman audience in a very polemical time. He has a case to prove. It's a very complicated case himself. He's a turncoat who decided to abandon the Jewish cause in order to join Vespasian and Titus in the destruction of the temple. So there are a lot of problematic elements. Even in his somewhat lyrical description of Herod's cruelties, we have some suspicion
Come back in a few hours.
Conflation of stories and of embellishment.
That's what you understand
Placing
comedy.
it in a Hellenistic kind of framework, but nevertheless, he is our number one go-to
That's what you
source
understand
for
comedy.
Herod's life. Second major body that we have, and again, problematic, discussed in many discussions in this room. The Talmud is an amazing document with a phenomenal amount of information, but often very difficult to tease out the historical data from it. The authors of the Talmud were all in the Pharisaic tradition, and they were very polemical towards Herod himself, and yet they had an ambiguous sort of stance because they admired some of the things he did for Judaism and the Jewish people at the same time. Extreme, his incredible cruelty and his cavalier treatment of the rabbis, which means cavalier, his inhumane treatment of the rabbis. So, but we do have passages of that are relevant to Herod that come from the Talmud. We'll see some of them today. And finally, I think really fascinating, I spent the whole weekend reading about this, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which don't say too much about Herod in person, but they have a lot to say about first century life in general, first century before the Common Era. Let me take you through a very quick discussion of what are these Dead Sea Scrolls, and by the time we'll come back to them and explore them much in detail. The Dead Sea Scrolls are so named because they were discovered on the shores of the Dead Sea in Israel in 1947 when two Bedouin boys were wandering throughout the region looking for some lost sheep. And one of them wandered into a cave, found, actually what he did was he stood at the edge of the cave, kind of like one of these really inaccessible caves on the edge of a cliff. He threw a rock in to see how far it went in, perhaps it would scare the sheep out, and he heard the unmistakable sound of the rock breaking pottery. So he went in to explore and found a whole bunch of clay jars that sealed up some ancient documents, which he then brought out and they brought onto the black market. From the black market, they were eventually purchased by antiquities dealers and came to the attention of Israeli scholars as well, but and they realized that this was an incredibly important find, but it was all swallowed up within the political environment of the War of Independence, as Israel was declared a state in 1948. Go into the cave, though, the most important was cave 4. There were 10 different caves. There were these holes in the wall that were, it was a man-made cave. It was hewn out. There were other caves that were artificial, that were natural, but this one was actually man-made. And they had these holes in the wall that supported evidently wooden shelves, and then they put the scrolls directly on top of the shelves. It was actually a library that was well used by the Qumran community. We'll speak about them who they were in just a second. And then it was suddenly abandoned in the first century. After it was abandoned, who knows how many hundreds of years later, the wood eventually deteriorated and all the scrolls fell to the ground, where they lay on the surface of the cave, subject to the climatic changes, the rain, very limited humidity in the Red Sea, and eventually quite a few of them were horribly damaged. And they ended up with approximately 100,000 pieces, some of them no larger than a square centimeter, and occupied much of the energy of many scholars over the rest of the 20th century, trying to patch these together and determine exactly what they had to say. There's also a major political story behind this, because when they were discovered and when they became popularized, there was a wise that they must shed light on Christianity, which they do, but only from a tangential point of view. The reality is they don't discuss Christianity, but discuss very significantly the various sectarian movements active in Israel at that time. Lawrence Shipley was without doubt the preeminent scholar of these scrolls, argues that the authors of these scrolls, that is, the ones that were authored in the first century, were primarily pious Sadduceans who had left Jerusalem and set up this commune by the Dead Sea, which was principally male. In fact, some scholars believe they were celibate because they found graves nearby, approximately 1,100 male-only graves in one graveyard, and then elsewhere, a smaller grave site that has also some women and children, so they were probably not exclusively celibate, but it was probably an Essene-like community made up principally of Sadducees who disagreed with the Sadducees in Jerusalem. To reiterate exactly who those were, you were called from last week's lecture, the Sadducees were basically the temple ritual officials who capitulated to Roman rule and were thoroughly corrupt by this time. The
Pharisees, which was the rabbis in modern Judaism as we understand it, had already separated from the Sadducees. The Dead Sea Scrolls were likely written by Jews who were more closely allied to the traditional Sadducean political group, but disagreed with how far they had gone in terms of their abandonment of Jewish halacha. If I pause for a question, yes. Okay, so here we go. So we have some interesting discussions from the Dead Sea Scrolls about what sectarian life was like at the time, and we find that absolutely fascinating. Well, there's also a really interesting political thing that goes behind it, because when scholars first got these, an anti-Semitic tinge to the major scholars involved with Dead Sea Scrolls. They tended to be politically pro-Arab in the early Arab-Israeli conflict, and when they did not find the kind of Christian documentation that they were hoping for early on, they held these documents back until 1984, when they began to leak out, and a lot more scholarship was interested in what exactly these documents say. The pressure eventually built, and now these scrolls are available for everyone. We really see that fundamentally they are really Jewish documents, not mainstream Jewish, but nevertheless concerned with temple and with Pharisaic law and with purity laws and things like that that are the reality of Jewish concern. So those are our major sources for the theory that we discussed over the next 40 or so. Let's go to Herod himself. And it is a really ugly story. So let's just place him within the context of the Hashmonaim, of the Hasmonean, to something to see what we've been speaking about for a while. At the very top, you have Matisyahu, the father of the Maccabee rebels, and underneath him, Yehuda Maccabee, Jewish Maccabee, mentioned here. These are the progenitors of the beginnings of the Hashmonaim period, and then have a resurgence of Jewish statehood after the successive repulsion of the Syrian Greeks, and especially of their Jewish allies. We talked last week about Hyrcanus, John Hyrcanus, Yochanan Cohen Gadol, here, and now we're moving all the way down to his great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren already, down to Herod. Herod himself was born in the year 73, more or less before the Common Era, and he died in the year 4. His connection to the Hashmonaim is because he married Miriam, or Miriam, who was the last of the surviving Hashmonaim, and in so doing, he legitimated his claim to the throne, because you could say he, and especially his offspring, who he would later murder, by the way, were actually drawn from the Hashmonaim stock. He was already married at the time. He married Miriam, the first by way of 10 wives that he had. His first wife was named Doris, but when he married Miriam, he sent Doris and her son away so that he could enjoy his much more royal life. His parents were Antipater II, known also as Antipas the Italian. And this is what we talked about in last week's class as well, that according to the rabbis, Herod was a threat to the Jews because Hyrcanus, when he conquered the Idumean region, known as Edom in some rabbinic manuscripts, refers to a region immediately under Yehuda. When he conquered that region, he forcibly converted the Idumeans to Judaism. And definitely, no rider in terms of Jewish personal conversion is not something that the rabbis condone. And so they argued that Herod was a punishment many generations afterwards for that initial act. His mother was a Nabatean, although his father was technically Jewish from the Jewish line. The mother was from Nabatea, which is in modern-day Jordan. Evidently, she had converted to Judaism because Herod is considered fully Jewish, even though there are some questions about his father's personal relationship with Judaism. There's no question that Herod himself was not observant in the modern sense of the word at all. And in fact, he was a great enemy of the Pharisees, of the rabbis, but nevertheless, his Jewish status is not questioned. His ability to be a king, however, was definitely criticized by the rabbis. They felt that his background was insufficiently of the tribe of Yehuda to merit being king. But nevertheless, that's the route that he took. His rise to power is very significant. In the year 47, he was involved in pacifying the Galilee. His father was allied with the government after one of the Roman emperors, Ptolemy, had conquered Israel. And so Antipater, his father, had sent Herod to the north to pacify the Galileans. There he put down a rebellion with force, and he executed the Jewish rebels without a trial. The Sanhedrin, which was still in evidence and still in activity at this time, was very unhappy with this act. I mean, execution without trial is definitely not a Jewish practice. And as well, they called him in for a witness. So the Talmud has a discussion of this, which is actually in the Talmud itself not referring to Herod. It refers actually to someone under the rule of King Yanai. But some scholars argue that in fact the names are transposed, perhaps intentionally, and actually does refer to this moment when Herod was called before the Sanhedrin. Gemara, Talmud, the Sanhedrin 19, he goes like this. They said to him, they said to the king, which is presumably Hyrcanus II, who was king of Judah, and they said to him, your slave has killed a man, meaning Herod, who's your employee, has killed all these rebels in Galilee without a trial. So Hyrcanus sent Herod to the Sanhedrin, saying, go ahead. So they said to him, they said to the king, you come here as well. The Torah says, and the master shall be testified against. Let the master of the ox come and stand on behalf of his ox. It's all kind of like euphemistic language. You know, hey, King Hyrcanus, it's not good enough for you just to send Herod. You have to answer for him because he was acting on your command to put down the rebellion. So Hyrcanus came. Herod was there. He came himself. So it should have been Shetas. And according to the scholarship that says this is referring to Herod, it's referring to Shammai, the famous Shammai study partner of Hillel, who's known for his strong and sometimes inflexible stance on matters. So they said that King Yanai, might have been King Hyrcanus II, stand on your feet and you will be testified against. And it is not before us that you are standing, but rather before the one who spoke and the world was created, and you standing before God. As it says, and two people out of the place shall stand before God. So he, Yanai, or perhaps Hyrcanus, said to him, it is not as you say, but as your colleagues say. Shammai, why are you giving me such a hard time? You can't prescribe against me. What about all the rabbis here? Let them say there's 71 judges in the Sanhedrin, not just one rabbi. So what are you telling? What gives you the right to tell me the king what to do? So that's not the right thing to say to Shammai. He's not afraid of any of that. So Shammai turned to his left. He looked at his colleagues in the Sanhedrin, and they all lowered their face to the ground. He turned to his right, and they all lowered their face to the ground. Meaning the other rabbis in the Sanhedrin did not have the same kind of gumption that Shammai did, and they were scared to criticize King Yanai or King Hyrcanus. So Shimon ben Shetat said to them, again, it might have been Shammai, are you all such things, Bali Machshavas Atem? Do you think this way? Let the master of thoughts come and pay you. My colleagues, how Herod clearly killed all the people without a trial, deserve to them. So at that point, Gabriel came and struck them to the ground, and they died. I'm not really sure what that means. Later, they will be killed by Herod. At that moment, they said, certainly the moment before they died, they said, the king does not judge and is not judged, and is not bear witness, nor is he the subject of testimony. I mean, we can't force Hyrcanus to condemn his own man. Bottom line of the story, it's an interesting kind of echo you hear in the Talmud, and this is kind of difficult with working with the Talmud as a historical source. Herod appeared before the Sanhedrin actually armed and with a full contingent of soldiers along with him. And that was a very, very flexible, very, military kind of thing to do, to say, I don't really care what you're going to say, I'm going to do what I want to do anyways. And in fact, the Sanhedrin, according to Josephus, was cowed by him, and he refused to condemn him. So let's look at this very quick chart that gives you a sense of his meteoric rise to power, and it involves a lot of geopolitics at the time. The events I just described occurred in 47. 44, remember the numbers count down after before the conflict. Caesar was assassinated. Herod wisely allies himself with his assassin Cassius, right involved in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, if you remember all these things. And he did a great job. Herod did a great job collecting taxes for Rome. I will remind you of, I think it's the most important thing my undergraduate ever take away from my classes is the Abrams rule of history. You know, remember the Abrams rule? It's about money, right? Herod can maintain his power as long as he produces the money. As long as he's producing a great tax revenue for the Romans, he's in like things. So at this point, 43, his father, Antipater, was killed by an assassin, a Jewish assassin. He was probably paid for by Hyrcanus II, possibly because of the embarrassment he suffered at the Sanhedrin. Antigonus II revolts against Hyrcanus, and Herod steps in, protects Hyrcanus II, who may have been complicit in his own father's assassination, and as a result of the energy he expends to protect Hyrcanus, he is able to secure marriage with Hyrcanus' daughter. And it's at this point that he sends away Doris, but this will ultimately bring about his own downfall because he will be insanely jealous of young Rome and the rest of his life. In the year 41, Herod bribes Mark Antony, and who is very pleased with the gift he receives from Herod, and he decides not to listen to complaints from the Judean population about Herod, and he places him and his brother in charge. And they're working together still with this nominal king, Hyrcanus II. Then civil war emerges as the Parthians invade. Antigonus takes control briefly, captures Hyrcanus and Facile, they both die. Herod wishes to escape by getting to Rome, and he resides with Mark Antony. You get a sense of very close relationship that Herod developed with the Romans and Israel. But in 37, he comes back, he defeats Antigonus, he becomes the absolute ruler, he goes back to the Sanhedrin that had criticized him, he murders half of them immediately, and then he also takes over for himself power to appoint high priests. This is the low point of the high priesthood in Jewish history, and it's completely at the whim of a cruel and effective maniacal leader, as we shall see shortly. In 31, Mark Antony is out of favor, but no problem, since Herod is still generating a lot of funds for Rome, the very efficient tax collector. Herod just switches his allegiance to the new emperor, Octavian, and goes happy war. So you get a sense of how Herod manages to maneuver to power in a very complex situation, lots of assassinations, simply by maintaining the revenue stream and by wisely choosing correct allies in the north. Let us turn to that relationship with Rome in Costa Rica. Here is a map that shows you the extent of Herod's kingdom. He was very effective at controlling populations, not so great at expanding, but as you can see, Israel at this time did not extend very far south. There's Masada here where the Dead Sea Scrolls are located. The south of Idumea is not your part of Israel at the time, and including a part of the coast here around Ashkelon, and Gaza is at this point in Israel. Israel also controlled a certain amount of the Transjordan region on the other side of the Jordan River. The capital list here are 10 city-states that have a certain degree of autonomy. They're not part of Israel proper, but Israel extends, or Herod's Israel extends into Galilee, and then right into Syria as well. the friend and ally of the Roman people. The term itself is from country. He was in fact king, but he was not an absolute king. He still had to serve the Roman people. And from time to time, he would go to Rome to arrogate more power for himself. And in some cases, get Roman support. For example, if God was likely to decide he wants to murder his two sons, he wanted to put them on trial for treason, and in fact was successful in receiving Roman support. He had to go there for approval because it would not be seemly for a king to murder his own sons without the tacit approval of the Roman Empire. So he had certain powers, like for example, like a regular king, he could appoint his own heir to be the successor, but he could not do so without confirmation from the Roman king. He had four basic responsibilities to Rome. He had to administer Israel. He had to be the chief judge of Israel. He had to maintain the national budget, and he had to defend the borders from attackers. We don't have a clear statement of tribute, meaning what he paid specifically, but it is assumed that he kept most of his coin from the 20s onward. He had no independent foreign policy that the kind of Roman lead in terms of how he wanted to expect affairs and so on, but he did maintain a standing army very significant in growing the population. So as long as he was within these boundaries, authority was absolute. His authority extended to unimaginable, almost Caligula-like activities that engage in the tone of the and especially creative in describing the churches that I will share some of them with you. Back. Okay. So, his relationship with the Jews. So I paused for multiple questions, but yes, that's what it is. In terms of his respect for Jewish law, I think we have to highly qualify that. He respected Jewish law in the sense that he respected order and stability and loyalty. He respected the structure as long as it essentially was unwanted. That would be fair to say. Matthew was also not kind to everyone. He is associated with the so-called massacre of the innocents, which does not have any other contemporary source. Maybe since you asked in terms of the context, it does give you a sense of who this person was and how he was viewed. And there's also historical data that we can derive from the Christian Bible as well. In the case of Herod, he's portrayed as uniformly evil, which is not completely out of step with the Pharisees would have viewed him as well. Although there are embellishments that we don't have a Pharisaic tradition about him. For example, according to the account of Matthew, chapter 2, if I remember correctly, someone told me about it. It's like the rabbis when they did sermons on Shabbos, it says, someone told me it's in the newspaper. So the Magi come, if I heard this very correctly, the Magi come to Herod and they say, the Savior is born, we're here to go see him, right? The three wise men. Yeah, three wise men. And he says, the Savior, the Mashiach, that can't be, I'm not going to tolerate it. Where did you say he lives? And of course, that's what he said. He's going to say, something in Bethlehem, right? In Bethlehem. So Herod goes and seizes all of the newborn children and murders them all. They had a rival for the throne. It's a story that clearly is a prefigurement of, let's get this term, of the Pharaoh's massacre of Moses' generation of babies, right? And a lot of the Gospels model directly on Jewish motifs from the Hebrew scriptures. Just like Pharaoh murdered all the babies, so too did Herod murder all the children, but Jesus escaped. Now, did this happen or not? I read one piece of scholarship that argued that even though there's no contemporary Jewish source, besides Matthew, which is also a Jewish source, there's no contemporary qualifying Jewish source, including Josephus, but on the other hand, it's not at all out of keeping with Herod's personal activity. And how many So we're talking about a Bethlehem, maybe 20 children who fit that with Bethlehem, but today is just a small village, so it's not at all impossible it could have occurred just as scared. At any rate, I'm not sure what we got off in that tangent because you mentioned that. But okay, so let's go on. His relationship with the Jews. He was desperate for Jewish support. He really wanted the Jews to like him. He spent tremendous effort trying to make him popular. Not so much that he would control his own behavior and that he would not move forward with his will, but really wanted to try and be a popular leader. And in fact, he was able to control Israel for a fairly long period, so he was not without some success. The kind of things that he did to try and appease the population himself was extremely Hellenistic in his approach to life. He was actually one of the founding members of the Olympic Games that we have today. Definitely sponsored all kinds of different activities with larger ancient Greeks. He built a gymnasia beside proper, right across from the temple and so on. But he knew the sensitivities of his population. As a result, he did not put graven images on coins. The Herod coins do not have offensive human images that would have been deemed offensive by his population. One exception, however, which was extremely significant and had a relationship ultimately with the Roman Jewish war later in the first century, is he mounted the Roman eagle above the entrance to the rebuilt temple. Roman eagle was, of course, a national symbol for the Romans. It's a symbol that refers to his putting a brand on this building, and he felt that maybe he'd get away with that. Maybe that would be a statement of the greatness of Rome. The Jews, of course, would have none of it, and ultimately they would rebel over that one image. He also had a problem with his sister marrying a Nabatean who refused to convert and was circumcised, and he did not allow her to marry him, which indicates he has some sensitivity towards online problems of intermarriage. And there are a few moments in his career when he was actually generous. He would provide tax relief from time to time during economic crises, and he was known to open the granaries when there were famines. So he definitely did act as a very efficient administrator, and sometimes even a compassionate one towards his population. But at the same time, he would no disdain for deception, and the Pharisees were arguably the most significant popular rulers of Israel in the sense that they had the support of the wider population. They refused to swear an oath of allegiance to Herod, among other reasons for his extremely cruel behavior towards his opponents and even towards his progeny. Why don't I turn at this point to his madness, which is actually, let's look at his building campaign. The building campaign is the most lasting part of Herod's legacy. It's some of the most amazing things he's constructed. I've only chosen four basic pieces of Herod's architectural legacy, but it is prevalent throughout Israel. He was a major master builder, and you see his footprint all over Israel. But the most important, without doubt, was the structure which the rabbis called Herod's building. The rabbis at the time were uncomfortable using the term Beis Hamikdash temple to refer to Herod's extensive refurbishment of the temple, but nevertheless, Herod considered it one of his crowning glories, one of the most important public structures that he created. The status of this is, by the way, a reconstruction of the Holy Land Hotel, and the scale reproduction of it, so that it's what the building must have looked like. It was a much simpler building before Herod, primarily wood construction, without the filigree roofs and the Corinthian column tops and things like that. You can see here a lot of Roman elements, kind of circular stairs. Here's the Corinthian columns at the tops of the roof, and of course the gold work at the top. It was definitely a majestic building constructed out of Jerusalem stone, so it would have that refractive quality of light that when the sun hit it, you would see that golden color that would be highlighted by the actual palisade around it, and in fact, the temple walls that we revere today are constructed by Herod. They are from this particular generation. They are on the site of the original Temple Mount. Today, of course, the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, stands in the place of the temple. But nevertheless, this was his crown and achievement. Rabbis, as I mentioned, were somewhat ambivalent because even though Taka, it's a nice building, they would say, this is sort of a Yiddish Hebrew to say Taka, it's a nice building, but on the other hand, it's Herod who's building it, so they start to get really enthusiastic about it nevertheless. It did not last long, of course, because the Romans would destroy it towards the end of the 7th century. This building lasted much longer, and in fact, it is present today. This is the enclosure around the tomb of the patriarchs, Mara in Hebron. You can see a very similar style of architecture, with large, heavy blocks here used to construct the walls, the kind of filigree pattern at the top, the battlements that may be a little bit newer, I'm not positive. But this, essentially, think about the targets of this activity, he really reached out to the Pharisee community because they were the ones that had the most touch to the Jewish population, and he wanted to try and give them structures that they respect, admire, and hopefully they would transfer their allegiance to him. That did not happen, but nevertheless, we are left with some magnificent but very functional structures as a result of this extensive building. So my favorite, personally, or maybe my second favorite, is Caesarea, an absolutely gorgeous town, which was a deep water port that was constructed on the coast, largely for pleasure and for commerce with Rome. This is an artist's rendition of what this palace must have looked like. It had natural water pools out here in the palace, jutting out in the promontory to the Mediterranean Ocean. We only have pieces of the structure, but modern Caesarea has been extensively excavated, and we see a tremendous number of monumental sculptures and architecture that show a strong Hellenistic influence and makes it a gorgeous city. It's not a particularly religious city. It's never been associated heavily with, it's not like Iraq or someplace like that, primarily because of the Olympian origins of it, but it is atypically beautiful part of the city. Here's some of the excavation of his palace there with the Mediterranean Ocean in the background. Here is a gorgeous shot of an abbey that he built, which has been thoroughly renovated, and now he's actually used in Israel today for various, theatrical events. You can imagine just watching a play or a concert, something like that, with the sun, I guess it would be setting, right? That's ocean towards the west. The sun setting, and watching it. I mean, actually, I don't know if it'd be really nice if you're sitting here at sunset night, but still, absolutely gorgeous architecture. You get a sense of the grandeur of Herod's reign with the structures like that. And finally, a lot of major public works, like these aqueducts that run up and down the coast, carrying water to Caesarea, all classical Roman architecture with extremely beneficial public import. So again, you get a sense of, on the one hand, murdered so many of his relatives and people who had sons that goes out of it. Just think about the buildings he put up. It's hard not to like them. So I take that back, right? But nevertheless, he did leave a tremendous architectural legacy. Here's my favorite. The palace complex at Masada. Now, he did, from time to time, create these little hideaways for himself. There was a period of time when he had to hide out among the Syrians, a period of time when he had to hide out among the Romans. So he definitely tucked away throughout Israel, kind of like luxury palaces, so to speak, like his Mar-a-Lagos, go to America, but the Masada was one of them. I've been to Masada. It is a redoubt that is on one of the flat mountaintops here that's not too far from where the scrolls were found. Very inaccessible place. Of course, the Jews, the zealots, would make it their last stand in the Roman Jewish War, only falling after a long, difficult siege in the first century. So he built a complex on the top here that was later occupied by the Zealots, and this three-stepped palace complex. There's another view of it in artist's reconstruction, and it must have been absolutely gorgeous. You can't imagine what it would be like to have the view over the mountains of Moab like this. In fact, I can tell you from my own experience, I remember when I was 18 years old. It's funny, my son is now a soldier now in Israel. He is preparing for his first call up. He wants to get to a high level unit. And so he's really working on his Hebrew thing. He's totally loving it. It's just like when I was 18, I totally loved it. I tell you, if I didn't go to college, I would have stayed. I would be other topics, things like that, even today, actually. But at any rate, one of the new things that he had and I had, I think it's like a generational thing. Every business Israel has to do this. That the climb Masada, in the 3 hours in the morning, the candlelight, and then you get to the top and you watch the sun rise. It's just overwhelming. It's a life transforming moment. Okay, anyways, you can imagine you can see that every single day. Okay, so that's that. What about his madness? Because now that we've had a sense of some of the contributions he made to Israel, his madness was absolutely incredible and has become a major staple of artwork over the centuries. A lot of dramatizations, plays, music, and so on. So just to get a list of the kind of people that he killed, why he killed them. He killed Antigonus of recall. That was one of the rivals who was gone early on with the conflict of Hyrcanus. Then, when he got to power himself, he tried to take away the Roman Gadol position, the high priesthood, from his brother-in-law, Aristobulus, that would be Mariamne's brother, and he tried to appoint someone else in his stead, because he wanted a Cohen brother that he himself should control. He had, however, really serious mother-in-law issues. Mariamne, who was, of course, this Hashmonaim royalty, her mother was really offended with the idea that she had to marry Herod. And she harbored a resentment against Herod to the end of her life, which he, of course, hastened by murdering her. So Alexandra, Mariamne's mother, was very upset that her son could not be Kohen Gadol, as Herod said so. And at that time, Herod's no was not absolute. So what happened was she went to Rome, and Rome said, no, let's just kind of keep the status quo. Let's Aristobulus beat the high priest. Okay, Herod said, fine, no problem. Then when they were in Jericho, and they were having some kind of perhaps Hellenistic type sporting event, Herod had Aristobulus drowned. It was a very public event. They were all like this public swimming pool, and Aristobulus was with the other boys in the pool, and they were all splashing around. He was not come up with this joke. Everyone knew that Herod was implicitly under Aristobulus. At that point, his power was definitely ascending. He ended up killing Hyrcanus II, prior king, who was his wife's grandfather. But at this point, relations had definitely soured with his wife Mariamne and her mother. You can imagine he murdered Mariamne's brother, and that was Alexander's son, not to mention Zaidi as well. And so they were actively plotting against him, especially Alexander. So what he did was he put them in jail, and he left instructions that when he was traveling, he looked at the jail, he said, if it happens to me, because they were still powerful people, if anything happens to me while I'm traveling, they should be put to death. So they were his insurance policy and unproductive. So there's one legend that when he was ruled, his death was near, he actually put out a decree that 12 really important people should also be killed when he dies, so that the nation should definitely be in a state of mourning. They wanted to make sure that the nation of he died too. Yes, he was kind of awful. It gets worse though. So he at that point he's estranged from his second wife. He is at this point accumulating 8 more in succession, one of which also named Mariana, which has made him more confusing. And the sons that he had with Mariana came back from some time that they had spent abroad, and they were also upset because they thought that their father was not treating their mother appropriately, and he was correctly suspicious that they were trying to take over the throne. He ultimately accuses them of treason, jails them, he goes to Rome to get permission to kill his own sons, have them tried and put to death. The Emperor Augustus is rumored to have said before he assented to this, it is better to be Herod's pig than his son. He puts his own sons to death. He also puts to death Mariamna, and this is really a turning point for him, of course, madness. When he killed Mariamna, he apparently immediately felt incredible regret and remorse. It did not get over for the rest of his life. The Talmud refers to this in a very bizarre way, that he in fact preserved her body in honey and kept her close to the body close to him for the rest of his life. He did not separate from the body. A very bizarre kind of story. He was racked with guilt for murdering her. All of these people around him were killed. He was in a fugue-like state of when he fell into. I think madness would be fair to say. He was definitely just going one step beyond the other. He was really tormented by Mariamna's death, by Mariamna's murder. Josephus, if we are to believe Josephus, he portrays this kind of like an Agamemnon-like madness, kind of a Oedipal kind of madness. It definitely fits within the Greco-Roman tradition. It's a long arc tragedy where the protagonist descends to the very bottom of human morality and constantly self-flagellating others. If Josephus is being unusually literary, it's not borne out by the other sources which clearly reference this kind of activity on the back part of Herod. The Talmud, for example, clearly portrays him as driven mad. The Talmud says that he suffered from infestation of worms that invaded his body and that he was tormented physically and mentally by them until the time he had his way. Ultimately, he died miserably plain, probably from renal failure, surrounded by people who didn't respect him, and shortly after his death, his reign was done away with, and of course, very rapidly descended into the So to try and put together this complex life and achieve some kind of sense of what is his legacy, it's definitely very ambiguous. On the one hand, clearly a evil character, not someone you want to put in a pantheon of greats in Jewish history. And in fact, if I was some of the commentaries that I received on that survey that was sent out earlier this month were very negative because they want only the positive hero type. And we will talk about one godly next week. We'll talk about Rabbi Akiva, who is unquestionably a phenomenal figure in Jewish history, who is a role model for generations. But this is a history class, so we also look at the negative individuals as well. So Herod's personal conduct as a ruler really has both extremes. On the one hand, incredible evil, incredible cruelty, just no regard for basic human decency whatsoever. He cut a swath through his own dynasty with murders of his own flesh and blood, so much so that even the Roman emperors, and it's really hard to impress Roman emperors with even they were put off by the kind of decisions that they made. And at the same time, he also was very public-minded with a tremendous building campaign that produced structures of incredible value to the Jewish people as a whole. And although we don't necessarily think so much about the origins of some of the physical structures that that we revere to this day, they nevertheless are the result of Herod's own activity. Built on the same site, retaining the same sanctity from the original sacrifices practiced there in ancient times, but nevertheless, Herod's building as a rabbi put it at the same time. So, complicated figure. Thank you very much for your patience as we went through his life and works, and I look forward to seeing you February next week. Rabbi, phenomenal ministry. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the very first lecture of HIS 155, History of the Jewish People 1. This is a fascinating course. It's a survey course that first of two that cover all of Jewish history from the beginnings of the diaspora in the first century to the present day. Today's topic is what is Jewish history. It's an introductory lecture, but I find it interesting. Let's have a look at the present right now. Okay, so here the topic is what is Jewish history. Let's have a look at the very first slide. Many people wonder what exactly are we doing when we're studying history? Why do we need to have so many historians? Is this the kind of thing where I can just read one book and all the time have to know the history? Just like, for example, I might know the math, or I might know grade geometry or something like that. Why do we have to go on and on and on? Why are there so many revisions to history? What are these things for? Can't we just start with the basic information and get it right and move on? That's a very common thought. And specifically when you want to buy your history textbooks and you see they're a lot more expensive to buy the 5th edition than is the 4th edition. But part of the reason is because certainly there is such a thing as bad history. So there are people who distort history, don't have enough facts, tell the story wrong, things like that. And one of the major advances in modern production of historical analysis was occasioned by the thought of real phenomenon that was shown here right up close up. One of his most famous quotes is this phrase, "Yes, I get it in days of," which means the way it actually was. We're going to try and get history right and all the facts, like a videotape or something, and we'll just play it, and then we'll have the actual history. This is the way he actually was from what I've had to see. Pretty relaxed. It seems like most of these students have a big history book, which perhaps he assumed would be the last history book that would ever be written, because once you write it the way it actually was, what else is there to say, right? Well, there's some problems with this model, and we have advanced in our discipline of history over the last couple of years. One element, though, we definitely have, and that is the notion that it's certainly wrong to distort history, try and airbrush out those authentic elements, or actually airbrush, I'm dating myself with that phrase, Photoshop out my accounts. Here, for example, photograph a very important figure in British history, First Cromwell, and he was famous for demanding the portraits of his official portraits done with quote unquote warts and all. And as you can see, he had a rather prominent wart right up here on his forehead, and he insisted that when an official portrait is done of him, it be done without removing any of these items. So history should be like that too, right? We should not remove the warts of history. We should try to portray all of the negative aspects of history as well. In fact, as we see from his death mask, this is another bizarre thing they used to do in the 17th and 18th centuries. They used to take like wax molds of people's faces immediately after they died, and then they would make them into plaster casts, which would be sold and distributed. It was a popular kind of item, but it's valuable for historians because here is the death mask of Oliver Cromwell.
that's on his face would certainly have he would certainly have a movement here and things like that. So you can see on the level of what are we looking at, there is a lack of perceptibility, or a lack of accuracy, perhaps, in the photograph-like reproduction of this likeness. But at the same time, I think this image says a lot more about who he was. I mean, check out the clothes; those are just so wild. He's got rather racy slit up his skirt. I mean, that's a robe. The hose are really, quite impressive. They go to the heels, I think. And that wig that he's wearing, I mean, this says something about Louis XIV, but not yet in the photograph. This talks about himself as a Rothschild-like figure, someone with power. You see the swords sticking out underneath, and at the same time, a sense of style. He's rather cumbersome. You can imagine walking around in that kind of way. I would think it's hard to imagine. But it says more about Louis XIV in this artistic representation than you would get in a single photograph. If you find that in a little bit of stretch, check out this image. Here you see that, once again, he has definitely an pronounced penchant for skirts. But the way he views himself here is he's somehow, at the head of battle. He's carrying some kind of scroll. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but it's hard not to miss the weight of victory there, placing a royal crown on his head, indicating that he's really, victorious every way. And she's got the sun banner above him. And this is certainly nowhere near reality on one level, but on another level, it says a lot more about what the reign of Louis XIV must have been like. So history, on one hand, it is very much like mathematics or physical science, biology, things like that. But on the other hand, it's also poetry. It's one of humanities. It's one of those areas in which freedom of expression is extremely important for understanding history. So that's the first point. That we should understand that history is, on the one hand, an attempt to count realities and the photograph-like accuracy of some kind of reproduction of the past. That's really important. You can't make up facts. The facts have to be built. But on the other hand, history also involves a certain amount of poetic license, in the sense that you've got way too many facts. You've got an abundance of facts. Like, for example, does it matter what shoe size Louis XIV wore? It doesn't, if you try and identify in particular their appeals for his or not. But does it really matter for art and history? No, it is accurate. But on the other hand, in terms of poetic license, it just doesn't matter. On the other hand, if you view himself in extremely grandiose fashion, there's no way to actually photograph that, but it can be captured. So historians do the same thing. Historians work with facts, and they also have to deal with both interpretation, literary analysis, as it were, of the timeline of history. That's one kind of general thing that speaks to a deeper sense of what Rothschild said, the way that action was. So let's go on to the second point, very important, which deals with the social function of history. And we're going to tie that specifically to Jewish history. So what do we mean by the social function of history? Well, basically, history has to do something. History has to somehow be a meaning in our intellectual and even our physical lives. What exactly is that? Well, first of all, let's note that the word story is embedded in the word history. And that's because history provides a narrative. Narrative is a really important term here. Narrative is kind of like the logical sequencing of events, the logical sequencing of facts to tell a coherent story. In other words, a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. History is quite chaotic. There's a zillion things happening every single day, but somehow you have to pick out from those zillion data points those elements that come together for a coherent story. Like, for example, if you were to tell the story of your life, if you were to tell every single detail, it would literally take you as long as you have been living, and then some, things in our life, we're going to play those things up. We're going to understand them as the result of our hard work and effort, things like that. On the other hand, when we have setbacks, our life story is going to kind of explain why those setbacks happen and give us a chance to try and move on in our life because we can kind of shelve them away in a manner that allows us to consider the theme of our life as a coherent whole. That's why history is often written by victors. So if you think about history as wars between countries, for example, the winners will invariably portray their side of the battle as just and perhaps defending the honor of religion and state and power and things like that. No one's going to say we attacked the other country because we liked their natural resources and we wanted to steal it. They've always affirmed the victories and rationalized the defeats. So historians are employed sometimes literally trying to defend their objective. Let me tell you something a little bit about myself. When I was a young historian back in the 1990s, 1980s, early 90s, where the internet was just being born. And I remember being one of the first people in the graduate school to start using email. Bizarre stories. But at any rate, when I was a young historian, we had these things called card catalogs, where if we wanted to find a book in the library, they had these massive wooden file cabinets with these little tiny drawers. You pull them out, and they had filled with index cards. I'm not kidding. They don't pay for index cards. And each book was listed on the index card. And they had to rifle through them all in alphabetical order, because one was out of place, and they'd never ever find it. And once you found that index card, you write down the call number, and you go up to the stacks and you find that specific book. And if it wasn't in your library, then you had to go to the librarian and you had to order it from each library home. And if it was in a library that didn't have this library home, then you had to travel to that library, perhaps in another country. And if that book was in another language, then you had to learn that language. And it was such a difficult amount of effort that as young historians, we used to get points just for finding the facts. Just by going through all that effort to locate the facts that was worth something. Nowadays, you guys have it so much easier on the one hand because you want a fact in any language, at any time, at any place. You just hit your keyboard or you whip out your smartphone and then you got it right there. Amazing. So finding facts for you guys is no problem. Unlike my generation. But what is a serious problem for you and a serious for us, I'm not going to get into today. A serious problem for you is figuring out which facts are useful, which facts are relevant. Filtering through this universe of facts to get the right ones, that's the task that you guys are doing. Here it is. It's like the internet. Finding the facts not so important as interpreting them. That's really important. And you have to understand interpreting. Well, it's not actually social function. History is really messy. There's so many incongruent data points that interfere with this single narrative. Here you are trying to tell the story of your life as you go and struggle towards, some lofty goal, and then you've got these data points from all the time that you were legacy, you try hard enough and you fail as a result. So what do you do with those incongruent data points and try and work with them? One last really important thing. When you're not sure why anything happened in history, and this is related to this social function here, I'm going to give you what I like to call, because it gives me great pleasure, the Abrams rule of history. This is something that you know will eventually show up on an exam somewhere. The Abrams rule of history is as follows. If you're not sure why something happened, it's probably because of climate. Really crucial to the flow of history, the writing of history, unfolding of history, as we shall see multiple times through this course. So let's move on now to ask the question of what Jewish history. So if we understand this concept of there's way too many data points, we have to kind of sift through them to the idea, we're going to come up with this kind of statement, this kind of formulation of Jewish history. They tried to kill us, we survived, Let's see. I mean, you look at our holidays, Passover, Hanukkah, all kinds of things like that. And, typically this is the sort of narrative that we have. Here we are, put it another way, we're kind of like an embattled minority, unfairly attacked by oppressive regimes. We somehow survived miraculously, and now we celebrate our survival. That's a really basic, what they call an elevator pitch to Jewish history. That's the narrative that is so often used to try to put together those specific data points to create a coherent narrative. But is it really the best? Well, there are some aspects of this narrative which are very useful. For example, if our object in creating this narrative is to try to reinforce our integrity as a people in the sense that, to avoid assimilation, to kind of understand why suffering happens and so on, then it actually works fantastically well, because no matter how much the Jewish people are persecuted, by returning to this particular historical narrative, it helps justify and helps us understand the nature of this suffering. It ironically reinforces our belief in the traditional value of this narrative, which includes typically belief in God, chosenness of the Jewish people, the eventual redemption through the Messiah. All these kinds of things fit together really well in this narrative. Now, there are other narratives that we can choose from, and in fact, many other historians do, as we shall see shortly. But when we work with this basic, they try to kill us, we survive, let's eat narrative. We see it echoing throughout. For example, this very early passage in Gemara, in the tractate Shabbat of the Talmud, there is a discussion on an old historical word called Megillat Ta'anim, or Megillat Ta'anim, which is basically a record, kind of a chronology of all the terrible things that happened to the Jews in ancient times, along with how they turned out, and it's reported as a school of fasts, because on those days when terrible things happened, or it really happened, these would be fast days. So the rabbis ask in the Talmud already, we're talking 1700 years ago, they ask, so who wrote this? Who wrote this all the facts? So Hanani ben Cheskia and his circle are credited with it. Why? Because they loved troubles. They loved analyzing these, working with them, recording the story. So Rabbi Ben Gamliel writes, so you know what, we love troubles too, which is ironic, but I think it fits into this narrative notion of history. But what can we do? If we were to report them, we are not up to the task, meaning we're just way too many of these troubles to really put them down. It's overwhelming. And in fact, those of us who lived through the 20th century, those of us who are older, remember the middle of the 20th century. It's just absolutely excruciating from the kind of troubles. But this kind of narrative has its difficulties. For example, what about Jewish successes? How do they fit into this narrative, which does not always emphasize those areas where Jews excel? And what do we do about Jewish culpability? For example, when Jews do something wrong, how do we integrate that into the oppressed minority, unfairly persecuted? How do we understand those events? Do they happen, for example? And thirdly, how do we deal with the symbiosis with non-Jewish culture? How do we deal with the fact that I'm speaking to an English, non-Jewish language, using modern tools of history, which were primarily invented by non-Jews? How do we go on with what we wear, what we listen to, what we eat? All these things are the result of symbiotic or co-living relationships with non-Jewish cultures. How does that fit into this overall narrative? Sometimes these are difficult questions to answer. But let's have a look at a couple of Jewish historians and what they've done. Actually, in this frame you're looking at now, there's only one Jewish historian. On the left is Heinrich Krebs, the first great encyclopedic Judaic historian. And what I mean by that is we had a lot of people, really, from Megillat Ta'anim and earlier, we had a lot of was a student of some Persian and was a master of the languages, and he wrote this massive six-volume history of the Jews. That's how it appears in English, 6 volumes, which articulated the kind of narrative that I am already describing. And it was an amazing history because here was one massive work that the whole panoply of Jewish events all recorded together, and it told a coherent narrative and made Jews feel really proud about being Jewish, which was extremely significant social function of 19th century Germany, where Jews were trying to gain access to larger non-Jewish culture. They were trying to achieve emancipation. And as a result, they were demonstrating to themselves and to the larger world that they were worthy of equality and citizenship. And we'll explore this topic as we get to history 126. However, Grenz's work was not appreciated by all. On the right, you see a German historian, non-Jewish, named Heinrich Rothschild, who was roughly the same generation as Gretz, and he criticized Gretz literally. He coined the phrase, which you see at the bottom of the screen, which means the Jews are our misfortune. He felt that Gretz was unnecessarily laudatory of Jewish activities, and that his narrative was too simplistic, and that the Jews were, in fact, rather various agents in world history, constantly bringing down healthy societies and reducing them to rubble. And he felt that the Jews should be denied citizenship, should be denied equal rights, and in fact, should maybe be chased out of the country. When we look into his heart of hearts, let's zoom in here, we see that his slogans were really influential on 20th century history. This is a picture of Nazis looking at a bulletin board put up by a really nasty anti-Semitic propaganda rag called the stormtroopers, headed by Yiddish Schleicher. At the top it reads, with the Stormtrooper magazine against Judaism. And then underneath you can see they're reading the pages from that magazine. You can see this caricature which you on the left there. And the phrase in the top is von Reich's famous phrase, the Jews are our misfortune. We've got to get rid of them. So here you have two very oppositional models as to what Jewish history means. On the one hand, you have Gretz, who promotes this heroic aspect of a peaceful, peace-loving minority, and you have, on the other hand, the von Reichskind model, which shows the Jews as agents of decay and desolation in every society. So how do we sort through these two things? Basically, through something called historiography. This is really important for more advanced history students, but I'm going to give you just a 2-minute description of this right now. So historiography, translated, is the writing of history. Not what is history, but how is history made. And it takes into account all of the things we've discussed so far, including the kinds of narratives that are constructed, social function that the history is applied to try and tease out what is wrong with this history and how the kind of problems that historiographers have to deal with, or historians who study historiography have to deal with, are the following. For example, source bias. This includes the bias of the author, but also the bias of the sources that he or she goes to make that history. For example, one of the great historians of the Holocaust, Gilbert, did not read Hebrew or Yiddish. So he wrote a fantastic, amazing, multi-volume history of the Holocaust called The Destruction of European Jews, which is incredibly useful work. But because he was not able to access traditional Jewish languages, he didn't have enough material on modern historians besides his work. He didn't have enough material on what the Jews thought about what's happening to them. Memoir literature, newspapers, diaries, things like that. So his history, which is again extremely valuable, but it presents a lot of his analysis from the perspective of the Nazis' understanding of the bureaucracy of murder. So the sources that a historian turns to are really significant for creating or is the final book of history, let's say, trying to push an agenda? So every book pushes an agenda. That's really another way of saying narrative. But is it doing so in an unfair way by avoiding those key data, or by downplaying them, or by taking on context and so on? And finally, very common in Jewish historiography, hagiography. That this refers to the writing of legends. So, for example, if you're writing about some great rabbi, and he had failures in his life, maybe even care failures, how do you write about those things? Is it important to write about those things? How does he deal with halacha, deal with Rothschild, things like that? So, good hagiography omits all those things, but that also history. If you want to understand is the basic part. Just to tell you how the story keeps going, for example, Retz is not the end of Jewish history as we understand it. Much more has been written in the century following his death and into the 21st century. So we show no signs of slowing down. You'll note here another great encyclopedic historian writing a 10-volume history of the Jews, which is also translated into English, 5-volume edition. He criticized Retz for his excessively Prussian attitude towards Jews, in which he said that, the Eastern European Jews were hopelessly backward, superstitious, very, very dim view of Kabbalah, of the Hasidic movement, and so on. Living in the Russian Empire emphasized these as, true expressions of the Jewish spirit and the whole culture and so on. And then later in the 20th century, the great American historian, Salvador Baron, in his magisterial 16-volume work, Social and Religious History of the Jews, he takes issue with what he calls the lachrymose vision of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning tearful. And he says, why are we always emphasizing all these persecutions? Can't we just get off the persecution thing and talk about Jews as part of the larger social, religious, economic, political elements of society as a whole? So this is just a couple of little tidbits to give you a sense of how historians disagree with each other in terms of historiography, and as a result, they create very different histories. Okay, last slide. What's in this course? So basically, we're going to study the Jewish diaspora, meaning the time the Jews spent out of their country from the destruction of the temples in the first century all the way up to present day. Of course, the last part of the second element of this course will deal with modern Israel, but I'll get to that over the next semester. In this semester, we'll focus on the Roman Jewish wars to the Spanish expulsion. And then next semester, we'll begin with the Spanish expulsion and go up to the present day. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed this short lecture and what you think about it. Your task now is to do the reading, which is posted there on your blackboard, and then take the self-test to make sure that you understand all the things that we talked about today, and then move on, succeed, and do great. Okay? Thanks very much for listening. Okay, at this point we should change gears a little bit. I'm going to move from a standard historical narrative of Jewish people in this world. I'm going to talk about a text in particular, a text that is really foundational in nature, one that is exceptionally important for the history of Jewish people, and in fact, it's impossible to understand the later development of the Jews without understanding the nature of this particular book. I'm speaking about the Mishnah, authored, or rather, edited by Rabbi and so that's what we're going to tell you right now. Let's go straight to the basic and see what's what. So, the Mishnah is, as I mentioned, a major text in Jewish intellectual tradition. And perhaps one of the most important reasons that this text is different from the others is the fact that it made Judaism portable. It made it diaspora ready. discussion today is going to be based on the Mishnah itself, because we're not talking about a historical span of time. We're talking about a text that is situated things. That's really the main source for it. However, as we shall see later, there are a lot of useful extra Mishnaic texts that were considered and then rejected or used in the Mishnah by Rabbi, and those texts were preserved in other bodies of information which we have to this day. So the Mishnah has kind of like a second edition that's not considered as valid as the Mishnah itself, as we shall see shortly, as useful for understanding the Mishnah and the Talmud as well. We also have, for us briefly, some sources from non-Jewish origins, such as Roman and Persian documents, that reflect upon the Mishnah and give us a sense of what that text is. Okay, let's recap though the historical background so we can place this text in its appropriate context. The temple was destroyed in the late first century, and the Jews essentially lost their sovereignty. The Roman imposition of more tight restrictions on Jewish activity, the development of more and more Judaism, particularly urban Christianity, began to fragment the Jewish population, suffering a devastating body on the destruction of the temple. There was an attempt to regain Jewish sovereignty of some sort, at least self-government in Israel, under Bar Kokhba in the early part of the second century, and that unfortunately failed, and there was a tremendous amount of persecution under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the late second century, things looked terrible for the Jews. They lost their temple, they lost their kind of self-government, the leadership is increasingly persecuted, they're being scattered throughout the ancient Near East, and things look really bad. How is it possible that the Jews would survive such a tremendous threat to everything? Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the answer to this difficulty. According to Talmudic legend, he was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died. Rabbi Akiva, of course, one of the most famous rabbis of the ancient period, killed through Hadrianic persecution as one of the so-called 10 martyrs of the state. Yes, that are memorable in my whole history. He got a political position because the Jews did have a very tenuous kind of institutional leadership that was gradually recognized by the Romans. He was the Nasi, known as the Prince, and he held a certain degree of political authority over the Jews. He shared much of that authority without a bid, and something for a much larger discussion, but for example, Hillel and Shammai later became Hillel was the Nasi and Shammai was the Rabbi. He was known, Rabbi Nasi was known for his very close relationship with an experienced Roman leader known as Antoninus in the Talmud, where the Talmud reports all kinds of long-winded and complex discussions of theology that they had really quite profound and fascinating aspect of dialogue between the Roman and Jewish world, which represents two things. First of all, it represents the engagement of Judaism with a much larger population, but at the same time, it also represents the tripartite modus vivendi, because a close relationship with the Romans was essential for Rabbi Nasi to maintain his authority over the Jews and to wield that power really to maintain the integrity of the Jewish people. It's possible that this Antoninus was the Marcus Aurelius, the famous emperor of Rome, who was known as the philosopher king of the period, although his dates are just a little early to really join with Rabbi Nasi well. He could have been one of his successors, modeled after Marcus Aurelius, but nevertheless, the idea is that Rabbi Nasi had close ties with the Roman government and was able to gently negotiate the difficulties of maintaining the Jewish existence under these trying conditions. So let's look at the Mishnah itself. Let's try to understand some of the background. First of all, the Mishnah is first was the written Torah, which is expressed in the first five books of Genesis, the first five books of the Hebrew Scriptures, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But alongside this written Torah was an massive body of information known as the oral Torah, so called because it was not conveyed in Old Testament. It was conveyed only as oral teachings from God to Moses, and Moses then to Joshua, and so on and so forth, all the way through the generations. Now, this oral Torah, we do have several references to a body of knowledge circulating in the ancient world, but we have no written examples of it until we get to the second century, when several rabbis not only read the Nasi, but also read the Meir, for example, began to keep small personal notes of the oral Torah, which they could share with their students. The oral Torah has a very important role to play in that the written Torah is difficult to understand. It has a lot of opaque moments in it, and it has a lot of passages where, the reader doesn't think the document and say, well, this is, for example, a spelling error, or whatever you say this way, or for example, why are these letters printed upside down? There are such things in the written Torah. Oral Torah is a very important complement to the written Torah, and it is the interpretive tradition through which the written Torah is understood. This is perhaps one of the most significant what's the word for crossroads. This is one of those specific crossroads where Christianity goes one way and Judaism goes another way. Judaism clearly follows the very strong influence of the oral Torah, whereas Christianity essentially leaves behind the oral Torah to some degree, creates its own oral Torah that takes as far beyond the scripture. But that's one of the crucial elements of traditional rabbinic theology, the idea that there are two Torahs, the written and the oral. What exactly is in this oral Torah? Well, there are three basic expressions of it. The first is exegetic, meaning derive the essential meaning of these multiple pages in the Torah. This is known in Hebrew as midrash. And midrash takes itself two forms. Sometimes it is halachic midrash, meaning it is an explanation of the text that clarifies a law. And sometimes it is haggadah midrash, which means legendary midrash, where it teaches some kind of ethical, moral, philosophical lesson built into the text. Not necessarily one that demands specific legislation, but one that speaks to a larger topic of how the Jew should behave. Secondly, the oral Torah is expressed in esoteric, meaning in mystery, and this is, of course, the long Kabbalistic tradition, which would be the subject of a lecture later on in this course. But it doesn't find written expression until quite a bit later. Midrash also doesn't find much of it. Finally, the legal expression of the oral Torah is what we're going to be focusing on today. That is the midrash, meaning, okay, we have this wonderful document, the Chumash, the five books of Moses. How are we supposed to behave? How are we supposed to interpret this document so that we know how a Jew should live his or her life? So the legal functions of the oral Torah, which are explained at great length, or at least discussed at great length here in Midrash, are threefold in nature. The first is the oral Torah clarifies ambiguities. For example, the Torah says that on the holiday of Sukkot, one should gather four types of plant life, so that are not eaten, known as the Mukah, for example, and you're supposed to wave them in various patterns. Now, in terms of the description of those four types of plants, it describes the palm frond and the myrtle and the other one is called and then it says the last one says the Eitz Hadar, the fruit of a goodly tree. So, what does that mean? It's ambiguous. Does that mean, for example, an orange, which are delicious down here in Florida, a grapefruit? And if you were walking the synagogue with a grapefruit, you laughed at for the rest of the year. In fact, the oral Torah clarifies when it says the Eitz Hadar, it's referring specifically to a citrus fruit known as the Petra, which is shown here on the slide. that's obviously not Jewish practice. Jewish practice explains that when it's a sign upon your hand and it's front with your eyes, it refers to these complex leather and parchment devices that are placed on the head and forearm to see the young man there wearing these stones. The Torah itself doesn't say anything about how tefillin should be constructed. It's only oral Torah that we have such. And finally, the Torah often is prone to simplistic misreadings. For example, when it says, I am Pakistani and I pocket, the oral Torah is quite vociferous and they think that that does not mean that if Reuben knocks out Shimon's eye, the just punishment for Reuben would be to have Shimon knock out his eye. What it means is that the monetary value of Shimon's eye should be calculated, and Reuben would be required to pay that money to Shimon. So these three basic functions, clarifying ambiguities, supplying omissions, and contradicting simplistic misreadings of text, are really what the oral Torah is all about, at least the mission as part of the oral Torah. So when Rabbi Nasi sat down to write the oral Torah, as it were, there was a tremendous amount of controversy, and that controversy lasted for a couple of centuries because the fact is, if it's been oral for so long, it represents a huge break in tradition because it committed to writing. There was tremendous hesitancy to do so. However, he was very mindful of the tremendous dire situation that the Jews found themselves in. Phenomenal political and social pressures as a result of the Roman persecution and the dispersion of the Jews and the economic realities of Jewish life at the time. And so therefore he instituted this very bold plan to gather rabbis from all over the country and to collect all of the oral teachings that they had received. He collected them assiduously and wrote them down, and then he took all of these texts and he organized them into a form which he called the Mishnah. So the Mishnah comes from the word Mishnah, it means to teach. It is the teaching. Now, when you can get all these rabbis together in one place, and they're all saying over their teachings, as you might expect, particularly when you're dealing with an orally transmitted amount of information, there will be some inconsistencies. And there were a tremendous number of inconsistencies. So Rabbi Nasi's genius in this particular area was to take all of these texts and to filter out those that they felt were somehow defective. Not inauthentic, but perhaps not the best way that the subject could be stated, or perhaps misleading, or perhaps fragmentary. And so what he did was he kept the best text and he placed those in the Mishnah. And the texts that really did not fit, they were set aside and they were incorporated later into the text, as the Tosefta and the Baraiton. And these things become very, very important when we go to the Talmud later on in the schools. So let's look at the structure of the Mishnah, understand what it's all about. He divided it into 6 distinct areas of human activity. The first is known as the scrying, or seeds. And this is basically a huge opinion of law, children, and culture. Things such as the sabbatical year, the idea that the flag of Israel has to lie fallow on the year of the Sabbath, prohibition against mixing clubs together, and the laws of blessing, because all of the words that come out of the ground, the first one, which deals with blessing. The second section is Zoe, which deals with times, which deals with essentially the holidays, Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, things like that. The third section, and the largest actually, is Nashim. Nashim, or women, is probably better stated as relations with women, because the Mishnah is a tremendously androcentric being written by men, for men. And when it deals with women, it's really all about how to relate to it. That's why it's the most mysterious topic of the Mishnah. But what it deals with, for example, is marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, commentary on the Mishnah, as we discussed next semester. Nezikin deals with damages like torts, civil law, criminal law, things like this. Roommates, cow eats the grass and shipments, porch, shipments, porch falls in and roommates, cow, breaks its leg, you sort those things out, that's all it's going to see. The last two sections are not as well studied. Koshin deals with essentially temple rituals and holy things. And Tahara deals with the complex laws of maintaining ritual purity for several functions of the temple. So that's basically the content of the Mishnah. It forms an acronym in Zman Naka, which means time clock, time is taken, which is basically what one of the most fascinating aspects of the Mishnah is the fact that since it involves the opinion of so many rabbis, it is quite intentional and influencing. Rabbi Nasi rarely clarified what is the bottom line. The typical Mishnah would read, Rabbi X says that this kind of chicken is kosher. Rabbi Y will say this kind of chicken is not kosher. And that's the end of it. And you'll go on to something else. And so here you are, you're trying to read a law book, a law code, you say, well, which one is it? Do we accept Rabbi X or do we accept Rabbi Y? Mishnah rarely says what Rabbi Nasi feels is the correct text. And so, as a general norm, rejected opinions are cited in this text. This is something which is really quite fascinating and speaks to the root of Jewish culture, because in the very, very foundation of this important doctrine is debate is essential. The only way you really engage this text properly is by arguing about, okay, well, what are the grounds for Rabbi X's opinion? What are the grounds for Rabbi Y's opinion? Perhaps Rabbi Y was speaking out of a particular circumstance. Perhaps Rabbi X was speaking under the assumption that certain factors were pertaining to the situation of the chicken and so on. So it means that the only way you can read the Mishnah properly is through dialogue, which is later expressed in commentary. That's essentially what the Talmud is going to be. The Mishnah also is not a typical commentary in that a lot of non-legal material is also included within it. Most famous, perhaps, is the tractate of the chapters of the Fathers, which is absolutely brilliant and soaring discussion of Jewish philosophy and ethics, which is richly studied every year as an incredible basis for Jewish thought. So, in conclusion, the Mishnah is the work of subtle genius. The fact that Rabbi Nasi left it so often open-ended and left it rather unfinished in nature, and that the only way that Jews can deal with this is through being included. It's not a kind of text where you can read it once and understand what's going on. Every passage has to be puzzled over, and perhaps more importantly, every passage should be debated, which requires an interlocutor, requires someone else, requires a Rusa study partner to engage in the text together. This formed the basis of Jewish study, requiring Jews to live close together and to be attracted to people who were able to explicate this complex document. And in a way, this book was essentially preserving both the oral quality of oral Torah, because it required that active human interface, and also preserved the vitality of the Jewish people and allowed them to be their Jews, even under the trying circumstances of the dynamics. So that's about it for this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you on the next one. Today we've got a great topic. We're going to look at the Talmud, a topic that really is fascinating for me. It's something I spent a lot of time studying and something that I continue to get a lot of energy out of. It's an extremely important text in Judaism. It's been called the Constitution of Judaism because of its very centrality to Jewish life and thought. And so let's have a look at what exactly is involved with the Talmud. So what we're looking at right here is the frontispiece or the title page of a very famous edition of the Talmud that published by the Widow and Brothers Rothschild from Vilna. This is a typical title page from the so-called Vilna Shas. As you can see from the bottom there, this one was published in 1881. The edition comes really from the 1860s and is one of the most important editions of Talmud that's ever been published. Moving along in the text of the Talmud. Oh, by the way, I kind of like doing this because I always felt such a warm feeling when I looked at this particular page with the portico gates going into the Talmud. I always found it so fascinating, exotic. Okay, here we go. So, to begin with, I'll tell you a very quick story about something that happened when I was studying in yeshiva, which is, of course, a center for studying the Torah. And I was studying in a place called Rothschild in Jerusalem. And they had this problem where they had a lot of students who would come to the yeshiva, especially those who came from the collapsed Soviet Union, where there was a certain amount of trepidation. Perhaps the yeshiva would close, perhaps something would go wrong with the yeshiva, and people would be left without anything to eat because the yeshiva didn't provide food for these often impoverished individuals. So, but the problem was, so a lot of these young men would go into the yeshiva, into the cafeteria, they would take their lunch portion, and then afterwards they would take a second portion, and they would take it up to the dormitory room. And the problem was that this cost a lot of money for the yeshiva, and it also attracted bugs and things like that. So the yeshiva decided to make a new policy that they posted outside the yeshiva door, outside the cafeteria door. The policy read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Now, what the administration of yeshiva had probably not counted on is the fact that these are young men who spend their entire day focusing on textual questions, on analyzing possible readings of an ambiguous text. And so when I came out of lunch that particular day, I happened to glance back and I saw the sign and I saw that someone had subtly altered it, just a few little annotations. And so it read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, the student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. This is an illustration of the kind of skills that are developed through studying the Talmud. Very, very sensitive analysis of the text, of what is possible with the text, and really a phenomenal mental exercise and spiritual exercise that has been the primary intellectual occupation for the Jews of diaspora for about 1,500 years. So I'm going to take a lot of stuff from a book I wrote a couple of years ago, a small book that is a brief and personal introduction to something they call the Seed of Talmud, that talks a little bit about my personal account of the Talmud. It has a lot of kind of like fun stories like that in it, I think, and a lot more material which really talks about what exactly is the Talmud. By the way, this photograph here, two things. First of all, it's not photoshopped, and it's an actual photograph of me wearing a black suit going into the Atlantic Ocean. A friend of mine, Stephen Mills, took this great photo, and it was, I have to say, had a lot of explaining to do when I got home. My wife was a little bit perturbed with what I had done. Luckily, however, the cleaners, and I thank them in the book, the dry cleaners did a good job with the suit. They cleaned it perfectly well. I was able to wear it again, of course. And the funniest part is that the sand got into the hem of the cuffs of the pants. And then she unsew all of the cuffs, get the sand out. Second thing I should tell you is that I'm holding a Talmud volume there. I'm very careful that no Talmud volumes were harmed during this photo shoot at all. It's disrespectful, and we took good care of it. At any rate, on my website there is a short excerpt from this text that basically talks about what I'm going to say today. If you'd like to read the whole thing, of course, that would be great. So what exactly is the Talmud? first of all, is an extended commentary on the Mishnah. I refer you back to the lecture where we talked about what the Mishnah was. We won't go into that again. But basically, this is a long discussion of the text of the Mishnah. It goes off on tremendous tangents. Often the tangents are longer than the actual discussion of the Mishnah itself, and can really comprise any type of information. There's discussion of, biographies of great rabbis, or recipes, or analysis of anthropological or zoological phenomena, what kind of lessons we can get from the behavior of a cat, meteorological information, really a tremendous gamut of information is contained within the Talmud. And that's why it's known as the wine of Torah. Let me show you a chart which explains why it is the wine of Torah. Let's jump ahead. Here it is. Basically, it's because while it is ostensibly a commentary on the Mishnah per se, it really includes two other elements of Jewish thought, which are combined into this overarching massive document, the Talmud. First of all, the Mishnah, of course, is essentially about law, about Jewish practice, although there are a lot of Mishnayot that go into very different topics other than practice per se. But in order to understand that Mishnah, quite often the rabbis have to bring in midrash, which is essentially rabbinic commentary on the various biblical passages, and very creative kind of commentary, much like that sign that we saw outside Yeshiva in Jerusalem. And finally, the Talmud has a tremendous amount of mystical thought. The Kabbalah, a lot of the esoteric teachings of Judaism are brought into the Talmud in the context of the discussion of the Mishnah, or one of the many fascinating tangents that the Talmud contains. This is kind of like a process distillation, hence the term wine of Torah, because it's something that requires effort and processing in order to access it. Jump ahead now. Just to quickly review, we saw this in the Mishnah, but let's look at it again. The Talmud is often called Shas, which is an acronym for the Hebrew phrase Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders. And since those 6 orders apply to the Mishnah, they also apply to the Talmud, which is the commentary on that Mishnah. Some people sometimes confuse the Talmud with the Gemara. They are actually identical. Gemara, which is the Aramaic term meaning completion or learning, is related to the Hebrew cognate word Talmud, which comes from learning. And both of these documents sit right on top of the Mishnah. So when you buy an edition of the Talmud, you automatically get the Mishnah contained within. I'll show you a picture of that shortly. Actually, why not? Look, I have a copy of the Talmud right here with me. This is one volume of 20. This is the Babylonian Talmud. And well, this one's a little bit anomalous. Let me just get another one off the shelf. There we go. Okay, here we go. I have one. And here, this is Tractate Shabbat. So just give you a sense of how this looks. So Tractate Shabbat is one of the longer tractates, and it goes to not 314 pages. It actually goes to double that. Let's see, this is 157. No, that's right. 314 pages. Double folio size. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so much detail. Not good enough. But when you look at the whole volume here, this is the Talmudic text itself, and this is a whole bunch of commentary, including various edited versions of Talmud, like the Alphas at the back and so on. So of a typical volume that's this thick, about half of it is typically Talmudic pages, and the rest is commentary. And of course, there is commentary on the pages. I'm going to show you a chart of that in just a second on the present. But at any rate, this is a 20-volume edition, the most standard edition, the Vilna Shastra, would be my favorite. Portico drawing as well. I really enjoy this kind of stuff. I just feel like going inside. So, back to the Prezi, though. The 6 orders of the Mishnah and Talmud basically are listed here, and their topics. And as I mentioned earlier, the Talmud goes off on a tremendous amount of tangents, so you can't simply think that everything dealing with marriage and divorce is in the order of Nash. You will find marriage and divorce in Boy, and Ezekiel, and other words as well. It's very fluid and flexible, or maybe a word to use would be fragile and delicate, that keeps many disparate topics joined together, although in a non-linear any rate, who wrote this text? Well, there is basically hundreds of authors involved. There are the original rabbis of the early period, the period of, let's say, Moses, Joshua, and the elders, as Jerry describes it, that will hand down teachings, and they are continued through the prophets and various scholars through a period known as the period of the Sukkot, which are associated with the early Mishnah, and then the Tanaim, which are the Mishnah teachers proper, and then finally it reaches the Amoraim, or the speakers, who take all of these things and combine them into the Talmud. Another way to look at it is basically these are the transcripts of huge, massive discussions of rabbis in the various academies, both in the land of Israel and in Babylon, processing all of this material, trying to analyze the Mishnah by bringing in various texts from the various Varaitot and Tosefta. You remember that from our lecture on the Mishnah. Comparing them and trying to refine exactly the truth of the material as a whole. Now, I mentioned there are two Talmuds, the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is actually a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't written particularly in Jerusalem. It was really written in the north, in the Galilee region, it's the Tiberia region. But at any rate, this earlier version of the Talmud, probably around the 4th or 5th century of the Common Era, the Babylonian Talmud written 100 or 200 years later in the Mesopotamian region, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. The Jerusalem Talmud is not nearly as popular as the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian is considered more authoritative, primarily because it could consider the Jerusalem in its own deliberations, although there are many sections which are in the Jerusalem that are omitted from the Babylonian Talmud, primarily because they were not as relevant to Babylonian life. In particular, for example, the agricultural law that was related to living in the land of Israel, the sabbatical law, things like that, whereas the Babylonian Talmud especially expanded in the area of civil and criminal law, the order of Satan in particular. When people say they're studying the Talmud today, they're almost invariably studying the Babylonian Talmud, although there are many scholars, of course, who look to the Jerusalem Talmud for a tremendous wealth of information that's not present in the Babylonian. So the Talmud, as it's presented, is very fascinating. A lot of people like to look at the page of the Talmud itself, but in reality, the page of the Talmud is a page of history presented in a two-dimensional format. In many ways, it's similar to the internet, the World Wide Web specifically, because it has hypertext, and it is possible that when you study the Talmud, you are really engaged in a massive conversation that covers millennia, literally millennia. You'll look at a text that goes back to the Mishnaic period, quoting a text from the Bible that's even earlier, that would be debated by two Talmudic rabbis, and then there will be people in the century, let's say Rashi, discussing it, disputed by Tosefot in the 13th century, moving up through, let's say, Rabbi Hager in early modern Europe, and all the way up to the 20th century. It's really fascinating, to the 21st century. Fascinating document that offers so much history really on a single page. The page is divided into three things. There is commentary on the text. That is basically a way to try and just get a sense of what does the text say. The Talmud is written in a highly archaic Aramaic idiom that not only is difficult because of the linguistic difference, where we no longer have Aramaic as a vernacular. It was, of course, the vernacular of the rabbis when they wrote the Talmud, but it's written in a highly coded and condensed version that is especially useful for oral retention, because I should not omit to mention this is oral Torah. It was committed to writing only centuries after it was discussed. So in the oral format, it's really highly compressed, often with one word signifying an entire paragraph of meaning, and it takes many years to be able to learn to decode the text, which incidentally is presented entirely without punctuation. That makes it even easier to figure out. Then there is a second level of discussion on the Talmud page, so-called analysis, and that's especially something you see with Tosefot, where text will be compared. Tosefot will say something like, "Wait a minute, how can it say this on this page of the Talmud when 30 pages ago we saw something totally different?" Or even 30 pages later, we will see relationship of ideas, not truly present in the Talmud. It's one gestalt whole that, like the sea, that you have to really approach like any shoreline, and eventually you will reach the other shore. But quite often you have to like experiment with swimming in hot water, cold water, deep water, water filled with massive marine life and jellyfish, sharks, and all kinds of things like that. And the other thing you'll find in the Talmud is often code material. We'll talk more about this when we get later in this course, but codes basically are an attempt to kind of digest all this material and say, all right, let's organize this and say, what exactly is the bottom line? How are we supposed to be making? Is this chicken kosher or not? Can this couple be legally wed or not? And the codes, which often appear on the page or as cross-references to codes that are printed elsewhere, will tell you that kind of information. What is the bottom line? The Talmud, like the Mishnah, often does not the bottom line. Often does not produce a sentence that says, after discussing this for 10 pages, we have decided X. That does occur occasionally in the Talmud, but more often than not, it does not. It is up to the student, guided by a teacher, a qualified teacher, to really understand what did the Talmud say after all. It's really not so simple. Here's a look at the Talmud page. I showed you my own Talmud, but here's from Tractate Brachot. I really spent a lot of time talking about all of the details, but just to give you a quick look, you'll see that the Mishnah occupies the top part of the central portion of the text, and that's, of course, the ancient document that comes from the 3rd century. Then following it is the Gemara, that's signified by a larger print, Gimel and Mem for Gemara or Talmud, which is a discussion of that Mishnah. Now, that section of Gemara can and does go on for many, many pages before the Gemara that includes and a new Mishnah is presented. On the right-hand side, it'll be on the left-hand side of other pages. It's always on the center of the binding though, is the commentary of Rothschild, which is essentially a really important commentary just to follow the line-by-line description of what's happening in the Talmud. Sort of unpacking that really dense text for 11th century readers. Now, of course, we need commentaries on Rothschild for the 21st century readers. And then on the opposite side, you typically have Tosafot, which are the school, it's not just a single person, a school of rabbis who analyze the text, who try to break it down, criticize it, question it, turn it every which way, and try to get every last minute or two out of it. Tosafot includes, among others, Rashi's own descendants. And then typically on the outside, sometimes squeezed on the inside, between the margins, you'll see cross references to other texts, such as the codes. And that's a typical page of Talmud. Okay, there's a lot more to say about how the Talmud was studied, the role of women in the study of Talmud. But I fear I'm running out of time right now, so I'm going to stop here. And I certainly encourage you to read more about this amazing document. Okay, today's topic is really bizarre. It's one of the most unusual chapters in this long history of the Jewish people. It's the story of the massive 8th century conversion of the entire kingdom, Khazaria, to Judaism. Wow. So why did they become Jewish? What happened to them? It's a really amazing story. If you look at this first slide here, you see the green area is roughly the range of Khazarian influence. It's a massive region in the area of what let's say, Ukraine, a good chunk of Russia, the Caucasus Mountain regions, Georgia, Azerbaijan, places like that. And this region was Jewish for about 500 years. Wow, how did that happen? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's look at it in a little more detail. So, first of all, perhaps you have come across the story of the Khazars through this book, the Sefer HaKuzari, written by the great Spanish Jewish poet Rabbi. This is a 12th century work that is quite a bit later than the actual conversion of the Khazars, which is dated to the year 740. But it essentially tells the story of why this king of Khazaria converted to Judaism. Now, what's really important to understand about this, though, is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was not trying to write a history book. This is a work of Jewish philosophy. If you want a work of comparative religion, it's not intended to be an accurate historical account of the conversion. The story goes like this, as presented in the Kuzari, but basically, it really is what happened. This King Quran, a pagan living in his capital of Itil, which is on the northern part of the Red Sea, he wonders about, what religious verity, and he decides he's going to hear from all the great monotheistic faiths. He feels like it's time for himself and his people to move on from paganism, and clearly monotheism is a burgeoning trend, and therefore he says, okay, let's find out about what's going on with the monotheistic faiths. He calls a debate between the three great Western faiths, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And he has all of the figures discuss the historical elements of their faith, and ultimately, after he hears all of them, he decides that Judaism makes the most sense, and he converts himself, and his entire nation follows him into Judaism. That's the basic story as presented in the Kuzari. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wrote it, and he could only write it really within the very special environment of Spain, which had large Muslim and Christian populations, was to give Jews an opportunity to defend their faith against the arguments of the other two great monotheistic faiths. And by couching it within a historical fact, the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, he was able to present this rather challenging theological debate within a historical format, but really his main goal was to present the truth of Judaism vis-a-vis its competitors for people's allegiance. So we can't look at Kuzari as a historical document. It is called Jewish philosophy, but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what happened. But let's go into a little more detail of that. So here's a map of the entire region. That you can see that the city of Itil, right there on the north of the Caspicious Meer, was the Caspian Sea inside the Meer, a German document. And they really extend quite far. You see up towards the top left, you see Kiev, which, according to the great Ukrainianist Aurelian Matsakov Harvard, the late Ukrainianist, he believes that Kiev was actually a Jewish outpost of the Khazars, which is fascinating to think that, the central city of the entire Eastern European civilizations of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, what's called the mother of all Russian cities, so to speak, was actually a Jewish trading post to begin with. But nevertheless, you see it goes all the way from Ukraine, right across much of the Don region of Russia, and well into Central Asia. So, what exactly happened? We know a little bit about a 10th century document that was written also in Spain, or it comes to us from Spain. This is a beautiful view of the Alhambra, a very important Spanish palace that I believe was actually constructed by Jewish figures at the time. We'll talk more about that in a later class. The great Jewish diplomat Chasdai Shaprut, conducted sort of a survey of major Jewish communities throughout the world, and he sent a request out to Khazaria, and he received two responses from a king Joseph, who in fact told the whole story of Daria became Jewish in the year 740, and in fact, this is really the favorite Levi story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is, this king Rabbi had this three-way dialogue with Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and in fact ultimately decided to become Jewish. So we have multiple sources that point to the same story of the original religion of the Muslims. But really, one more really important fact. Here's we have some evidence from the Cairo Geniza, which is quite fascinating. The Cairo Geniza is a topic that I wish we could have a lot of time to talk about. But basically, this is one of the most important sources for Jews in the medieval period and Muslim world. And in fact, it's a really important source for Muslim history as well. According to traditional Jewish law, any document that has one of the 7 names of God that have special holiness may not be destroyed. You can't just throw away, for example, a Torah scroll, or a prayer book, or anything like that cannot be thrown away. And so the halacha is then and now that these things are stored in a special storage area called a Geniza, basically a storeroom or a treasure house, someplace where you put things that are important. And then from time to time, they're taken out and they are buried in a Jewish cemetery. It happened that in the town of Fustat, not far from Cairo, this ancient or very old synagogue built in the 9th century, that anything written in Hebrew, regardless of whether or not it had sanctity, was stored in the attic, which is shown here in this kind of artistic representation of it in the Ezra synagogue there, where they stuffed away all these documents, not only holy documents, including autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other really famous works, but they included marriage contracts, Hebrew books, business contracts, doodles, shopping lists, like honey, would you please pick up some baba ganoush on the way home from the shul? All these kinds of documents were stored in the Cairo Geniza. And then at some point, probably in the 12th or 13th century, it was sealed up, and it remained sealed until the 19th century when it was opened up and people found about 250,000 documents related to about 500 years of Mediterranean history. This compares, by the way, with about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So it's a phenomenal treasure trove of information. Now, we're going to go and talk specifically about what does the Cairo Police say about the Khazars, because, of course, it overlaps with that period. And one of the most fascinating documents is this one here, the Kievan letter, which, it has some pieces are missing, and it's difficult to make out certain letters, but many scholars, including the previously mentioned William Fitzog and Norman Gold, who wrote a book on this document, argue that it comes from Khazarian Jews from Kiev, probably in the 11th century. And essentially, it is a document that is called a Teudah in modern Hebrew, or a certificate. The document says, the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding man, and that he needs your support, so please, give him, be generous with him. And essentially, we still have these documents today. If you live, for example, in any Jewish community, if you live in a single family dwelling on the street, you will get, charity collectors knocking on your door and presenting you with letters, something like this. Usually they're laminated and usually have signatures from the people in the community that say, this person deserves your support. He has 17 children. He has to marry them off. He does this. He supports a yeshiva. He does whatever it is. And so this is essentially, 1,000 years ago, they were doing exactly the same thing with these kinds of documents. What's interesting when you analyze this particular document, though, is you look at the bottom left there, you see something written in Turkic runes, not written in Hebrew, but written in Turkic, which was the language of the Khazars. And it is translated as the phrase, I have read it. Now, Goldberg argued that what this means is that this document was obviously written by a professional scribe in Hebrew, and he would put together the document, and then the officials of Kiev would sign it and give, yes, they prove the contents are true, including officials who could not even sign their names in Hebrew. When it says, I have read it, it's probably someone read it and translated it to him in Turkic, which indicates low level of Jewish literacy in the community cannot even manage basic Hebrew letter. What was the content of their Judaism? And so that opens up all kinds of questions about the Khazar's conversion, which we'll turn to right now. So what were the prime reasons for it? Probably the most basic reason for the Khazar conversion, the fact that they had geopolitical questions to deal with. We saw this map earlier when we looked at the spread of Islam. I added this kind of yellow region that says Khazar influence. But if you look at this, you see, okay, Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region from the south. Islam is an up-and-coming faith. It's expanding with tremendous rapidity. And the Khazars who are pagans saying, oh my gosh, we could easily be swallowed up in the Muslim expansiveness. At the same time, not really shown here in this map, but I kind of like the colors of it, Christianity is spreading from the west. Christianity has already taken over much of the northern bank of the Mediterranean Sea, and it is steadily making its way into what would later be Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, Russia, and so on. And so the argument is that King Ulan realized, wait a second, if we succumb to Muslim pressures, then we will lose our religious identity, and along with that, we will lose a considerable amount of our political independence. Furthermore, it will be a borderland region, and we will end up being on the front lines in the spread of Christianity. Similarly, if we were to elect to become Christians, then ultimately we would fall within their geopolitical orbit, and then we would become a borderland to the Muslims, and we would potentially have a political and military dispute with them as well. But Iran realized that, in fact, both the Christians and the Muslims regarded Jews as a sort of privileged, protected people. The Muslims through the Pact of Mar, the Christians through the doctrine of witness, and therefore he said, wait a second, what if we take a moderate approach and we become Jews? Then Muslims will have to respect our political integrity, at least to some degree, Christians as well, and we can retain our identity within the context of the spread of these other two great monotheistic faiths. Kachava, that seems to be what he decided, and in fact the Khazars did maintain their independence as a Jewish nation for about 500 years as a result. Still, we have lots of other questions like wow, they became Jewish. I mean, what happened? Why did they become Jewish besides the geopolitical? How Jewish were they? How come we don't hear anything more about them? I mean, these are all really big questions. So let's look at those right now. So there's evidence from medieval travelers that, in fact, the level of their Jewish faith was fairly thin. Travelers like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptachet Regensburg, talk about the Khazars, and they don't seem to have a lot to say about them. It doesn't seem to really excite their attention that there is this huge Khazar kingdom. Not to mention the Geonic responses that has survived from Babylon, which is not so far from Khazaria. We don't have too much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be really on the radar of the rest of the Jewish world, so much so that we really only hear about them in the 10th century with Chasdai and there's some significant question that maybe they did practice very basic rituals like circumcision, and that's like one of the most fundamental Jewish rituals. As Jews become assimilated, it's one of the very last rituals to go. Perhaps they were Karaites. Perhaps they practiced a form of Jewish expression that denied the validity of the oral Torah. It's also a possibility it's kind of lost in the dark. And it's very difficult for us to interpret this from the archaeological record. See, for example, this coin from early Khazaria. It looks like a Jewish symbol, but the fact is the Star of David wasn't a Jewish symbol until years later. So it's hard to really understand what kind of Judaism they practiced. But the bottom line is they probably were not practicing full rabbinic Judaism as other peoples were. Many scholars feel that perhaps the reality of the Khazar environment was such that the only top layer of society, the royalty, for example, converted to Judaism, and the rest of the population just maintained a nominal kind of attachment to Judaism. All these things are possible with what happened to them? So this is kind of an interesting topic that many scholars look at today. Perhaps the most significant argument that really stirs the pot over the Khazars is expressed in this book by the famous author Arthur Kessler called The 13th Tribe, in which he argues, along with several other scholars, that the Khazars, when they disappeared, they essentially formed the ethnic basis for European Jewry, known as Ashkenazi Jewry. Most scholars dispute this, and in fact, they impute less than ideal motivation to those who advance this proposition. But just in brief, why would you argue that the Khazars became Ashkenazi Jewry? Well, because you've got this massive population, and where do they go? I mean, what happens to them? That's the central argument, really, is where do all these Khazars go? We know that they're there until the 13th century, and all of a sudden they disappear. The problem is there's very little evidence to indicate that the Khazars had any impact on Eastern European Jewry culturally, and so it's hard to see any Khazar influence on these people. And at the same time, there's lots of evidence to indicate that Rhineland Jewish civilization, which is the heartland of Ashkenazi Jewry, where Ashkenaz is associated with the northern German of Schweier, Worms, and Maine. There you see lots of evidence, like, for example, linguistic evidence. One is that we have no appreciable impact of Turkish or Turkic language on the language of the Jews of Eastern Europe, who spoke overwhelmingly Yiddish as their mother tongue. Yiddish is basically medieval German, so they carried the language with them from medieval Germany into Eastern Europe, Poland, and show you Ukraine, places like that. And there's a lot of Slavic influence, Russian language and Polish language, Ukrainian language, and Belarusian, but very little Turkic. One of the great scholars of the Yiddish language, Max Weinreich, does argue that there may be a few key terms, like, for example, the very popular Yiddish term, daven, which means to pray. That does not have a clear Hebraic root, nor Aramaic, nor German. It may be related to a Ukrainian term, a Slavic term, but it's also possible it comes from a Turkic root. So it's not saying that the influence of the Khazars is completely missing, but there's so little and such tangential evidence that people argue that's simply not real. More likely, the preponderance of scholarly opinion is that the Khazars had such a thin attachment to Judaism to begin with that in the 13th century they simply abandoned Judaism altogether and assimilated to various indigenous faiths, presumably Christianity eventually, and so on. Now, so what are the perhaps inappropriate scholarly motivations of people who want to argue for this? Some say that the reason why people do the argument is because it undermines the Jewish claim to antiquity through the Middle East in particular. In other words, if Ashkenazi Jewry are really descended primarily from the Khazars, that means they are not ethnically related to the ancient Hebrews of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. And this would mean that they have less legitimacy, as the argument goes, to the land of Israel, and so on. That's perhaps the political motivation for this kind of argument, which is incidentally very much favored by white supremacists and other groups. Not well supported by the scholarship, but nevertheless, one can see why they would want to argue this particular point. That being said, looking at the Jewish people as a whole, you want to try and look at genetic background. It's clear that Jews are completely mixed in whatever peoples they live with. If you look at the Jews of India, they look like the non-Jews of India. If you look at the Jews of Poland, they look like the non-Jews of Poland. The Jews of Ethiopia look like the non-Jews of Ethiopia, and so on. So it's really a specious argument. Judaism does not define itself by genetic origins. It is fundamentally a peoplehood defined by the Torah and faith. Nevertheless, let's go on past this. So, what about the Chazar legacy? So, besides the possible intrusion of the love for Chinese food that affects the Jewish people, it's funny with this picture here, it's very difficult to determine the specifics of how the Chazars made a larger impact on Judaism. However, it's very clear that they are well integrated into the medieval non-Jewish environment of the time. We have multiple data points that argue that, in fact, the Chazars existed. Many other peoples are aware of them. We have them in Arabic historians, for example. But perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Chazars is in Russian culture. The very important early document that describes the birth of Russia as a culture is called the or the Chronicle of Bygone Years. And the central story of the Povest is the transformation of pagan Russia into Christianity. Amazingly, although this document is written many centuries after the Khazar conversion, it's almost identical to the Khazar story. The king Volodymyr, Vladimir, in the year 988, holds a debate among four practitioners of various faiths. In this case, he's having Jews from Khazaria, explicitly mentioned Jews from Khazaria, and discuss Judaism. A Muslim discusses Islam, and two forms of Christianity are represented, both Western Christianity, later called Roman Catholicism, and Eastern Christianity, the Orthodox Christian interpretation. We all debate, and Volodymyr actually comes very close to Judaism. You can imagine what would Russian history be like if, in fact, he adopted Judaism. But at the last minute, he says to the Jews from Khazaria, he says, "Okay, let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign up? But before we do, just tell me, where's your homeland?" And the Khazars say, "Oh, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but it was taken away from us because of our many sins." And Volodymyr says, "What? You guys live in exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen to me." And so therefore he turns away from Judaism. He also comes very close to Islam, but in a rather humorous moment, he sort of says to the Muslim, he says, "Okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first drink a l'chaim." And the Muslim says, "Wait a second. You have to realize that in Islam, we don't drink alcohol." And he says, "What? Are you kidding? We Russians love our little cups," which means, shot glasses. There's no way we're becoming Islamic, and as a result, he turns away from Islam. Then the debate comes down to the Roman Christian, the Roman Catholic Christian, and the Orthodox. He ultimately, of course, chooses the Orthodox, and in 988 there was a mass baptism in the Dnieper River, and ultimately Kiev and later its successor civilizations in Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia become Orthodox Christians. So that's perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars in the non-Jewish world. A fascinating and unusual chapter in Jewish history. Thank you for listening. Okay, so today we're going to talk about it because of its extreme importance in understanding the survival of the Jewish people. Obviously, we like to think there are a lot of supernatural forces involved, and one supernatural force in particular. But if we analyze the survival of the Jewish people, we can see that despite its apparently miraculous longevity, the Jewish people did put in place a lot of really significant sociological and even anthropological mechanisms that supported their survival throughout a very difficult diaspora filled with persecution and, on the other hand, threats of assimilation. And much of that success was due to the fact that they worked out a rather excellent communal structure known as the K'nai. It's an organization that really helped the Jews survive, and in fact, it persists to the present day. Not so much in the traditional term, but at the very least, organization of synagogues. They adopted, by and large, the exact same structure of the Megillah as was used in really the ancient period through the medieval up until the early modern period. So let's have a look at the Prezi and see exactly how it works. Here we go. Here's the Prezi. Okay. This, by the way, is rather amazing image. This is of the world-class synagogue in Poland. I chose it just because I wanted to have some kind of facility that you can look at. You can see the really interesting Oriental style Goda-like architecture that was common for many of these wooden synagogues in Eastern. Many of these synagogues, I'm not sure if the Warsaw synagogue was included in them, were made entirely without nails, entirely just with natural wood. The reason being Kabbalistic nature, that nails, being metal, somehow defile the structure, and so they made it completely out of wood using tongue and groove techniques, really phenomenal works of art. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk about that in the class. But anyway, let's go to our topic today, which is really Jewish communal structure. So the passage in Pirkei Avot really says about it. If there is no flour, there is no Torah, and if there is no Torah, there is no flour. Meaning, you have to have work in order to enter spiritual activity, and you have to have spiritual activity able to continue working, keep both of these things together. And in many ways, the way the Kehillah was structured was essential to Jewish survival. The Kehillah supported Jewish survival, and with ongoing Jewish survival, there was a perpetuation of the Kehillah structure. This would not crash into a halt in the 19th century, and in many ways, the Jewish world has suffered tremendously as a result of the Kehillah, still trying to figure out exactly how to define its existence after the loss of this institution that lasted close to 2 millennia. But nevertheless, let's concentrate on the ancient and medieval periods today. The Kehillah survived and was so successful at keeping Jews intact because there was a tremendous amount of coercion involved in the system. In other words, you had to belong to the Kehillah, and once you belong to the Kehillah, you had to follow the rules. It's very important that we understand that up until the late 18th century of the French Revolution, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You either belong to the Jewish community or you belong to another religious community, the Christian or the Muslim community, for example, depending on which culture we're looking at. There was no such thing as saying, I just feel like opting out. I don't feel like belonging to the Jewish community. Now, it's true, as I may have mentioned to you before, the current, of the Kehillah structure would be an institution like, let's say, the United Jewish Movement or the Federation Movement. Once you get on their mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But that's not true of the ancient period. In the ancient period, the only way to exist was within a corporate structure like the Kehillah, or moving out to a different estate, let's say in a feudal system like the Christian peasants or the burghers and so on. On the other hand, if the Kehillah is overly coercive, if there is no freedom and no dissemination of power, then the Jewish community would simply dissipate on its own accord, as people would voluntarily elect to leave the community and join the other communities they had to compete with. There was no middle ground. They were either in or out. And we should remember that the Kehillah, even though it exercised this coercive power to keep the Jews intact, we should view the fact that they did so within the context of often hostile minorities. Tiny Jewish minorities living within an overall hostile environment can spell disaster, but the Kehillah was an important mechanism for keeping them alive. This is exemplified in the late 19th century work of Shalom Aleichem, the great Yiddish writer, who wrote, as you can see in this picture here, Tevye der Milcher, Tevye the dairyman, popularized English as fiddler on the roof. The idea being that Jews are like a violinist, Persisch, on the very top of a piece of roof. And they're trying to eke out the tune of their lives. They're trying to play music, all the while balancing precariously on the rooftop. And that was the nature of Jewish life, trying to figure out exactly how to maintain Jewish existence within a hostile environment. And the deal was one of the most profound balance actors. If you actually log in and see the Prezi, you can watch this little video of Tevye, who talks about tradition and things like that. It's really great to watch it, but actually maybe we should watch it. It's fun. No. We're gonna go on. Just go and log into the Prezi and you'll be able to watch the whole thing properly. We're gonna go past this. Okay, sad but true. Okay, so here's the Kehillah, and I've broken it up into several main parts so you can understand the most significant elements of the Kehillah. The first element of the Kehillah, first section of the so-called Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. This was typically an association of 5 men. Women who were not seated on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This is a very anthrocentric institution. It's also a plutocratic institution, meaning it was dominated by wealthy individuals. The members of the Tuvei were expected, in exchange for the great honor of receiving these leadership positions, they were also expected to essentially write checks to the Jewish community. And so it was kind of give and take. Wealth gave privilege, but at the same time, responsibility. And quite often, the Tuvei Ha'ir would have to underwrite a lot of the very important work that the Kehillah would do, as we should see later. The Kehillah would, and the Tuvei Ha'ir, would appoint one member who was known as the Parnas, or the president. The word Parnas and president are most likely related, but the Hebrew term Parnas means the one who provides. The Parnas means to feed, to provide, that kind of thing. And that was a very accurate term because the Tuvei Ha'ir were required to give of their own wealth to keep the society moving. There were periodic elections, people would get in and off of the Tuvei Ha'ir, but this was a standard feature of every Kehillah. Now, the Tuvei Ha'ir was balanced by the Beit Din, typically comprised of 3 rabbis. The Beit Din were given the task of ensuring that everything that happened within the Kehillah, including the actions of the Tuvei Ha'ir, were entirely within the bounds of Jewish law and halakha. And this meant that sometimes the Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din would come into conflict, especially because the salaries of the Beit Din were actually paid for by the taxes collected by the Tuvei Ha'ir and often supplemented by the Tuvei Ha'ir's own resources. So if the Beit Din were to be overly strict and demanding of the Tuvei Ha'ir, chances are the Beit Din or part of the members would simply be fired and they would lose their position. On the other hand, if the Tuvei Ha'ir did not behave in accordance with halakha, as clearly stipulated by the Beit Din, then the large masses, the Jewish population as a whole, would lose their confidence in the Tuvei Ha'ir and exert kind of soft pressure that would ultimately cause Tuvei Ha'ir members to step out of those leadership roles. So the Beit Din and the Tuvei Ha'ir had kind of like a dynamic relationship of opposition and pressure that kept the whole thing basically running according to Talmudic law and with a fair degree of equity. The Beit Din would also, of course, be adjudicating all kinds of internal disputes as they occurred in the Kehillah, and was an essential aspect of making sure that there was consistency and integrity in all of the legal affairs of the Kehillah. Both the Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din employed people called Rabbi. The word legabot in Hebrew means to collect or to enforce. And I kind of like the term enforcer myself. Now, we may have heard this term, Rabbi, from synagogue membership, because there's always someone in the synagogue called the Rabbi, whose job it is to basically make it runs properly during the services. That the correct people are called up to the Torah with the readings, the correct order, and things like that. Which doesn't sound like such a, it's an important task to learn the community, but it doesn't sound like such a forceful task with a tremendous amount of authority. The traditional Gabbayim, however, were extremely powerful because they were given the task of carrying out the will of the Tuve'ahir and or the Beit. In the case of the Tuve'ahir, the most important thing the Gabbayim would do, they would collect the taxes. They would have the responsibility of going out and making sure that every member of the Kehillah paid the required amount as assessed by the Tuve'ahir. And so this is a rather coercive system. It's not like an income tax system where you fill out forms and have appeals and things like that. But the Tuve'ahir would basically have a look at your wealth and say, okay, you have 3 cows this year, so we think you should pay this amount of money, and you would have to surrender it. If you didn't like it, the Gabbayim would come. And if you didn't like that either, well, then you could run into the Gabbayim of the Beit Din, which could impose even further sanctions. They can impose fines. They can impose social ostracism, meaning, like, for example, you would lose synagogue privileges, or there would be proclamations saying people couldn't do business with you for a period of time. Or, most seriously, you would lose burial privileges. We'll talk about that in the next slide. The Gabbayim had a tremendous amount of authority because they were acting on decrees of the Beit Din and or of the Tuve'ahir, and they had a tremendous amount of impact on society. Again, the coercive nature of the Kehillah, although it may rankle modern sensibilities, was essential to keeping the Kehillah functioning. They had to have standards of consistency to make sure that Jews complied. Well, I should also mention that corporal punishment was not at all unknown. That, for example, let's say a person refused to appear before the Beit Din when summoned on a repeated basis, then that person could actually receive lashes for failing to comply with the Beit Din's demands. Now, the majority of the work of the Kehillah, the actual functioning of the Kehillah, was by the Chevrot, and these were dominated by women. The Tuve'ahir, the Beit Din, the Gabbayim, all male, but the Chevrot predominantly female. The word Chevra means association, or friends, and basically we could translate this term as committees. There were a whole host of committees that were dedicated to serving all the needs of the Kehillah. Things like take care of orphans, take care of widows, take care of poor brides, take care of travelers, study associations, you name it. Anything that the Kehillah wanted to organize, they would create one of these free-form committees, again, dominated by women, who would then use some of the resources that were given to them by the Tuve'ahir to make sure that they could carry out their work. So let's say, for example, very common, you have the Hachnasat Kala, the providing for poor brides. There'd be a certain number of brides in the Kehillah that did not have sufficient means to set up their first home. And so there would be a Chevra, Hachnasat Kala Chevra, that would go to the Tuve'ahir and they would say, all right, we have so many brides this year, we need so much money, and the Tuve'ahir would have to disperse those funds. Ideally, from taxes collected from the large tax base of the Kehillah as a whole, but more often than not, they would have to actually come up with some of the money from their own pockets. So the Chevra would be responsible for carrying out this function within society, and they would rely on the Tuve'ahir to provide things. We should also understand that compared to surrounding Muslim or Christian societies, the Jewish level of social service, the social safety net, as it were, was massive. There was very little comparison. Jews were really very, very self-sufficient as a community, creating all of the various institutions they needed to care for those who were downtrodden in society. The Gabbayim, go back for a second, remember these guys, one of their functions was collecting, for example, for the weekly poor relief. As described, for example, in Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, there would be several different funds, one for people who had not even 2 meals worth of food to their name, one for people who had like 3 days worth of food, and another, let's say, for people who needed food for the Sabbath, or especially for, Passover. That's the Gabbayim would go out and they would collect all of this money door to door, and then the Chevras would be in charge of dispersing it as appropriate. Now, these are kind of the formal, I forgot to mention the most important Chevra of all was the so-called Chevra Kadisha, the holy Chevra. And the Chevra Kadisha, there was a male and a female Chevra, were associated specifically with Jewish burials. Chevra Kadisha was typically populated only by the most respected, typically older members of the community for Kabbalistic reasons, which we'll get into right now. And the Chevra Kadisha had tremendous authority. If they were so commanded by the Beit Din, or in some cases the Tuvair, the Chevra Kadisha could withhold funeral services from a recalcitrant member of the community. And this was taken very seriously by the communities. The thought of not having a Jewish burial struck fear into the hearts of Kehillah members, and typically even a warning that the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury a Jewish member of Kehillah was sufficient to get them to comply with the standards of the Kehillah. Now, remember that there were a few alternative loci of power, in places where you could exercise power. There were a few kind of like disruptive power structures that were tolerated in the Kehillah for special occasions. One of my favorites, for example, is that if a woman felt that she was not being treated well by the Beit Din or the Tuvair, and she felt that her case was not being considered adequately, for whatever reason it would be, she could actually go into the synagogue on Sabbath morning during the Torah reading. She could invade the men's section and go right up and stand on the bima with the Torah open and refuse to allow the service to continue. Of course, it requires separation of men and women during traditional services until her case was heard. And this was a huge public embarrassment for the Tuvair or the Beit Din if they had not been handling her case properly. And it was kind of a threat that many people could use, women could use in particular, to exert their will despite the lack of obvious power. The way the occasions in which this would typically be exercised, let's say, for example, if a woman was separated from her husband and her husband refused to grant her the requisite get or bill of divorce. The way Jewish law is structured, ultimately divorce only happens when the husband grants the wife a bill of divorce, a situation that is extremely dire in the 20th and 21st centuries as the divorce rate increased, and that's maybe for something we'll talk about at the end of this course. But it's not an unknown phenomenon throughout history. Now, if a woman felt that she was being pressured unfairly, let's say, to have her parents pay off her husband's debts before he would give the get, and they didn't have any money or things like that, then one of the ways that she could retaliate is simply by going to the synagogue, stopping the services, publicly shaming both her ex-husband, who's actually still married to her but separated, and the holders of real power, the Tuvair and the Beit Din, into acting more forcefully. And of course, as mentioned, they could use corporal punishment to make sure that the husband gives her the get. So that's kind of like the main structures of the Jewish communal structure. To jump ahead to the 16th and 17th century, all the way really to the 18th century, one of the most fascinating elements of the entire system is when a whole bunch of these kehillahs, essentially Jewish municipalities, got together and decided to unite. And they formed something known as the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, in which they brought all of the kehillahs together to essentially a government within a government, a state within a state that existed in the medieval, early modern Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have meetings twice a year in the market city of Berlin and discuss all kinds of issues that were important to the entire region, including, for example, husbands who run out on their wives, like giving a get, and they move from one city to another. Well, the kehillah system allowed for a level of standardization so that people could not escape their duty. They were also quite involved with copyright law. They instituted the so-called skama, because this was coming out around the time that printing was popularized. The Haskama that is today called an affirmation at the front of a typical traditional religious book will usually say, some rabbi will write a letter saying this book is kosher and it will not pollute your mind if you read it, things like that. But back then, the Haskama was designed mainly to enforce copyright, telling readers of the book that they are not allowed to republish this book on their own until a certain point in time has arrived and things like that. They also, kind of interesting, they engaged heavily in sumptuary legislation, which essentially are laws limiting consumption. How so? One of the things that went on and on in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was that Jews would make celebrations, simchas, for a circumcision or for a wedding or for a mitzvah, and there was a significant amount of one-upmanship, where if let's say Reuven made a bar mitzvah and he would serve 3 kinds of gefilte fish, then when Shimon had to make his bar mitzvah, he would serve at least 4 kinds of gefilte fish. And then when Levi wanted to make his, even though he had very little money, he could certainly offer less than 4 kinds because his friend Shimon did that. And costs skyrocketed and symptoms just ballooned out of control. And so Land said, okay, from now on, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish at a bar mitzvah. You cannot invite more than 300 people to a wedding. They kept on making these laws over and over again, which indicates that people simply weren't paying attention. That despite the highfalutin nature of this really huge agglomeration, gathering, let's say, Kehilot, they still were not paying attention when it came to things like how we're going to run our own systems. That's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we'll return to it when we get to the modern period. At any rate, that's the entire story for now of the structure of the Kehillah. It's you should bear in mind that it was very coercive, that the Tuveir would assess your taxes, and you would have to pay it. Tax collectors, the Rabbi coming. Of course, it was a progressive tax where if you paid less money, you had to pay less to the funds and so on. But the Tuveir, with the Beit Din in particular, really helped keep the Jewish people in line and behaving with one basic Talmudic standard of law, which was incredibly important in keeping the Jewish community well structured and keeping its vitality intact. When we get to the 18th century, we'll see that the destruction of the Kehillah, which came with the French Revolution of 1789 and in Russia with the Reform Decree in 1844, for example, this structure ended. And although Jews now had much more freedom in terms of defining their own identities, often secular identities, in contravention to traditional Jewish law and practice, nevertheless, that also opened up the very dangerous avenues to assimilation as Jews simply melted off the sides of the core population. So that's basically it. A quick overview of Jewish meal structure. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to talking with you in the next lecture. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at Jews in medieval economy. To start with, much of our thinking about Jews in the economy is colored, unfortunately, by the image of Shiloh. This is a character devised by William Shakespeare of a medieval Jewish moneylender in Venice. The title of the play is The Merchant of Venice. And Shylock is angered by the fact that his daughter decided to marry a non-Jew. And in the context of the play, what Shylock does is he proposes the extremely harsh punishment to his debtor of exacting a pound of flesh for a loan that he failed to repay. The story ends up well for everyone except Shylock, of course, but the idea of Shakespeare's play really resonated very deeply in the Western imagination and kind of codified an image of the Jew as this avaricious, greedy, unscrupulous individual who was deeply involved with his money and stop at nothing to get out. So, to a certain degree, this is a grossly unfair and highly anti-Semitic portrayal of Jews. And although I will highly recommend Shakespeare's play, I think that it's not at all a monochromatic or monodimensional representation of Jews. Even the money-lending Jew Shylock comes off quite sympathetic in certain passages. But let's try and understand what are the roots of this anti-Semitic image and understand the role that the Jews played in the economy and how that affected their relationship with people around them. This is primarily true, by the way, we're speaking today about Jews in the medieval Christian economy. In the Muslim world, things are slightly different. We're not going to treat that today. Okay, so first of all, in order to appreciate any sense of Jews in the medieval economy, one must understand that Jews are a deeply and fundamentally urban people. Not since the Jews left the land of Israel in the first century or in the Roman exile, and until their return in the late 19th century with the advent of the Zionist movement, have Jews been agrarian to any significance. For example, here is a Yiddish looks like a film strip which shows the Jewish farmer, and I think it actually means the Jewish farmer. I mean, this is him. His name is Shlomo. That guy behind him there isn't even a farmer. He's just helping him out. The idea is that there's so few Jewish farmers there for anyone. Even Tevye, the rural dweller of the shtetl in Fiddler Grove, was a dairyman himself. He wasn't even a worker of the land per se. And this is basically a truism for much of Jewish history, for reasons that I hope to explore in the next 15 minutes or so. But Jews basically avoided the agrarian experience after having left their homeland in Israel. They congregated in urban areas, either smaller urban areas like villages or increasingly in large cities. And this has a tremendous impact on what kind of professions Jews would choose and what kind of economic impact they would have in society. Here's a picture of a Jewish urban environment, and Jews are a very gregarious people. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue to form a minyan, a mikvah for the family purity laws, within distance of a Chinese restaurant for sure, and lunch yet. So these are the kinds of things that really make Jews must live in an urban environment. And don't forget, it's also quite a bit safer for Jews to live in an urban environment. So it's close together, in many cases behind ghetto walls that were actually preferred and selected by the Jews themselves in many cases, because this did not so much prevent the Jews from leaving the ghetto as it prevented from marauders from getting into the ghetto. To find this a very difficult concept to grasp, all you have to do is come down here to South Florida and drive around Boca Raton, and you'll see all these massive installations of Jews in things called gated communities, which are essentially, modern self-imposed ghettos, because they're kind of keeping hoi polloi out and protecting the civilization within. So Jews are a fundamentally very urban population. Ironically, this means that they come into close contact with another highly urbanized element of the medieval population, and that is the clergy. Jews, because they were increasingly living in larger towns and cities, this is where the cathedrals were built. These were where peasants would gather for their church services. And so the Jews and Catholic clergy were regularly brushing elbows in the urban environment, which had an unusual kind of spin-off effect in their relationship. We'll talk about that more in the next lecture. But that's the first point. Jews are highly urbanized. Take away the ancient period when Jews lived in their land, take away the modern Israeli period where they live in their land once again, and in the 2,000 years in between, they're really a very urbanized people. Now, in that urban environment, it's important to realize that medieval society was structured quite differently from modern society. And in modern society, we are citizens, and the government deals with us as individuals. We all have a label called a social security number, for example, in the States, or social insurance number in Canada, and the government wants to know exactly our individual taxes that we have to pay on an individual basis to the society, and we're judged individually and tried individually and so on and so forth. This is not at all the case in the much more primitive and evil environment in which people were grouped within communities, or more properly corporations. It's sometimes called the feudal nature of society, in which people basically had a right to coalesce, forcibly so often, within certain segments of society that correspond usually to activities. We're a little bit closer at this very simple drawing. Serfs and peasants, the largest group of the population, who are occupying the bottom of this triangle. Above them are knights and vassals, who are engaged in various military affairs and so on and so forth. Above them, you have the nobles and the church, and then finally, at the very top, the king. This is a fairly simplistic drawing, but this is the basic idea of feudal society. Now, the question that remains is, where do Jews fit within this? They're certainly not the king. They're not the church. Are they nobles? Hardly. They're certainly not knights either. And are they serfs? No, they're not agrarian. They're living in an urban environment. So what exactly are they? So early on in the medieval period, Jews took on the status known as servi camera, which is Latin for serfs or servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber. And this was a really important thing that had a tremendous impact on protecting the Jews and allowing them to survive much of the medieval period. Specifically, it has to do with the ancient medieval history, which is money. It's really all about money. So, all of those other groups, for the most part, were not generating cash income. Money, as we understand it today, in terms of currency, which of course back then was precious coins and metals, was not in large supply. People were dealing with a lot of barter, a lot of service exchange, things like that. And so we didn't have a lot of cash in society. But the Jews were going to be very prominently figured in commercial activities. And the Jews were the ones who were actually accumulating money, as we understand it today, in terms of cash. So the king realized this, and he took advantage of it by taking the Jews directly under his own economic supervision and taxing them directly without entering any intervening reporting relationships. For example, the knights did not tax the Jews, the church did not tax the Jews, only the king taxed the Jews. And this meant that there was a symbiotic relationship where the king had a vested interest in the economic well-being and physical survival of the Jews in Europe. Because the more they survived, the more they flourished, the more tax income he could derive from them. This often put the king at odds with the clergy, and there was a secular and religious conflict over what role Jews played in society. But the fact that they were servi camerae was extremely influential in protecting the Jews throughout most of the medieval world. Now, in that regard, how were Jews making money? The most important single piece of legislation that affected Jewish activity was the so-called law of Gratian. Gratian was a church official from the 12th century who codified a practice into official canon law that allowed Jews to act as petty moneylenders. More important, not only were they allowed to act as moneylenders, they had a guaranteed monopoly on charging money and interest. Specifically, it's based on this idea that Jews and Christians and Muslims have in common that it is forbidden to lend or borrow on interest from one's fellow. The verse in Deuteronomy says that you may charge interest to a stranger, you may not charge interest to your fellow. Which means, as the Jews interpret it, Jews may not borrow money and pay interest on it from another Jew. Jews may not pay interest to another Jew at all. And I tried calling up the various credit cards that I have in my wallet to see if the CEO is Jewish, but I haven't had too much success with them. At any rate, Christians, under Gratian in particular, interpreted this verse exactly the same way. brother, you must lend money without charging interest. To a stranger, you may charge interest. And so, therefore, what that meant was that Christians couldn't borrow money from each other and pay interest, but they could borrow money from a Jew. And let's understand how important money lending is in society. That's the only way that you are going to get any kind of commerce happening. That's the only way you're going to have any kind of advancement in the economy. Let's say, for example, it's an agrarian economy, and people are farming, and they invest in their seed, they put their seed in the ground, and then they've got to wait. Wait until they harvest it. And since the harvest is going to be months down the road, therefore they have to get some way to get through this difficult period. They borrow money at interest, and they'll pay it back at harvest. So the Jewish activity as money lender is extremely important for preserving and advancing the medieval economy. Here's an interesting image showing a Jewish medieval money lender. You see him on the right there. He's wearing. So obviously this is designed by a Christian artist because you can see at the very bottom of his robe he's got some Hebrew letters there, or that's actually pseudo Hebrew because the artist doesn't know how to make it in his woodcut. And on the left is a Christian money lender, a borrower. You can see he's clean shaven. It's one of the marks of Christians in this period. And his money bag, which is on his belt, is empty. It's kind of like the artist's rendition of empty pockets there. And he doesn't have any pants. I mean, come on. He can't even afford them. He's not just joking. He's wearing clothes. But anyway, he's got his hand out saying, I need money. And the Jew is sitting there with a big bag of money, and he's counting out and so on. And he even has on his desk a primitive calculator known as an abacus to help him calculate the rates of interest and so on. Now, why would Jews want to go into money lending? That's one would think, it's not such a, why would you want to go into this? So here's the advantages. It's pretty clear. First of all, it's profitable. You can make a lot of money from money. But we should understand that the interest rates that were charged in medieval period could approach 50% interest. That's huge. That's more like the department store credit cards. Huge amount of interest. And very commonly, 30% interest rate. Secondly, as we mentioned before, it is urban. It allows Jews to remain in their traditional living quarters among other Jews and so on, things like that. Thirdly, it's intellectual labor, and perhaps another way to put that is not physical labor. Imagine the life of a farmer digging in the ground from dusk till dawn, and backbreaking labor and any weather and all kinds of stuff like that. This is much easier work. Working with your brain instead of your back, so definitely much more attractive. It's portable because from time to time Jews would be exiled, expelled from their homeland or from their place of residence. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And so, when you have money, it's very easy to carry it from one place to another. You can bury it, get it. It's not like real estate where it's stuck. If you're exiled, that's it. You lost it. So it's a very significant form of portable wealth. And finally, this kind of job is very easy. You can almost be bankers hours, let's say 10 till 3, and the rest of the time you have for Talmudic study and things like that. So money lending definitely has a lot of advantages. The disadvantages, though, are also significant. First of all, there's always the risk of non-payment. Now, it's true that when you have recalcitrant customers who will not pay you back, because the Jews were serving Hammuride, they could call on the king to enforce the arrangements and coerce the recalcitrant debtors to pay. But that's a very difficult thing to do. You've got to pull a lot of weight. Secondly, even though this is an essential function in society, it's bound to promote some popular resentment. For example, credit cards. Everybody loves credit cards. When you get an application in the mail, it feels like free money, right? You don't have to think about it. But when you start getting those bills, and the bills just don't go away every time you make those minimum payments, you feel a little bit differently about it. So there's going to be a certain amount of popular resentment building up against the Jews. When you get some lecture on the Eastern European Center, you'll see how that really could result in sometimes catastrophic violence. In some cases, this meant there were popular uprising, which several, for example, in the 17th century, devastated Jewish communities. And sometimes you would have a situation like in the 13th century where the Jews would be lending money to powerful lords. And when the debt got simply too high, the Lord said, you know what, it's better to cut, let's just kick the Jews out. It'd be easier to just wipe our debts clean, not have any more Jews. Then, as for example, what happened in France in the 13th century, the Jews were actually expelled 3 times, which meant that, they were going back 4 times. Because what would happen is they would be expelled because the debt would get too high, and then people say, we really need that credit to function again. They bring the Jews back, start money lending again, and say, you know what, this debt is low, get them out of them. So it's like a friend of mine that was at my school who was kicked out of the Times. And I said to him, yeah, but that means you were accepted twice, please. That's fine. Anyways, so that's the money lending was certainly the backbone. It was the primary pillar of the Jewish economy for much of the medieval period and many of the countries in which they lived. But that was by no means the only way that Jews supported themselves in this economy. For example, Jews were highly active in a whole range of trades. Remember, the vast majority of the population, we're talking about over 90-95% of the population is farmers. They generally don't have a lot of time or leisure to develop specialized crafts. And so as a result, these urbanized Jews began to socially stratify their activities into highly specialized activities like the needle trades, in which Jews excelled later on in history. Also silversmithing, making gold objects, anything from simple spoons and knives and things like that. You can tell, by the way, by the kind of surnames that Jews often have, like Schneider, which is tailor, or silver, or silversmith, all kinds of things like that. They're also involved in music and the arts. He is in the center there in the white jacket, my good friend there, Kula, he's an amazing modern klezmer troupe called the Klezmer Company Orchestra, which we're going to play some music of his under the background of this video. And because Jews have the potential to get together and rehearse, unlike peasants who are living far spread apart in their farms, things like that, it meant that you were able to develop in the arts quite significantly. And many of these were Jewish, certainly in the 19th century. And another interesting aspect of Jewish activity was tavern food. You see this picture showing George Tavern on Keepers and Lesbian Initiative with looks like Jewish, perhaps Ukrainian clientele. Jews could set up these way stations for peasants to come in and drink, or for travelers to actually enjoy a hotel meal. It's also related to the distribution and production of alcohol, which Jews often had a monopoly on, especially in Eastern Europe, something called the Dominatia, and this is all pushing finally, we should understand that many Jews were, again, we're talking about Jews who were urbanized, literate, which made them highly distinct from the rest of the population, and so they were able to engage in real professions as well, such as, for example, medicine. Jews were involved in medicine from a very early medieval period, and excelled in that field. My father is a great example, and continues to do a lot of it as well. So that's just a little view of many of the types of occupations that Jews were engaged in. It's all really hinged on the fact that Jews were urbanized. And I think that sense of their dwelling over these things, a lot of that's really a key idea in much of what happens. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's lecture is remarkably unpleasant and a lot of nasty stuff. We're going to talk about medieval anti-Semitism. A warning straight up, a lot of the images that I will need to use to illustrate the nature of medieval anti-Semitism are quite graphic and kind of painful to look at. So if you are under the age of 18, this might not be the right video for you to look at. There we go, fair warning. Okay, so the first thing we need to say about anti-Semitism is that it's bad. The second thing is that it can be broken down into four basic areas. One of the really unusual aspects of anti-Semitism as an ideology is it really adapts to the nature of the society it is finding its host. It adapts to its host like a virus, really. And you'll see that anti-Semitism can find fertile soil in places where there hardly anywhere there is a lot of fascination with the protocols of Zion. We'll talk about that later. And it'll be radically different in nature than, let's say, the anti-Semitism of 12th century Germany. Very different. Right? There are four basic things. We're going to focus on the third, but let's quickly run through those four periods in which anti-Semitism shifted its ideology. The first period is known as that of ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia refers to the fear of strangers. And this is kind of like the period in which Jews suffered a certain amount of distress at the hands of Greeks and Romans and other ancient peoples. And a lot of literatures from this period have negative things to say about Jews. However, most of those statements really are in the category of normal cultural conflict between human societies that differ one from another. And it's not unlike the way, let's say, Chinese people may have an antipathy to Vietnamese, or Scandinavians of various stripes might dislike one another. It's normal for people not to like each other to a certain degree and to say nasty things about each other behind their backs and frankly. So, to a large degree, much of the antipathy directed against Jews in the ancient period was related to misunderstandings of the basic Jewish practice. For example, the maintenance of a separate diet, kosher laws, circumcision rituals, and so on. So let's look at one image here just to give you a sense of this. This is, of course, the famous March of Titus, or Titus, that commemorated for the Romans the destruction of Judea and the temple and so on. And there's a very famous bas relief. If you zoom in here and you have a look on the inside, there's actually this image that depicts Romans carrying the Jews off into slavery. And of course, there's the famously depicted spoils being taken from Jerusalem. Now, many people misunderstand this as a piece of anti-Semitic iconography. And nothing could be further from the truth. It's certainly, a piece of war monumental architecture. It commemorates a Roman victory over the Jews, no matter how brutal it was, and how much the Jews disliked it, and how much the Romans may have reveled in their victory. But these kinds of war memorials are very typical for the ancient medieval, and one might even say the modern world. There's nothing distinctly anti-Semitic about this, other than those happen to be the victims in this particular image. So in other words, ancient xenophobia is mainly a normal kind of conflict between Jews and non-Jews, just like many human societies have come to us. Now, anti-Semitism gets a special character, which is something that's specifically for Jews when we get to the early Christian period. And now we're talking about basically the late first century up until, let's say, the 9th century of the Common Era. And this is a little different, and I would like to spend more time with this, but I've already given a lecture on this where I can see that. The basic idea, though, is that now, since Christianity is kind of like a daughter religion to Judaism, it's kind of like a breakaway minion that went viral and became a massively successful religion. There's a certain amount of tension that comes not from the normal intercourse or fissure between two peoples, but rather the kind of birth pangs of a new religion out of the old. And there will be tensions between the mother and the daughter, so to speak, of those two religions. So early Christian anti-Judaism is basically represented as a kind of theological dispute, a dispute between a rabbi and a priest over what is the correct way to worship God. It certainly does not have the same kind of violent character that will appear in the Middle Ages. Although there are exceptions to that rule, there are stated by St. John Chrysostom, for example, and others. But if you look at these images here, in the center you have a classic rendition of this way of thinking. None of these images date from the earliest period, but they are, most of them will come hundreds of years later, but they really illustrate these attitudes. We don't have much artwork. These are the Ecclesia et Synagoga sculptures or paintings for stained glass windows, which represent the church versus the synagogue. On the left is always the church, and she has an upright staff. She's crowned, straight posture, and so on. And on the right is a representation of the synagogue, falling away from her in an act of posture of decline, a broken staff, sometimes holding the tablets of the law upside down, meaning she's losing her Judaism. And of course, she's usually blindfolded, meaning she can't perceive the truth of Christianity. So this is kind of like more specifically directed at Jews. It wouldn't make sense if this was, let's say, Japanese and Koreans. It has to be Christians and Jews specifically. And it repeats itself literally hundreds of times throughout Europe. Here's another example, a little bit more crude. You can see the crown falling off of the synagogue. This one here, more interesting, I think, but blindfold is really very clear. He's a people there, and she's holding the tablets upright. And here's a really nasty one, 14th century German stained glass window. And on the left, you see a church really well, the upright staff, riding a tetramorph of the mythic beast, and a hand comes down from heaven into the church, indicating pretty obvious signal of divine approval. But on the right, synagogue not doing so well, riding some kind of donkey or mule, obviously not with the same connotations that Jesus rides and riding a donkey, holding severed ram's head, which refers to the sacrificial law. The crown is being knocked off the head, blindfold, the broken staff, and in case you missed the point here, there is a sword descending from heaven into the top of the skull of synagogue. Once again, a very clear signal of divine disapproval. So this is kind of like a more violent representation of it. It overlaps with the medieval period because it comes from the 14th century. But the notion is that it's still essentially a theological dispute at its core. Things change a lot in the medieval period, and we're going to talk a lot more about this, so I'm going to skip past it. And just to catch you up with what we do right now, modern anti-Semitism really dates from the 19th century onward. That's why, by the way, the term anti-Semitism was coined. In the 19th century, the term that was opened on Germany was Judenfeind or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. It was kind of like a rude term, a vulgar term. So Wilhelm Marr, a writer in the 1880s, coined this term anti-Semitismus, which means I'm not a Jew hater. I hate the Semitic philosophy, by which he means obviously Jewish philosophy, whatever that is. And that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It's more appropriately spelled without a hyphen because there is no such thing as Semitism that anyone can be anti. At any rate, here's a couple of representations of modern anti-Semitic thought, which basically comprises two main themes, none of which is religious. One of the big shifts with the modern period is that religion is kind of shunted aside, and it's no longer relevant to the same degree it was in the medieval or the early Christian era. And now anti-Semitism is a secular phenomenon and also a much more dangerous phenomenon. As anti-Semitism leaves behind its religious roots, the violent correlation is inescapable. Anyways, here we go. This is a Nazi representation of the Jewish peril, and you can see the idea here of the Jew as a kind of an ugly tarantula creature, and you can see the disfigured physiognomy, which is typical of racist representation of Jews. They always have a pointy nose, the jowls, and things like that. And the tarantula with its web, right, reaching all over the globe is indicative of the theorist here, conspiracy theories, right? Here's an interesting example from Saudi Arabia with octopus, again, the tentacles reaching out everywhere, controlling media, finance, stuff like that. Here's a 1977 British edition, and you can see once again the snake image, right? Because the snake reaches out over me, encompasses the globe. In case the heavy nose and jowls and yarmulke were not enough to tip you off, the snake has the stars of David all the way around, so you can tell this is in fact a Jewish snake that's represented here. It is one of my favorites. This is a great one. Mexico, 1930. The invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. And you can see again, the heavy kind of capitalist representation of Jew with the big nose, the jowls, the yarmulke, the watch fob with the dollar sign, and of course he's with his claw-like hands. But then you get the idea, right? So that's modern anti-Semitism. Now we have to get back to the nastiness of medieval anti-Semitism. And there are four basic elements that are especially pronounced here, by which I mean, by the way, for this context, really the High Middle Ages till about 1700. That's kind of not the standard definition of Middle Ages for other purposes, but in terms of anti-Semitism, this is basically what it looks. In the 12th century, you get the development of this idea of ritual murder. It had some, antecedents, but the basic idea is that a child is somehow lured by a Jew for nefarious purposes. This is a theme, alleged pedophilia, that will penetrate very deeply into the Nazi period. And then that child is then set up for some kind of mock crucifixion and killed in the process. Again, let me reiterate that these things did not happen. The Jews did, God forbid, never did anything like this. There were, however, occasions where children, like, today, God forbid, we have such terrible things where children are occasionally kidnapped and murdered. God forbid, it should not happen to any of us. But it is and people want a solution. They want some kind of reason. They want to know, how could such horrible thing happen? And the Jews were often a scapegoat where they were accused of doing these things. And the Jewish communities throughout Europe suffered greatly as a result of these false charges. Now, why would Jews want to do this? Well, the idea was, if the Jews were originally responsible for the death of Jesus, which is also not true, please have a look at my lecture on Judaism, the origin of Christianity, where I discuss the chunk of deicide in more detail, then perhaps they want to do it again vicariously. And what better victim to represent Jesus than an innocent child? So the argument goes, and anti-Semitism has kind of like a bizarre but internal logic that allows it to somehow hold together and make sense to its practitioners. Jews wanted to reenact the crucifixion, the passion, through this act of ritual murder. It then devolves into an even nastier form of charge against Jews. Once again, totally false charge, known as the blood libel, or Hebrew alilat. And the argument in the blood libel is that not only do the Jews want to re-crucify an innocent victim like Jesus was crucified, they also want to take his blood for all kinds of crazy reasons. There was this argument that Jews had an unusual odor, and the only deodorant that would take care of it was Christian blood. The blood was used as a kind of a, what's that word again? I like to do these things in one take. For some reason. Aphrodisiac. There you go, aphrodisiac. I knew it again. The blood was an aphrodisiac. It was assisting pregnancies, things like that. There was even an argument that Jewish men menstruated, and since this was the age before the iron pills, they had to take this blood to replenish their lost time. Pretty bizarre things. But anyway, here's a representation of a murder of Simon of Trent. You can see there's a young Christian child here, and he's being surrounded by Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the brown well on their clothing, which was a mark that Jews were required to wear in many parts of Europe after 1215. and so on, and they're also performing the circumcision and collecting the blood, which they will then use. Oh, of course, I obviously forgot there was arguments that Jews used the blood for the Passover matzah or for the wine used at the Passover seder. Also, the Passover always occurs around the time of Easter, which is the Christian celebration of the crucifixion of Jesus, and so therefore all these things come together seasonally, and there's typically some kind of violence against Jews that are following these kinds of charges throughout much of the Middle Ages. You can see on the left there is a woman there, and she's bringing in all kinds of torture devices and so on to help out with this. Very nasty, but it gets worse. One of the major ideas that was circulating in the world in the 13th century onward was the notion of communion and the idea of the host, which is essentially a wafer. In the Orthodox Church, it's a cube of bread, and it represented the body of Jesus, which I'm certainly no expert in these things, but Christians would go through the confession rituals and so on, and then they would be able to take communion, which involved the consumption of this wafer, which represented the body of Jesus. So the argument went, if the wafer was actually the body of Jesus, and you want to say, here's the strange logic of anti-Semitism, that Jews want to, crucify Jesus and torture him, then doesn't it also make sense that Jews would also want to torture the host as well? And that's what this wafer was called. So we have all kinds of crazy stories circulating after the 13th century that Jews were accused. And by the way, of course, the fact that these stories circulated only served to support the argument that the wafer was in fact the body of Jesus, because if it wasn't, why would the Jews allegedly want to torture? Here's an example of Jews with a very large wafer that they're poking with kind of sharp things and it's bleeding. Here is one of my personal favorites. I mean, it's kind of bizarre that I have these things as favorites. It shows what I do in my spare time. But this is, I believe, from the German town of Posen, and it's a broadsheet that actually shows what a cartoon fashion, step by step, how a charge of host desecration would arise. Let's look at it a little closely. So starting on the left, there's a Christian gone into a church, and he is stealing the wafers. You can see he's scooping them up into his bag. He then, in the second panel, brings them to the Jews. You can see the ruel on their clothes, indicating they are Jews. And he offers the wafers, which they then exchange for money. They take it to their synagogue, and on the right-hand panel, you can see they torture it, and miraculously, the host bleeds. You can see the 10 tablets of the 10 commandments there in the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters look like. However, the police, sensing something is wrong, come to the door in the left panel here, while the Jews try to get rid of the evidence, which they do in the second panel by throwing it into the furnace. Amazingly, looking into the furnace, they see the image of a small child, and doves fly out, which are caught by angels, all representations of the miracles associated with the host. Then the angered Christians break in, they arrest the Jews. On the right panel, some of them are beheaded. You notice that the Jew on his knee there is wearing also a mandated article of clothing in many areas of medieval Europe. They later evolved into the witches' cap and the dunce cap, but it was associated originally with Jews. And then finally, on the left, you see there's horrible tortures take place with the Jews, and they're set on fire. And then in the third panel, the Christian himself is taken off, tortured, and punished. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that the synagogue is redesignated as a church. So that's kind of like how these blood libels and post desecration work. Again, please understand, this is a video, and I don't want you to walk away with the wrong message. Jews did not do these crazy things, but they were often charged with it falsely, and violence was frequently the end result. Here's one last image of post desecration. This is one of my favorites. It's a brilliant book by Nina Rubin on this topic, and she uses this illustration. You see the father here, the ancient patriarch, he's torturing the host, it's bleeding there. The mother is saying, "Holy base here," like she's shocked because her rather adult-looking son has a picture for lots of reasons. But the adult-looking son is saying, "Mommy, my brother whom the father threw in the cauldron for refusing or suggesting he wanted to become a Christian, as now rising out of the cauldron like that. That's also part of a cycle of stories that was prevalent in medieval period. Very nasty stuff. But wait, I don't think this works. Finally, one of the last representations of medieval anti-Semitism is the so-called Buddha Zao. Fascinating, totally grotesque idea. It's literally the Jewish pig. And it is a bizarre evolution or devolution of a judicial device that was employed in certain parts of Germany to punish minor offenders with caricatures drawn of them. And they were often, these caricatures would be drawn and posted, and that was kind of like punishment for various minor crimes. And they were often drawn in these caricatures as consorting with pigs in one way or another, and they were often labeled as Jews as a kind of a mocking device. And later, as that judicial device went into disuse, the whole idea of the association between Jews and pigs nevertheless maintained its status. So here's, for example, an image, and has many of the common elements in the South. You can see that there are 4 Jews involved in various activities. Once again, right in the center of the map is the 2 middle Jews. You see the Ruel, the Jewish badge, and the figures on the outside. You can see the Yud, and they're inspecting the anuses of the cow, the sow, and drinking its milk and so on. Here in this image, which is more typical, you see the elements of the devil being involved. You see on the right-hand side the devil with his horns, also wearing the Ruel, is actively assisting Jews in eating the excrement from the pig. You see there's a woman in the background, and she's also holding a ram's head, which we saw in a different image earlier for similar reasons, though. And on the top, there's a victim of blood libel. Here's one more from Frankfurt. Same kind of thing. You see the themes reiterated over and over again, with minor variations based on artistic license. So, if we take this all as a whole, I think the most important message about this third period of anti-Semitism, is that it goes from starting with the first level, you have the xenophobia, which can be expressed in violence. I mean, I'm not diminishing violence, just the nature of the ideology behind the activity is basically a natural conflict, no matter how severe it may erupt into violence or warfare. And then it goes into specifically a dispute between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism, which can express itself with violence, but for the most part, it's basically a theological argument. And then when you get to the 12th century, suddenly anti-Semitism goes off the rails and it becomes really pathological. Lots of bizarre things like the Jews need to drink blood and kill children, and none of this was present in the early Christian anti-Judaism. When we get to the modern period, specifically the 19th century and onward, people stop believing these kinds of crazy things, but they still want to have an antipathy to Jews, so they have to justify it in a different way. They do that primarily through racism and conspiracy theories. We will unfortunately have to talk about that in another lecture later on. But for the time being, I'm sorry that I had to expose you to these kinds of images. I hope that you found them enlightening, and hopefully we all of this stuff clearly about humanity and not have to deal with it in the future. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Well, our topic for today is what is modern Jewish history? And the goal is to try and figure out really the meaning of all 3 of those words, modern Jewish history. I think we'll probably focus primarily on modern Jewish history to talk about this, but we'll try to listen in the space of about 20-25 minutes. So here's an interesting, the picture that you got in the background there is kind of interesting. It's a postcard from the turn of the 20th time for Jews to send out these kinds of postcards, especially on Rosh Hashanah. Today, many people give out high holiday cards, and it shows the American eagle on the left welcoming the Russian eagle, and underneath their counterparts are the well-to-do American Jews with their hands outstretched, reaching out to the dark, huddled masses of Russian Jews who are immigrating. This commemorates the waves of immigration that began in 1881. We'll talk about another topic. But like this is welcoming the Jews from Eastern Europe to American shores. So too, this lecture of welcoming modernity to Jewish history. Let's start by understanding these terms, ancient, medieval, and modern. They were often used when referring to history, but in reality, they're kind of strange terms, and they apply primarily to Western Christian history. Since most of our scholarly models in the Western world are dependent on the European tradition, these terms make sense, but not an exact fit for Jewish history, of course, for other histories, Eastern history, for example, African history. But let's see how those terms work. So if we create a graph, and we say on the y-axis you have level of achievement, right? Meaning the heights of society, you have culture and science, things like that. So higher is going to have more achievement, lower will have lower achievement. And then if you put an x-axis that measures time, so basically the traditional Christian European way of looking at history starts out in the ancient period, which is medieval, and then goes into the modern period, and the scope of human achievement looks something like this. It kind of starts at a golden age in the ancient period. That's basically Greece and Rome. And then it sort of declines until there's a real break with the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and it goes into the Dark Ages, which is the medieval period. Medieval actually means between the periods, that is between the ancient and the modern period, because what happens is there's a Renaissance, literally a period called Renaissance, 13th, 15th centuries, and that begins to re-energize European society. Then there's a growth of art, of science, and all kinds of things to get to the modern period. So that's basically the way Christian Europeans tended to look at history. A golden age in the past, which is Greece and Rome, then declining into the Middle Ages, which is very dark, people sleeping on, top of dirt floors and huts and things like that, Conan the Barbarian kind of stuff. And then it comes up through the Renaissance into the modern period, which is the period that we live in today, although for some purposes, many people call this the postmodern era. Post, but whatever the head that is now, let's just go one thing. The postmodern period, we're not going to talk about that. It'll be very relevant to things like literature. Yeah, that's kind of Western European Christian history. What about Jewish history? So it looks something like this, where you've got like a zero, and then there's a huge rise right up to the top after, let's say, the flood. A huge rise that goes all the way up into the giving of the Torah way back in the ancient period when the Jews left Egypt and spent that time wandering in the desert. And then from that period, there is sort of a philosophical, slow but steady decline to the modern period. This is a concept known in Hebrew theology as Yidat Hadorot, or the decline of the generations, which indicates that Jews slowly, as they get further and further away from that defining moment of Sinai, they begin to lose their spiritual sensitivity to God, their spiritual sensitivity to other human beings, and so on until we get to our kind of sad period. Now, this graph does not measure Jewish achievement. It measures, in a larger sense, it measures really Jewish spirituality, and this is a form of vision of the world that really applies primarily to traditional Orthodox thought as well. If we were to map out Jewish achievements in other areas, the graph would look different. But the point of this little exercise is to show you that this terminology of ancient, medieval, and modern doesn't really make a lot of sense for Jewish history. So if it doesn't make sense for Jewish history, then what exactly are we talking about? We have to talk about modernity. So if you see in the background here, this is a great film by Charlie Chaplin. He released it in the 1930s. It's called The Modern Time. Here's Charlie Chaplin on the left. And what this video is showing us is an example of how the over-mechanization industrial era eventually causes Charlie Chaplin to lose his mind. And as we'll see in a minute, he's actually going to become part of the machine itself. He is going to be so taken over by the things that connote modernity that he will become crazy and modern itself. Let's just enjoy this for a second. See how he actually becomes part of the machine. This is a really famous scene. And you see how now he identifies his entire personality simply with the action of tightening those nuts and bolts wherever he sees them. It dramatically alters his way of dealing with anyone, including especially women. He sees, of course, the buttons on the back of her skirt, and that just makes him go crazy. Alright, so I think I better stop right now because it just gets funnier. But I encourage you to have a look at Charlie Chaplin Modern Times to get a sense of this. The point of that little video was to say something about modernity. What do we mean when we say modernity? And a lot of people seem to think that modernity means things like, an iPhone and stuff like that. It does not. There's a lot more to that term, modernity, simply technology. Let's look at some of the main. First of all, when is modernity? Well, for general modernity, for the world as a whole, it's usually dated beginning from the 17th through the 18th centuries and extending into the 20th and even 21st century. But the beginnings of modernity really begin around the 17th and 18th century, and that's when you see a lot of the political developments, a lot of the social developments, and with industrialization, the technological developments. The kind of thinking that is associated with modernity is the general overwhelming of religious authority by scientific authority. The reliance on reason rather than revelation as the fundamental focus of truth. That means that prior to the modern period, when a person wanted to know whether or not something was true, they would go to a religious speaker, like a priest or a minister or a rabbi. With modernity, people begin to look to other sources for truth. They look to professors, for example, they look to encyclopedias, they look to right up to our own day when we start looking to find out what is true. That's not necessarily a good example of reason over religion, but nevertheless, the trend is very clear that religion declines in modernity and scientific reasoning becomes much more ascendant. In terms of technology, industrialization makes a huge change with modernity. Industrialization refers to the creation of factories for mass production of primarily consumer goods. This means that people become much more urbanized. The nature of women's roles in society changes dramatically because they are being employed in the workplace, albeit at a much lesser rate of remuneration than men. But women's roles change dramatically. The way we relate to the environment has changed, with electrification, for example. We don't have to go to sleep, with sundown and with sunrise. So time changes, and all kinds of things change with industrialization. And globalization is extremely important. Right? Beginning in the 15th century, you have the discovery of the Americas, and all of a sudden trade really booms between the continents of North America and South America and Europe and Africa. So the interconnectedness of society becomes especially important in the modern age. Popular sovereignty is extremely advanced during the period of modernity. Popular sovereignty basically means that the sovereign, the leader of a given country, is no longer the king. It is the people as a whole. So America, France, their democratic experiments, Haiti, places like that, that's also associated with modernity. Now, if we look at Jewish modernity by contrast, it's got a few different features. First of all, it's quite a bit later. The modern period in Jewish history looking at a lot of the features that I've shown you on the left-hand side here, really takes place in the 19th and even the 20th centuries, particularly in places like the Russian Empire. Ways that science over religion is expressed in Jewish modernity, although it is expressed exactly the same way. There is among Jews the same kind of tendency of looking to science over religion, but specifically within the religiously affiliated Jewish community, there is the rise of denominationalism. We'll spend more time talking about this as we move into the course, but basically the so-called Altgläubige, or the traditionally Orthodox Jews, that term was not coined until the 19th century, they begin to bifurcate, and you have the growth of what later we call the Reform movement and the Conservative movement and things like that. Those are expressions of Jewish modernity. There are new economies for Jews which were not available to them before modernity. As Jews become emancipated, that is, they begin to get equal rights to non-Jews, they begin to penetrate areas of activity, economically, socially, culturally, that they had never engaged in before, particularly in Europe. And this phenomenon is something that is related to modernity in a very significant way. And perhaps the most significant of all of these is the decline of traditional authority, the decline of the Kehillah structure that we spoke about in greater detail a while ago. You can go back and look at some of the earlier videos. With the decline of the Kehillah and the Beit Din, it becomes possible for Jews to really identify themselves as secular individuals and no longer even affiliate with the Jewish community, or in some cases affiliate and nevertheless ignore the dictates of purity standards. This creates a kind of a massive amount of fissures in the Jewish world, and as a result, the Jewish modernity is changed by the entire period. So if we want to look at the course of modern Jewish history, we could start really from the flourishing of these different phenomena in the 19th century, but it's useful to sort of take it back a couple hundred years to try to understand the antecedents for that change. And in that suggestion, we really have to look at a major seed in Jewish history, a huge rift in the progression of development of Jewish culture and community. And that would undoubtedly be the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century. The Jews of Spain, the Iberian Peninsula in general, were extremely cultured and advanced, very well integrated to society, was already past their golden age, and they were beginning to experience more and more persecution under the Spanish Inquisition. But the sudden and dramatic expulsion of this large population really had a huge impact on the Jewish psyche as a whole. When you look at this map, you can see how the Jews of Spain and Portugal made their way throughout the Mediterranean basin and up into northern Europe as well, and they carried with them the memory of this dramatic change in their lifestyle and their situation, which had an impact on all of the communities that they visited, and it really shook the Jewish world. So we're going to start with the immediate aftermath of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion, and we'll go in the next lecture into that period, and hopefully that will give us a good starting point to understand gradual unfolding of modernity among the Jewish people. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's a little different from most of the lectures because today I'll be speaking about something that I actually know something about, primarily because I spent a ridiculous amount of time researching the Jews of Eastern Europe for a book I wrote on the Jews of Ukraine, my PhD dissertation that was later published. So I crammed a ridiculous amount of information into my skull, and now I will dilute that into about 14 or 15 minutes, give or take, for the presentation today. Our task is to look at the Jews of Eastern Europe from their origins and specifically looking at the big migrations that occurred after the Crusades up until about the 17th century, and then we look at some of the major developments up to the beginning of the Hasidic. Okay, so here we go. So if you look at the present, you can see on this map here that there's a huge movement of Jews from the traditional Ashkenazi homeland, the Rhineland in Germany, and they're moving to the east in the really the 11th through the 17th centuries. It picks up significantly in the 13th century onward, and they're eventually going to create the greatest, largest congregation of Jews in the world in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there are basically two reasons why this migration occurred. The first reason is that there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe. The Crusades, particularly the massacres of 1096, were incredibly onerous for the Jewish population. The development of the blood libel, which was an outgrowth of the ritual murder charge that Jews somehow wanted to reenact the Passion, and then later the creation of a new charge that the Jews wanted to drink the blood of their victims. This was getting really outrageous. The picture that you see before you here, this is a little bit late picture in the 17th century, but it's the so-called Judenzahl, Jewish pig, in which you see several Jewish figures. They're so labeled by the round symbol representing the coins that Judas received from betraying Jesus. So the viewer of this image would know right away that these are Jews we're speaking about, and there are Jews engaged in a whole bunch of nasty acts of being pig. Jewish woman looks on in the background, and perhaps more significantly, the devil himself assists the Jews with these practices. And on the top, you see there's a representation of the victim of the blood libel, a child who's murdered with the various tools of torture surrounding him. So, in a nutshell, the Jews were feeling distinctly unwelcome in Western Europe in the 13th through the 16th centuries. You add to that fact the idea that the Jews were welcomed, and in fact, even invited into Eastern Europe, primarily to develop the very rudimentary economies that were occurring in Lithuania. At that time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was still basically operating with a barter-style economy. They didn't have a very advanced system of cash and currency, and no systems of credit, especially at the smaller levels. And so there was a desire to bring the Jews in order to kind of seed the economy and get it going, something that they had done significantly in Western Europe, and the hope was that they would do the same in Eastern Europe. To facilitate this, the Poles offered the Jews something called Magdeburg, or Magdeburg law, which is essentially a kind of a charter that entire Jewish communities would be granted if they agreed to move to a particular town or residence within Polish-Lithuania. They have all kinds of rights that they could stipulate and argue for early on. For example, the right to distill alcohol, to produce it as a monopoly. This is something called propaganda. The right to regulate what kind of trades are practiced within a particular town. All kinds of specific, such as even the right to defend themselves, to set up walls if necessary. All kinds of interesting sort of perks that the Jews found very attractive, so that they would come to these groups. When you combine that with the end they were experiencing in Western Europe, it looked like a no-brainer that Jews should go to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and in fact they did, huge numbers, a tremendous sense of security and relaxation, as it were. It was not a wealthy lifestyle, but it was a relatively secure lifestyle compared to the vagaries of Western Europe, where Jews, for example, were being expelled multiple occasions, 3 times alone from France in the 14th century. So coming to this part of the world, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, made many Jews quit that Poland, which is the Yiddish term for Poland. Poland was actually an acronym for here we will rest, here we will spend the night in our sojourn. And that's really what Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, the southern region, was for Jews for much of this period. The backbone of the economy was the so-called renta system. And this was something that originally looked like a fantastic economic deal, but ultimately it had disastrous results. Basically, there was a triangular conflict going on Jews formed one point in the triangle. Another point was formed by their overlords, the Polish nobility, who were primarily living in the northwest in the cities of Poland, like Warsaw, and so on. And the third point were the masses of Ukrainian peasants who were living on these large estates called Latifund. The Polish noblemen were loath to go all the way up to Ukraine and try to manage these large farms and all the people living there who were indentured serfs. They're not quite slaves, but certainly not free either. They couldn't leave the land without permission. They couldn't marry without permission, all kinds of things like this. So what the Polish nobility did was they hired Jews to be the leaseholders of these lands in a kind of tax farming scenario where Jews, managing all kinds of affairs in the region, taxes on grain, tolls on bridges, all kinds of things in order to raise funds. The system worked in this way. The Polish nobility would stipulate a certain amount of revenue that they expected from their land in a given period of time, let's say a year. The Jews would accept that figure, let's say it's 5,000 zlotys, just to make up a number. And then what they would do is they would go and they would have to find all the ways that they could exact that sum from the Ukrainian peasantry. And if they could exact more than 5,000 zloty, let's say they exacted 6 or 7,000 zloty, 5,000 zloty, then the difference would be the profit of the Jewish community. And this was essentially the backbone of the Jewish community's economy, although they did engage in a lot of other trades like the needle trades, silversmithing, things like that. The essential aspect of the economy was this fundamentally exploitative relationship. Jews were charged with the task of exacting large amounts of money from the Ukrainian peasants. This did not endear the Jews to the peasants in the least. And in fact, a growing movement of rebellion began to simmer in Ukraine. This was led by a group of men known as the Cossacks, Cossack Ukrainian, Cossacks in English. These were sort of freebooters, kind of like Ukrainian Robin Hoods, who had often fled the entire system. Let's say they were serfs who ran away from their property and so on. And they created these sort of encampments in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, Zaporizhia. And they would spend much of their time sort of raiding communities, taking the wealth from the Polish nobility, sometimes raiding Turkish lands, redeeming slaves, for example, many Ukrainian children were taken as slaves. And they acquired a kind of a hero outlaw status within Ukrainian culture. For Jews, they were more like Hell's Angels. They were kind of like swooping in on motorcycles, tattoos, and everything, and wreaking havoc because the Jews, of course, were essentially their class enemies. The Jews were not the architects of the economic system that oppressed them, but they certainly were part of that system. And so much of their anger against the Poles was vented on the Jews. We should overlap this with the fact that it was not only an economic conflict between the Poles and the Ukrainians, it was also a religious and a national conflict. The Poles were Catholic, the Ukrainians were Orthodox, Christian Orthodox, and there was a strong effort to try and Catholicize the Ukrainians. Similarly, the Poles speak a slightly different Slavic language written in Roman characters, Latin characters. The Ukrainians spoke a different dialect of a Slavic language, written later in Cyrillic characters. And, the Poles were trying to essentially align the Ukrainians into their larger national religious group, and the Ukrainians resisted this and wanted to define themselves differently. So what ended up happening is in the year 1648, one of these leaders of these troops, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, raised up a huge number of them to go on the march and attack the Polish Jewish communities throughout Ukraine, and in fact penetrated well into Poland. For over a year, the entire region was thrown into chaos, with tremendous devastation upon Poles and Jews in particular. The Jews suffered perhaps worse because they were located in Ukraine, running those lines of India, and so unlike the Poles who were much further away, the Ukrainians were 100,000 Jews, an amazing number, given the larger Jewish population there, and it had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish psyche, made its imprint on the liturgy and various other places. The movement eventually sort of petered out. The Ukrainians under Khmelnytsky decided they wanted to ally themselves with the Russians, which may have been a disastrous political move on its own, but at any rate, the Jews would not soon forget the devastation that was visited upon them as this peasant community rose up. Shortly thereafter, the so-called Gezerat Tachvatat, which means the decree of 1648-49, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi appeared on the horizon and created a tremendous stir in Eastern Europe, as many Jews felt that finally, after the huge suffering that they had endured in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, now God had sent the Redeemer to Jews, and they would all return back to Zion and enter into the Messianic age. This ended in a tremendous disaster as well, because Shabbatai Tzvi, who was somewhat mentally imbalanced, went to visit the Sultan to demand that he turn over Jerusalem, and the Sultan counter-offered by suggesting that he would remove Shabbatai Tzvi's head, an unfelicitous development that he could choose to avoid should he convert to Islam, which in fact Shabbatai Tzvi did, and ultimately many of his followers decided to convert along with him. They are the so-called Qumran. These are Islamic followers of Shabbatai Tzvi who were descended from Jews, but many Jews gave up in disgust and disappointment, returning back to their homes in Eastern and in Western Europe. There are some critics of later developments of Eastern European history who say that this had a tremendous impact on the development of the Hasidic movement, which deserves a far greater treatment than we can afford in this short lecture. But basically, this was a very populist movement that began in the 18th century under the great Baal Shem Tov, a teacher with a very charismatic way and with a very suffused with Kabbalistic, and very much suffused with Kabbalistic teachings. He reached out to the dispossessed Jewish masses who were still reeling from the impacts of the dual crises of first the Khmelnytsky rebellion and then Shabbatai Tzvi's demise. And the Hasidic movement gained a tremendous amount of strength and energy and swept through southern Poland and western Ukraine in particular. It met with a tremendous amount of opposition. By the way, this is a picture of the great Alter Rabbi, the first rabbi of the Lubavitch Rabbi, very prominent in contemporary Jewish affairs today and throughout the world. But at any rate, moving on, the Hasidic innovations, many of which were challenging traditional norms, for example, different standards with regards to slaughter of animals from the kosher laws, different times of day for prayers. These met with tremendous opposition by the traditional Lithuanian community, which viewed this man, Rabbi Kramer, better known as the Vilna Gaon, as their leader, felt that the Hasidic movement was ultimately contrary to the traditional norms of Judaism in a way that was completely unacceptable. A series of bans and counter bans between the so-called opponents, or Hebrew, Mitznagdim, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Mitznagdim, or to our friends, the Snags. The Mitznagdim opposed the Hasidim bitterly. The Hasidim returned to that opposition in kind, and for much of the last quarter of the 18th century, there was a phenomenal amount of fighting going on between these groups. Ultimately, it was resolved once both groups realized that they faced a far greater threat from the Haskalah, a movement that was burgeoning in Western Europe, and we'll speak about that in the next essential lecture. And they came to a truce, a kind of a modus vivendi, which really has persisted to the current day. Okay, that's about it for Eastern Europe. A quick rush through this period. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the next. today's topic is going to be on the Haskalah. We're going to talk about a movement that's extremely important for the development of modern Jewish identity, something that I'm especially interested in this course. But let's get right to it, because this is an essential factor in what kind of boil everything down to the most concrete points possible. So first of all, what is the Haskalah? This is a Hebrew term. It's derived from the Hebrew root sachal or seichel, intelligence, and it is a translation of the German term of Kero, which means enlightenment. This is a movement that the Enlightenment that spread across Europe about 50 to 100 years prior to the Haskalah, and Jews really picked up on it and translated it into Jewish terms. And it has some specific elements which are really particularly appropriate for the Jewish community that distinguish it from the Enlightenment as a whole. In the generality, however, the Enlightenment was a reference to a greater emphasis on reason as a source of truth rather than religion, for example. So there's a decline of religion in the Enlightenment, more emphasis on science, more emphasis on popular sovereignty, ideas of democracy, things like that. America is very much a child of the Enlightenment. And we'll see how it expresses itself in Jewish culture. I'll point out just now that in the past data, and we'll have a slide where we look at in detail, the Haskalah is expressed very differently in Western Europe than it is in Eastern Europe. That is, the Jews who became Maskilim, that is, those who adhered to the Haskalah, really took different things between West and East, as we shall see momentarily. The Haskalah is especially associated with this man, Moses Mendelssohn, a rather amazing individual who lived in the 18th century. And although he himself was strictly observant, he somehow managed to cross the barrier to become quite based in general German society of the time. Known as the Illuminating Genius of Berlin, he attracted a wide following primarily of liberal non-Jews and aspiring Maskilim, that is, Jews who wished to penetrate larger culture of Germany with his ideas. He was an extremely controversial figure in many quarters. His translation of the Chumash into German was received with great applause from many Jews in the West who felt that it was finally an opportunity for Jews to apprehend German thinking properly, because here they had a text that was in Hebrew that allowed them to really experience proper vernacular German, whereas Jews in the East felt that it was a tremendous transgression to use the Hebrew text in this manner, that it would open up the floodgates of assimilation. And in fact, none of Mendelssohn's grandchildren were Jewish. All of them ended up converting to Christianity in one form or another. And in fact, his commentary was burned. Nevertheless, he is sort of like the central figure in pushing forward the Haskalah. And even though he himself maintained a strictly observant lifestyle, his followers, the second and third generation of his intellectual inheritors, were not able to retain that sensibility, as we shall see doing some of the longer lectures. So what's very important about the Haskalah politically as opposed to intellectually is the fact that it was related very closely to the concept of emancipation. Emancipation was a term that later Jewish historians borrowed from American culture somewhat inappropriately. Obviously, if you study American history, you're familiar with the Emancipation Proclamation, the freedom of the African American states. And Jews wanted to kind of hijack this term, in English language anyway, hijack this term to refer to the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Now, Jews were not slaves in Eastern Europe, but they were subject to a large variety of disabilities. They were considered non-citizens. Generally, they were resident aliens. And they had to endure all kinds of ritual humiliations, like, for example, appearing in the town square once a year where the mayor of the town was slammed the chief of the Jewish community across the face. All kinds of strange things like that. Discriminatory taxation and economic discrimination, various types of privileges both were not granted. For example, this is a picture of the Jews' oath, which is a 17th and earlier century phenomenon. Since Jews were considered broadly untrustworthy, should a Jew be required to present in himself in court, secular court, his oath was considered invalid unless he went through a ritual humiliation to indicate that he really did mean what he was saying. And Jews would, of course, strive to avoid this kind of humiliation. As you can see from the picture, he's got his shirt bared, his head is uncovered, he's made to stand barefoot on a pigskin and lay his hand on a Hebrew Bible before he takes his oath. So there are all kinds of these discriminatory impositions of Jews, all kinds of higher access to education was closed to them, many professions were closed to them, and so Jews in whatever particular really want to be emancipated and to be granted kind of freedoms that allow them to express themselves politically, economically, socially, culturally, and so on. They finally got their chance in 1791, 2 years after the French Revolution, in which, with the toppling of the king, France suddenly became a dramatically transformed democracy. And as you can see in this post-war period, here are French citizens saying the indivisible unity of the republic, which would proclaim liberty, equality, and brotherhood were to end. So if it meant liberty, equality, and brotherhood, then that surely must include Jews. Now, when this came before the reformed French Parliament, they hesitated a little bit, but by 1791, they determined that, in fact, yes, the Jewish inhabitants of France were also to be considered French, and they were to be given equal rights. A tremendous milestone in the history of Jewish civilization, and as we shall see, it had a tremendous ripple effect throughout Europe. Of special interest is Napoleon's Sanhedrin. So, as I mentioned, in 1791, the Jews were given equal rights, but within a decade, there were a lot of complaints from non-Jews, particularly in the Alsace-Lorraine region bordering on Germany, saying that the Jews had taken these rights and had used them in an exploitative and unfair manner to oppress their non-Jews that they had come into competition with. Obviously, this is an aspect of economic competition because Jews were suddenly allowed into various professions and into various economic activities that previously been closed to them, and a lot of markets shifted as a result. So there was a certain amount of pushback on emancipation. Napoleon thought about the question, and ultimately he took a very bold, characteristically bold act. He summoned a Sanhedrin, meaning he tried to reestablish the grand court of the Jews that had not existed for 2,000 years. The 2 millennia separating ancient Israel and 18th century and 19th century France did not bother Napoleon, and in fact convened a large body of Jews, which involved Jews of various stripes. This time you had a lot of Maskilim who were very much promoting the proposal. And so Napoleon put 12 basic questions to the Sanhedrin, asking the Jews to put it, to kind of summarize it into one question. What's going to be with you Jews? Are you going to consider yourselves members of another nation who are temporarily residing in France, which is historically how Jews would have regarded themselves as part of the Jewish people, a kind of tribal biological relationship, and they anticipated an eventual return to Zion under a Messiah? Or, said Napoleon, will you consider yourselves loyal members of the French nation, expressing a Mosaic persuasion, but nevertheless loyal to France, fighting against its enemies, upholding its laws, etc., etc.? The Jews of the Assembly of Notables, which was later expanded to form the Sanhedrin of the Sanhedrin of Napoleon, answered with thunderous yes. In fact, they said when they were asked if they would defend France against its enemies, which was a very subtle question, would you fight against Jews who were from Germany who were in war with them? They responded, jusqu'à la mort, to the point of death, meaning that the Jews would really buy into this. Napoleon accepted the answer or confirmed the emancipation. He added a few anti-Semitic discriminatory laws to try and reduce the competition, but that's a little bit more detailed than we need. This great picture here shows, it's a state picture that Napoleon commissioned, so it portrays him in the life that he wanted. And you can see here he is holding up the Ten Commandments. It says the law, the Ten Commandments of the law in his right, there are several Christian prelates who are demanding that Napoleon not extend equal rights to the fallen Judaism. That's the woman who's there, and he's reaching out his hand to pick her up. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments as well. You can see there, and in the background, you have the Judean desert, the menorah, and so on. Napoleon obviously viewed himself in a kind of messianic fashion here as being someone who would ultimately, transform the world by rescuing the Jews from another. So the whole idea of the Haskalah in Western Europe was really tied to this idea of emancipation, that the Jews would somehow gain equal political rights if only they behaved appropriately, if only they met the required questions of people like Napoleon with the right answers. Now in France, it happened suddenly, all at one shot basically, and then a little bit of a hiccup under Napoleon. But in Germany, it was a difficult, drawn-out process that took most of the 19th century, and as a result, German Haskalah expressed itself rather differently. So let's look at the distinctions primarily between how the Haskalah expressed itself in the West and in the East. So in the West, and now we're talking primarily countries like Germany in particular, France as well, England, to a certain degree, major cities and places like Hungary. The Jews there were reaching for this goal of emancipation. They believed that if only they would, meet the requests of the dominant nation, if only the German government would see that the Jews are really loyal citizens, that they would be emancipated. Everything would be wonderful. In the East, in the Russian Empire, there was no such thought that perhaps the Jews would gain equal rights. In fact, the Russian culture did not hold for most Jews the same kind of attraction that German culture in particular did for Western Jews. And so rather than striving for accommodation to the state, there was more of a rumbling of the revolution. In the West, in a somewhat apish manner, Jews often tried to adopt German norms with tremendous changes to long-held religious traditions and customs and so on in order to try to appear more German. And that led to a tremendous degree of assimilation, as we shall see. In the East, the Haskalah was not expressed in a pro-Russian assimilation. Rather, it was expressed out of revolutionary fashion, either through socialism, which again represented a desire to do away with the Russian government, although it may have been expressed entirely in Russian language and tradition. The idea was fundamentally revolutionary rather than assimilationist. Or in Zionism, the bulk of the Zionist movement, although its leaders hail from Western Europe, where they have a lot more freedom of movement, a lot more freedom of activity. In Eastern Europe was a great yearning for Zion, which represented a challenge to the status quo in many ways, which we shall discuss fully in another lecture. In the West, there was a huge emphasis on Jews learning the vernacular, that is, learning German, being able to communicate effectively in the language of the country, to observe its civic duties, to serve the army, pay appropriate number of taxes, and so on and so forth. In the East, there was a certain amount of desire to improve the ability of Jews to speak Russian. By the way, in the East, the vast majority, well into the 90 percentiles, the vast majority of Jews spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is essentially a version of medieval German written in Hebrew characters with a huge influx of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words as well. As Billy Crystal put it, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. It's a joke, I can't really laughing, but I'm doing it. Anyways, but more significantly, East, the language question for masculine was resolved in favor of Hebrew. Those, of course, were the Zionists who believed in the revival of this ancient language that had become moribund, was not slogan at that point. Or the affirmation of Yiddish, which was not considered a bona fide language. It was considered a bona fide language. It was considered a jargon or a kind of a Jewish language. It was not considered really a full-fledged language. So many people in the 19th century said, no, this is in fact the authentic voice of the people. Let us create a literature in Yiddish. Let us affirm Yiddish. Let's standardize its punctuation and its spelling and so on. So that's how the language question was. In the West, there was some significant liberal support. That is, the idea of Jews attaining emancipation was a cause célèbre among many individuals. Lessing, for example, and others really believed that the time had come for Jews to be free. In the East, you didn't have the same kind of significant figures in the Russian leadership who felt that Jews should also achieve this goal. And finally, in the West, you have a level of denominationalism, where in their attempt to articulate an identity that was at once both Jewish and German, have these new formulations of traditional Judaism that challenge the status quo very significantly. In the East, you don't have a nearly as large phenomenon. In large cities like in Warsaw, in Lviv or Lvov, you might have, let's say, a Reformed temple, but the vast majority remain Orthodox, even if they were rejecting Orthodoxy. The movement they were rejecting was Orthodox and did not really get attracted to Calvinism. Let's look at those liberal movements now. So, two very significant ones. The first is the liberal movement per se, which is known in America as the Reform movement. This is a grassroots movement that really got started in the first decade of the 19th century. And it's often associated with the work of this man, the scholar, who identified a real need among Jews to express themselves in a way they felt spiritually meaningful. They were alienated by Hebrew. There's a large-scale ignorance of the language and its meaning. They were put off by the arcane and rather oriental forms of worship, the mock talent, mixed seat, and chaotic service, and so on. And they felt that they wanted to really emulate more Protestant German norms in their worship. So there are a lot of innovations that Abraham Geiger and the Reform movement in general brought about that were considered anathema by the traditionalist opinion. That included, for example, the introduction of church bells into synagogue, Saturdays, of course, that was considered a violation of the Sabbath. The removal of the Mechitza, separate section of removal of certain passages, for example, the idea of messianism is very problematic to the whole goal of emancipation. If the Jews were ultimately waiting to go back to Zion, to Israel, then what did that mean about their homeland here in Germany? And so therefore, messianic references in the literature which are rampant were removed, and things like the term synagogue was changed to the term temple. Synagogue implies temporary, it's literally a gathering place. Translation of Greek of the Hebrew term is Knesset, whereas temple, Beit HaMikdash, implies permanence, singularity, and so on. So by changing the name from synagogue to temple, it meant we're going to stay here. This is our temple here in Berlin or Hamburg or whatever. But it was the Hebrew language that caused a major split in the 1840s when at a Reform convention they voted to remove Hebrew from the liturgy entirely. And of course, the movement has gone back and forth on many of these issues. But Zacharias Frankel, shown here, who was president of that convention, said that's it, it's too much. The pace of change of the Reform movement was simply too fast for him. He felt that it was willy-nilly and it was kind of pushed by the demands of the population rather than by a leadership standing out front and determining the pace of change and the nature of change. So he formed a movement which was called at that time the Historical Positivist Movement, which agreed in principle with the appropriateness of changing Jewish practice, but disagreed with the Reform movement in the process. He emphasized much more of the leadership of rabbis who were learned, who would express themselves, issue written opinions, issue both really to try to articulate the direction and the pace of change. And this eventually became known in the American world as the conservative movement. So these two movements were considered anathema by the so-called the old believers who took on the term Orthodox. It was originally a term of opprobrium, meaning one doctrine or straight doctrine. And this was considered by those who hurled this term at the traditionalists to be a kind of a sense of being close-minded believers. But the Orthodox ultimately took that term and said, yes, we agree, we believe there's basically one way to worship God. Of course, there are many different strands within that one way. It's not monolithic, but they held to the viability of things like the Torah coming from Sinai in its entirety, and the 613 mitzvot as being eternally valid, etc., etc. So let's look at the Orthodox reaction to these movements. So there were two basic reactions, very different in character. The first is exemplified by the writings of the Chatam Sofer, a very important Hungarian rabbi, who felt that reform, either in its liberal form or in its conservative form, was represented and challenged a very existence of Judaism and had to be rejected completely, pushed away with both hands. He coined a term which is kind of hard to explain, but maybe I'll try. There's this law that has to do with the consumption of wheat that is grown after a certain date for a certain sacrifice to be offered in that. This wheat was called chadash, or new wheat. And there's a debate in the Talmud, on what level is it forbidden? Is it forbidden by the Torah, or is it forbidden by the rabbis? So the Talmud includes chadash asur in the Torah, which is understood in its context to mean the new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. They took that whole phrase and translated it literally, chadash asur in the Torah. Whatever is new is forbidden by the Torah. And this represented a kind of, it's a little bit of a joke and fun as well, but this represented a concept of saying, no, we are under such tremendous stress right now as people that any change represents a potential breach that can widen to destroy the walls that retain our identity, and therefore everything that is new, modern, must be rejected. There's a lot to talk about how exactly to apply this principle, but this is ultimately expressed in certain forms of orthodoxy today, which have an extreme allergy to anything, whether it's technological, sociological, or so on, and you chadash asur in the Torah, and everything new has to be approached as if it were highly toxic, and that perhaps it was quite dangerous to the well-being of the Jewish people. Another approach, which is more characteristic of central Germany, is the one evinced by Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. Now, the Chatam Sofer's approach in an environment where the vast majority of Jews already essentially believe in the Torah, coming from Sinai, and the viability of inviolable, I'm not sure what the right word is here, and the permanence of the value of the 613 mitzvot. But Rav Hirsch would work in an entirely different environment where the vast majority of Jews are actually leaving. They're already voting with their feet and they're moving to these new liberal environments. The dam is already burst, and Rav Hirsch had to find a way to try and articulate a safe space where it could at least retain a core population that would ultimately grow to a much larger movement. And so he coined a term, I'm not sure if he coined the term, but the movement was named after him, neo-orthodoxy, or as it's translated often in America, modern orthodoxy. And the basic concept was that, let's look very carefully at our practices. Let us determine which practices are mandated by the Torah, and we will absolutely, without compromise, adhere to those principles and behaviors. On the other hand, those other things which are merely accretions of fashion, style over the centuries, if they are, external to essential aspects of Judaism, we can simply abandon. So elements like trimming one's beard in an appropriate manner, or wearing clothes that are appropriate for 19th century Germany, attending university, all kinds of things like this, which are not so clearly forbidden by the Torah. And of course, there are discussions about all of these things. But those things could be adopted. And so trying to articulate kind of an interesting balance between modernity on the one hand and traditionalist orthodoxy on the other. This movement eventually coalesced into something called Torah Eretz, Torah with the way land. It's a paraphrase or a quotation from Yaakov, and it's expressed in the modern Orthodox movement in America today. However, as part of this strategy, Rabbi also articulated the Auschwitz, which means the separation. And it was a very controversial thing that occurred in the 1860s in Germany, where he appealed to the German government, the Austrian government actually, and said, you know, I'm not sure what was Austrian German, but I'm not going to mention these things. And he appealed to the authorities, and it was a very unprecedented appeal to actually split the Jewish community in two. Traditionally, each municipality was governed by a single Jewish body, the Parnas, a president for the entire body, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But under Rabbi, she said, look, it is impossible for us to have a community when you have a large number of Jews who believe, for example, in the use of bells on Shabbat, which is considered to be absolutely a desecration of Shabbat by other Jews. Therefore, he appealed, petitioned, and was granted the right to create a separatist community that was comprised entirely of Jews who wanted to observe the Holocaust. This strategy of retreat, of strategic retreat, was emulated throughout the next few centuries as a way to maintain the standards of orthodoxy in an environment that would encourage assimilation to the outside world. So if we kind of summarize these things, we see that in the 18th and 19th century, there's a tremendous change going on in the Jewish world. We see the growth of the Hasidic movement, which is essentially the first modern Jewish reform movement, which was the status quo in Eastern Europe. We see, as we talked about very briefly today, the rise of the Haskalah and its challenge to the traditionalist authorities. And we also see the rise of neo-traditionalism, which is in many ways a reaction to reform just as much as neo-orthodoxy. So people like the Chatam Sofer, one might even say the Bill God, and others felt that, okay, the only way to meet modern challenges is to create new boundaries that perhaps did not exist in the 16th and 15th century, but create these new boundaries in order to ensure the integrity of the Jewish people. All of these things come together with the decline in the coercive authority of the Kiva, that is, the central governing body of Jewish self-government, loses much of its authority under the pressure of the nationalist movements like in France, which essentially did away with it because they had one court system, not a secular one and a Jewish one. And it allowed for the rise among Jews of voluntary affiliation. And for the first time, Jews could actually opt out of the traditionalist community without suffering really dire consequences because they no longer had that same coercive authority. On the one hand, there's a positive element to this because it allowed for a great amount of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Jews could identify themselves, for example, as Hasidim, or they could identify themselves as Reformed Jews, all kinds of different ways of expressing themselves religiously. But the negative side of it is rampant assimilation, because many Jews simply said, well, we're being Jewish at all. And sometimes many of these movements were really stepping stones towards that, as we see, for example, with Moses. So that's the Haskalah in a nutshell. There's a lot more to say about this. Hope you watch some of the longer lectures, and hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to talk about kind of a nasty subject. I'll try to make it quick, but it's an extremely important topic. history, I like to look at the topic of modern anti-Semitism. The first thing that we have to say is sort of a preface, and this is supported by a lot of videos that I've already put on this series. You can go back and watch them later. But the basic concept that I really need to get across is the fact that anti-Semitism can be divided into four distinct periods. There are four distinct historical ideologies that exist at various points in time. And anti-Semitism is kind of like a very dangerous ideology in that it's able to adapt to the changing climate, both culturally, spiritually, economically, religiously, of a particular host society. And anti-Semitism will adapt to the needs of that society in order to perpetrate this nasty message to another generation. Those four basic periods are ancient xenophobia, which is basically contained within the Greco-Roman world 2,000 years ago. And then following that, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is a rather different, you also use different terms for the anti-Semitic thought, to use that term anachronistically, because they have very different basic elements that they contain. Ancient xenophobia refers to the idea of hatred of that which is different. That's what that means. Anti-Judaism is a religious dispute that is specific to the relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter and mother religious dispute. Christianity came from the Jewish society, Jewish ideology, and yet seeking to distinguish itself from its mother religion. There's a certain amount of antipathy that develops there, and we discussed that in an earlier lecture as well. The third period is medieval Jew hatred, which is perhaps the nastiest of all of the periods of anti-Semitism in terms of the message, in which all of a sudden, although there is a very tenuous connection to religious ideology, it goes totally pathological. It goes completely off the rails, and all kinds of crazy ideas like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children, and just insane things like that are prevalent in the medieval period. The period that we're going to talk about today is modern anti-Semitism. And when I say modern here, I'm referring basically to the late 19th century onward. That's really what modern means in terms of these four categories. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined in 1879 by Bill Amar. I'll show you a picture of it in a minute. And the reason why the term had to be invented is because the existing terms for Jew hatred, the German terms Feinde or Hass, for example, were considered in 19th century German society very, boorish and uncultured, and only people of very low thought and sensibility would actually resort to that sort of ideological mindset. By coining the term, a philosopher named Bill Amar tried to give it a more scientific sounding name to say that, that's not that I hate Jews. It's that I hate what Jews stand for, which is specifically this idea of Semitism. Because you probably know, the Semitic language family includes many peoples from the Middle East, including not only Jews, but also Arabs and so on. And many people from the Middle East are not Jewish, they are Christian or Muslim or Druze or what have you. And furthermore, many Jews, although they have an ancient connection to the Middle East, they have a wide variety of racial and ethnic backgrounds. So what exactly is Semitism? Hamar wanted to argue that there is this international world conspiracy of Jews to try and destroy Germany and Germanness, and that's the Semitism that he's referring to. So it's not that they're anti-Jewish, it's that they are anti-Semites. They are proudly saying they are trying to rescue Germany from this horrible fate of being dominated by Jews. There's a picture of Bill Hamar. You can see that here's his book also. That was where the term anti-Semitism first appeared. It's titled The Way for the Victory of Germanness over Judaism, or Jewishness. And it has kind of a shrill tone that the Jews are taking over, Jews are dominating our society, and we have to kind of rise up, we have to defend ourselves from it. Later in life, he apparently recanted his anti-Semitism, but it was really far too late. This flows very heavily into the concept of race that was also gaining tremendous currency in the 19th century. But we, in the early 21st century, tend to think of race as a given, especially in America, which has such strong racial consciousness as a legacy of the African slave trade. But we should recall that for most of human history, race was not a functional concept. There was definitely a consciousness of different skin tones, and one finds in many societies a color bias to what might want to say proto-racism. The idea that all of the peoples of the world can be easily categorized into things based on their external physical features is something which is relatively new, meaning the last 200 years or so it's begun to develop a lot of currency. I would like to go into this in greater detail, but I don't think this is the place. Basically, the idea gets a lot of currency after Charles Darwin's theories are promulgated. Darwin, of course, one of the great thinkers of the 19th century who developed the theory of evolution, argued that various creatures adapt to their surroundings. You have this, clash of the environment and other competitors for scarce resources, and only the strongest survive. And various creatures, whatever, you have, turtles and tigers and elephants, whatever, they adapt themselves to their environments, the survival of the fittest sort of thing. And he applied this basically to creation, but he did, maybe that's not such an appropriate term to use in this context. He applied it to all the creatures of the world. However, some thinkers took his thought a step further, or a step backwards in this case, evolving a concept known as social Darwinism, which basically said that Darwin was not only correct when it came to salamanders and seaweed, he was also correct, they argued, when it came to human societies, meaning that there were elements in societies which could be broken down along racial lines that competed with each other, and they found their own particular niche in society based on their racial ability to compete with other peoples and survive. This was advanced most prominently by Arthur Gobineau, who we could say is an anti-Semite in this regard, who really argued for the inequality of races, the non-equal nature of all races, and the Jews were among them. So taking Darwin's thought, filtering it through social Darwinism, and then through the racism of Arthur Gobineau. And again, in this time period, racism was considered a term that would, people who believed in it could bear it proudly, but did not have the appropriate that would happen in the 21st century. And eventually, of course, it found its physical application in the writings of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's racial expert, who borrowed very heavily on these earlier thinkers. So in this context, Jews have to have some kind of role. What is their role in this survival of the fittest of races? And this is where I'm going to get to the main point. This is the takeaway. This is what you have to get out of this lecture. Anti-Semitism in the modern period loses its religious words. It basically just shifts away from all of the arguments that were prominent in earlier periods, such as, for example, Jews are guilty of deicide, of killing Jesus, or Jews need to drink Christian blood, or any of these kinds of crazy things. Primarily because people were becoming less religious, and they wanted something more scientific. Science was a new religion, and if science could justify anti-Semitism, then that would be very appropriate for those who wish to hold dear to this book. And the two major elements of modern anti-Semitism, once again, it's lost its religious moorings, are racism and conspiracy. The concept that Jews are somehow locked in this international conspiracy dominated world. Let's have a closer look. So the concept of racism shows up all over modern anti-Semitism. If you look, for example, at 20th century example here. This is from some of the Nazi propaganda that was directed at children. This children's book shows a child in class, an Aryan child in class, and the caption underneath says that the Jewish nose has kind of like a sort of a curve to it. It looks like the number 6. And And here he's demonstrating for the rest of the class how to recognize the Jews. This is the the concept that the character of the people could be expressed somehow in their physical appearance. And Nazis made tremendous use of this. This is an English translation of the Everyday Jude, one of the most notorious propaganda films ever filmed by the Nazis, again, which really emphasized a lot of these racial characteristics Jews could see in the looks and all of the physiognomies of the Jews here with the heavy cheeks and the large nose and bulgy eyes and those kinds of things. That indicate that their facial features themselves could reveal the character of the person. One of the major elements you see in a lot of this so-called scientific anti-Semitism is the notion of parasitism. That when you think about all the various races of the world and the racial hierarchy, races do different things. There are the noble Aryan peoples of the Scandinavian countries, and German places like that, and they're supposed to be noble, punctual, reliable, honorable, things like that, and leaders in general. This sort of hierarchy. Then you have, for example, at the bottom you have the African races who are destined to be slaves and slow-witted and lazy and things like that. And everyone fits in the middle. The romance people, things like that. This is all nonsense, by the way, but this is part of the thinking of modern anti-Semitism. So, what role do the Jews have? The Jews are fundamentally parasites. The Jews are understood to be some kind of bacilli, a germ, a virus, something like that eats away at society from within. So, for example, if you look at this is also a Nazi propaganda. Their gift builds the toadstool or poisoned mushroom, which is meant to indicate this danger that Jews may look like human beings, but they're really not. Just like toadstools, poisoned mushrooms, they look like mushrooms, but they're not. They're a totally different character, and so on. And then it's children's book, really twisted piece of children's literature. The Nazis were teaching young children how to recognize the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools, regular human beings and Jews. Or another example, you often see portrayed as various denizens of the dark, like spiders, snakes, salamanders, maggots, things like that. Often the spiders are especially prized because of the idea of it combines with the domination of the gold metaphor with the depth that is often portraying catching things in a much larger scope than they actually physically contain. Here's an English language version of the text I'll talk about in just a second, called The Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion, the world's greatest forgery ever, the world's greatest act of plagiarism ever. This is a 1977 edition. You can see you've got this snake that's encircling the globe. He's wearing a yarmulke, he's got heavy jowls, a big nose, things like that. In case you weren't sure of his national identity, he's got stars of David all around. That's very helpful kind of clue as to the notion that the Jews are controlling the world. This is one I haven't seen before in a while. This is one of my favorites. It's got kind of a maggot, a massive, ugly maggot sitting on top of the globe, and reflected in his eyes, you can see very faintly is the American dollar sign and the Soviet emerald signal. And the idea is that the Jews really are the root of American capitalism and Soviet communism. And the German language caption in the top left talks about how the Jews will feed on the peoples of the world. And that's this idea of parasitism. The other major element which you see combined in those other images is this concept of conspiracy. The notion that while it's no longer fashionable to hate Jews because of some religious purpose, Jews may be hated because of some supposed massive global conspiracy that they're all engaged in to enslave Christians and so on. So here is one of the world's greatest architects of this conspiracy theory, the Russian monk Sergei Nilus, who in the late 19th century claimed to have discovered the minutes, the record book of the leadership of this secret world conspiracy, which was then published as the Elders of Zion Protocols, or the Elders of Zion Protocols, of course, meaning like the records, the way they do things, stuff like that. And it's been translated into multiple languages and so many editions. Here's, for example, a Brazilian version from 27. You see once again the snake motif encircling the globe and so on. Here is an Arabic version, which is unusual because it has an octopus. Same idea of the tentacles reaching out and encircling many areas and so on. And here's even a Japanese version, which again speaks to the absurdity of anti-Semitism. Japan, which has maybe 5,000 Jews on all of its 4 islands, nevertheless has a significant anti-Semitic tradition that is largely European in origin. The last thing that I'd like to touch on in this short lecture is the disturbing trend of Arab anti-Semitism. One of the characteristics of this ideology is that if you compare the Muslim world with the Christian world, it really had a much less expansive tradition of anti-Semitism. To be sure, there's definitely arguments between Jews and Arabs. There's definitely atrocities, and that's for other lectures. But the sheer amount of ideological output of ideologues and thinkers who wanted to advance anti-Semitic ideas, there's no question that in Christian Europe, you have a far greater scope of Israeli Jewish thought. Nevertheless, in recent decades, especially in the context of the conflict over the state of Israel, the Arabs have been catching up, and Muslim anti-Semitism, using those terms roughly interchangeably, is probably not so fair right now, but Arab anti-Semitism has really begun to catch up with European models, primarily by borrowing from them. Let's have a look at a few images. Here's one that shows Ariel Sharon, one of Israel's leaders, and he is bludgeoning Palestinian children with a Nazi swastika, and the blood is then sprinkling on, it looks like possibly Jewish children behind him there, indicating that they are also soiled by his decisions, political decisions. And this is basically a political cartoon. There is an anti-Semitic element in there. Anytime you use the swastika in connection with Jews, it has kind of an overtone of anti-Semitism. But it's not nearly as nasty as some of the other versions we'll have here. This is a classic restatement of the Christian blood libel in a Muslim context. See, here are laughing Israeli soldiers who are feeding Arab children into a kind of a ringer that kills them, obviously, and drains their blood, which is then consumed by Israelis. Very tasteful and hopeful representation of what is essentially a Christian motif, but transformed into an Arab context. And finally, here's another example that emphasizes the conspiracy theory that shows contenders for the 2012 presidential election on the left, Mitt Romney, there's a spelling error there on the box, opposite Barack Obama, and they're both smiling and holding up the dome of the rock, indicating that they're both going to make a meal out of the Arab lands of Jerusalem. Of course, in the background is a leering Jew that indicates that he's going to share in that meal as well, and that gives you a sense of it. Anyways, that's it for a quick discussion of modern anti-Semitism. I'm sorry it's not a very pleasant topic, but some of the lectures are more fun. But this is nevertheless part of the reality of Jewish history in modern Hello, everyone. Today's lecture is going to be part of the Essential Lectures Jewish History series, but it's going to be a little different for a few reasons. I've been reading Weiss's new book on Jewish humor. I'll show you the cover of it a little bit later, and it occurred to me that for the section on Jewish culture, we really should discuss humor because it is such an important element of modern Jewish culture. And she presents a fascinating thesis that I think we should explore a little more with a little more detail. So let's get right to the material. So first of all, I think what's most exciting about her book besides the jokes, which are quite excellent for the most part, is the concept that Jews were not always funny. This is like a shocking revelation to me. My wife likes to say, for example, that Jewish men developed humor as a kind of an adaptation to the environment in a Darwinian sense. This is a way of, for example, being able to attract an appropriate mate. But, I've always thought that Jews were always funny, but the truth is when you look deeply at the sources, it's not necessarily the case. Let me give you a couple of examples of biblical humor. For example, in Genesis 32:7. So Jacob is very worried about his encounter with his brother Esau. He has, prior to this chapter, already taken his birthright and a couple other things. And so he sends out messengers to see, how is Esau going to greet him. And he says, Yeshua Malachim El Yaakov. And so the messengers came back to Jacob, Lamor, and they said, Banu El Achicha El Esav. Hey, we talked to Esau, your brother. Gam Holech Lekraska Rara Mel Sishimo. And when he's coming, he's bringing 400 guys with him. It's going to be 400 armed men coming. So that passage was not really so funny. And here's one that I think is a little bit funnier. I actually enjoy this one every year when I read it. In Parshas Beshalach, Exodus, chapter 14, verse 11. The Jews have just left Egypt. Tremendous miracles and the death of the firstborn and all those things. And they make their way out to the sea. They realize that they're trapped between the water and, of course, Pharaoh's army, which is behind them. And they're either going to drown or they're going to be killed in warfare. And so they turn to Moses and they complain by Yomer al Moshe. They say to Moses, what? There were no graves in Egypt? That you had to bring us here to die in the desert? And it's kind of funny. It illustrates this aspect of Jewish complaining, which is a remarkable theme in Jewish humor that we'll see a little later. But still, this is just a couple of jokes in a rather massive book. It's hard to imagine that a work so central to Jews would have so little humor in it. But we can look a little further in the Jewish literary tradition. We see, for example, in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, there's a discussion of two guys have a bet, and they want to see who can make the famous sage Hillel get angry. And it's a bet for quite a large amount of money, 400 zuz. If you're familiar with the Passover Seder, a zuz is actually equivalent to half a small goat. Anyway, so this guy goes up, and it's Friday afternoon, and Hillel is in his house having a shower, and so he knocks on the door, and he speaks in a rather rough way. Is Hillel here? Is Hillel in a rather disrespectful way? Hillel turns off the shower, he comes outside, and wraps in the tent, says, yes, my son, what can I do for you? And the guy asks him a really stupid question. Hillel takes the time to answer the question properly, and then sends him on his way. The guy comes back again, takes Hillel out of the shower, on for a few episodes until finally, when Hillel comes out, the man says, I'm worried that you're going to get upset, which is, of course, his object because he wants to win the bet. And Hillel sits down on the front porch and says, ask me all the questions you have, don't worry. And then the guy gets upset. He says, oh my gosh, Hillel, there should be no more of you in Israel. And Hillel asks him the whole story, and he explains to him what's going on. And Hillel says, hey, it's worthwhile that I should not get angry and that you should lose 400 Jews. So again, it's a nice story, and I find it amusing, but it's not exactly funny in the sense of modern humor at all. In fact, you can find so many examples where the Talmud provides excellent material, really great material for humor, and yet the rabbis of the Talmud don't follow up. Like, for example, also in Tractate Shabbat, it's stuff Vav Kufnun Zayin, I think, where there's a whole discussion of this concept, Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no mazel, there's no luck for the Jews, which is meant in a different context where it's discussed there. But still, this is a great opportunity for a tremendous amount of humor, and the rabbis simply don't pick it up. So, and finally, we get to medieval humor. There's just not much funny that I can think of in medieval Jewish literature. So, what do you do with this? One is tempted to conclude, as Dr. Weiss does, that in fact, Jews were not especially funny, at least not any funnier than any other people until the modern era. So we're going to have to explore what exactly is it about modernity that suddenly unleashes this torrent of Jewish humor. argues that the turning point really had to do with emancipation. Here, by the way, is a picture of her. She's a tremendous scholar of Yiddish literature, and this is a picture of her recent book on the topic. You can see the fake glasses there, which are inspired by Groucho Marx. I'll show you a picture of it in a few minutes. At any rate, she argues that the 18th and especially the 19th century, which were exceptionally important for the emancipation of Jews, was connected very closely with the development of Jewish humor. And I encourage you to go have a look at the lecture on the Haskalah, the essential lecture on the Haskalah, where I talk about what that period meant in Jewish history. Specifically, she refers to the activity of this man, Heinrich Heine, arguably Germany's greatest modern poet, exceptionally popular in the 19th century, who was of Jewish origin, and faced with the challenge of his Jewish background, which was impeding his career advancement, he converted, at least on the surface, to a form of Protestant Christianity, and then did not end up getting the job, and he spent the rest of his career really making fun of his own conversion. But he had an acerbic wit and a tremendous sense of humor, and he was incredibly influential. Heine really exploited the notion of Jewish otherness, of Jewish standing outside of mainstream culture, as he himself did, and by extension, many Jews identified with that feeling, particularly in Western Europe, and this is the origins of humor. I have a little bit more to say about that. In Eastern Europe, the classic figure, without doubt, towering above other humorists of the time, was the great Shalom Rabinowitz, known much more popularly by his pseudonym Shalom Aleichem, which is a greeting in traditional Yiddish, and in Hebrew it really means "How are you doing? Peace upon you." And Shalom Aleichem, with his extensive treatments of and send-ups, really, of shtetl life and of Jewish foibles in late 19th century Eastern Europe, were absolutely hilarious. The thing that's so tragic, however, about Shalom Aleichem for our purposes is that the vast majority of his humor is untranslatable. Humor, more than any other genre, requires an extensive cultural familiarity, and if you have to explain a joke, you're essentially ruining the joke. So in order to understand Shalom Aleichem, you really had to have, first of all, the linguistic ability to get the nuances of the Yiddish. Not only that, the Polish, Russian, and Iranian that he often used, and also the dialectical variations in which you would have to be able to tell when an educated Litvak is speaking or when a peasant Galicianer is speaking, and so on. Secondly, you have to read it within the context of the persecution of Jews in the late 19th century Tsarist Empire in order to understand Tevye's subterfuge. And finally, and this is perhaps the saddest thing, his greatest character, of course, is Tevye der Milchker, Tevye the dairyman, who was made famous in the adaptation Fiddler on the Roof, which is a very, very funny adaptation for an American audience, but it is just such a pale shadow of the original. Tevye is an Am Haaretz. He is a well-meaning and lovable fool who is uneducated, and he is constantly butchering quotations from the Torah and the Mishnah and the Talmud. And the only way you get a joke is if you know how he's butchered the original phrase, how he has misconstrued it. And unfortunately, I've had many students who listen to Tevye speak and Fiddler on the Roof and think he's actually quoting the text, which is just so sad. But we'll return to this point. Anyway, these two figures, Heinrich Heine, particularly in Western Europe, Shalom Aleichem in Eastern Europe, are responsible more than anyone else for elevating the status of Jewish humor and ultimately making it a career path for many American Jewish comics as well. Now, returning to this period of time, referring specifically to the 18th and especially the 19th century, starting in Western Europe and then radiating through Eastern Europe, this is a period when Jews were gradually receiving emancipation, meaning they were gradually receiving legal status, sometimes equal status with non-Jews in their human societies. But there's a big gap between legal emancipation and social emancipation. The process begins, and again, I encourage you to look at the lecture on the Haskalah for more details on this. Begins really in the late 18th century when the French first emancipated the Jews. It was called into question. Then Napoleon, in the beginning of the 19th century, convened the Grand Sanhedrin to confirm the rights of the Jewish people. In France, here you can see he's depicting himself in 1806 as a kind of a Caesar figure with a Judean desert background, and he's holding the law, which has this ambiguous. ambiguous character. It could be the law of France, could be the law of the Torah. And while the clerics on the left-hand side are complaining, he's reaching out with his left hand and raising up the fallen woman of Judaism, who looks to him with tremendous gratitude. So there's this idea that legally Jews could receive, as they did in France, emancipation with very little da-da-dum. But the process of social emancipation was much more drawn out, especially in Germany and even in Russia. The legal emancipation didn't occur until the 20th century. More to the point, we have this attitude expressed in this anti-Semitic postcard, in which at the top you have this quote saying the poet's word, referring to Heine, alle Menschen gleich geboren sind eine Ehe Geschlecht, that all men or all people born equal constitute one race, one people. And that very lofty statement is nevertheless belied by the contrast between the comical and simian-looking African, and in the center, the well-groomed and well-postured muscular Aryan, and then on the right, the corpulent and capitalistic-looking Jews. They have a lot to say about that. We'll have to talk about it in a section on anti-Semitism. In other words, the picture is directly in opposition to the statement of Heine. And this is more of the sentiment that Jews really faced in Europe. And humor was born out of this understanding that they would never get really into that society. In many ways, Jews actually capitalized on that. Groucho Marx, shown here, in many ways, exaggerated some of the stereotypical features of Jews in his own work and his own physiognomy, in some way, makeup and so on. And he also, made fun of it by saying things like he would never want to be a member of a club that would have him, which is in itself an inversion of these values. But let's go straight to the humor and try to understand it. So, what exactly is Jewish humor? What do we mean when we're talking about Jewish humor? I refer now to research done by Rabbi Joseph Telushkin, who is a scholar of many aspects of Judaism, most recently famous for a very powerful biography of Rabbi Menachem. But he wrote this other very small and quite powerful book a few years ago called Jewish Humor, What the Best Jewish Jokes Say About it. In this context, I want to really underline that Jewish humor, I'm looking specifically at those jokes which can be well categorized as only fitting Jews. The vast majority of jokes that pass for Jewish humor are just very low-class ethnic jokes in which you could really just change the ethnicities from Jewish to Polish or to Irish or to Scottish. It wouldn't make that much of a difference to the joke. I'm going to try and hone in right now those jokes that really only make sense within a culturally Jewish milieu, and I'd like to break it down into three main elements. The first element is Jewish humor really has a strong tendency to exploit the psychic distance between chosen status, because the Jews, of course, historically have regarded themselves as the chosen people, and their physical reality, their status on the ground, how they are treated by other people, how they treat themselves, and how they're treated by God in some cases. Secondly, Jewish humor has a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning it's kind of like a "you can't fire me, I quit" sort of attitude. That the anti-Semitic attitudes are quite prevalent, and that people are saying these things about Jews, so Jews will take hold of those attitudes and make fun of them in such a way that they really own those attitudes, and really the joke is on the joker in such a case. This can slide into self-hating Jews. Sometimes these anti-Semitic, when retold by Jews, retain their Semitic venom, and so they have to be approached with a great deal of caution, in my humble opinion. Finally, I think another key motif of Jewish humor is irreverence and chutzpah, which is a very difficult term to translate. It basically means like nerve or boldness or brazenness towards authority figures, including God, that but brought down to the human level to Jewish figures like rabbis and so on, presidents of congregations, and non-Jewish figures, of course, a very fair game. Okay, let me give you some examples of these jokes. So, first of all, let's look at the exploitation of the psychic distance between chosen status and physical reality. I'll try not to take too much time with these jokes. If you've listened to my lectures, chances are you've heard all of these, but I'll give you a couple. So first of all, there's this joke about a cucumber store in the Soviet Union. There's a big lineup of people outside the cucumber store. And the owner of the cucumber store throws open the window. He says to everyone, we've just learned that there are going to be less cucumbers arriving today than normal. All Jews, please leave the line. We won't have enough for you, everybody. All Jews, please leave the line. So then he closes the door. A little while later, he opens it up again. He says, we've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks is broken down on the way here. So therefore, all Lithuanians, Latvians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, please leave the line. And all these non-titular nationalities, of course, will leave the line. And then a little while later, he opens up the door, and by this point, of course, it's only pure, absolutely impeccable Soviet citizens with perfect records and ethnicity, so on. They're all standing in line, and he opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last truck was taken over by the mafia. We'll have no cucumbers today. Everybody go. So one of these Soviet citizens turns to the other and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. Right? So that makes fun of the status quo of Jewish persecution and turns it into its opposite. Really, they got a break, making fun of the reality. Another example, the contrast between the chosen status and the degree of effort required to maintain that status, and an underlying question of, is it really worth it? And we could tell a lot of jokes in this vein, but here it is, the first three clergymen in outer space. I know this involves a rabbi, a priest, and minister. Often those jokes are simply a very poor taste. This one is not so bad. So, and you have to have the background information that one of the, to give you a sense of how Jewish humor really has to fit within a cultural milieu. Jews pray 3 times a day, Shacharis, Mincha, and Maariv, and it's related to different times of day. The Shacharis is the morning prayer, Mincha the afternoon prayer, Maariv the evening prayer. And the joke goes like this, that the first 3 clergymen in outer space, they get onto the space shuttle and they have their time up there and they come back down to Earth, and all the journalists crowd around them and say to them, what was it like up there? What did you think? And the Catholic priest says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. And they asked the minister, what did you think? He says, I thought of the tininess of humanity. And they asked the rabbi, what did you think? He said, who had time to think? Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. I think I gave that joke away from the day. But you get the sense of it, right? They're looking at this from a scholarly perspective, so I don't have to tell these jokes so well. I can just, put a story in there. There's this kind of difference between what's promised to the Jews and what they actually get in the real world. There's a lot of jokes in that. Second element that's very common to Jewish humor is a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic entities. Meaning, Jews are accused of having negative quality X. Here's a joke about negative quality X, but said in such a way that really has the Jews own that quality, laugh at it, and thereby remove the sting from the ones who would do the harm to this anecdote. So, for example, the oldest charges against the Jewish people is avarice, that they're excessively greedy. So, the joke goes like this: the 2 Jews are on the street and they see a sign in front of a church. It says, convert to Christianity and get $500. And Moshe says to Shlomo, you know what? I could use $500. I'm going in. Shlomo says, are you kidding? He says, yeah, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it. And so Shlomo is kind of surprised, but he stands outside. Moshe goes in. Was it Moshe? Yeah, I think so. Moshe goes in. 20 minutes go by, 30 minutes go by, an hour goes by. Finally, Moshe comes out. And Shlomo looks at him and says, so, no? Did you do it? Did they give you $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Right? Get it? Like he goes in there, and an hour later he comes out, thinking of Jews as you people, the other people. Right? Okay, I'm enjoying these jokes. I hope you. Okay, let's go to the second one here. Kavod, which is a Hebrew term meaning honor. The notion that the Jews are really, puffed up and arrogant and want to get honor for themselves. So it's like this. There's the women group Hadassah, raises $1 billion to buy a jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force. And there's a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport. They get onto these bleachers right on the landing strip, and the Israeli pilot who's come here to fly it home, its maiden voyage to Israel, he salutes them all, and then he climbs up into the cockpit and pulls down the cowling, starts the fire and noise, and he shoots down the runway, and then he stops. And he turns the plane around, he shoots down the runway the other way, and he stops. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers, and he opens up the cowling, and he gets out, and he goes up to the women standing there, wondering what's going on. He says to them, "Ladies, I'm sorry, the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques." Again, within the culture of Purdue, the idea is that Jews are giving money, but they always want to get recognition for the money they give, so they need plaques to put up. This door was donated by so-and-so, this plaque on the door was donated by so-and-so, and that. Okay. You have to explain joking. Okay, here's another one. Ambition, right? In particular, the ambition of the Jew. I'm not going to get into, by the way, the whole caricature of the Jewish mother and its anti-Semitic variant, particularly Jewish American princess. A lot to say about that, but let's restrict ourselves to this, ongoing trope that Jewish mothers excessively demanding of their sons in particular. So there's a joke about a Jewish mother who is standing on a river bank, and she's jumping up and down, and she's screaming, "Help! Help! My son, the doctor, is drowning! Help! My son, the doctor, is drowning!" Right? Get it? My son, the doctor. She feels the need to say the doctor there. And that's more like that. Okay. Hypochondria. Jews are like Woody Allen. It really plays this up in a lot of his movies. So for ethnicities, 4 Europeans go out for a long hike. Again, this is not one of those offensive jokes. And they come back after a long walk in the woods, and the Englishman says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have tea." The German says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have beer." The Frenchman says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have wine." The Jewish guy says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have diabetes." Right? The inversion there is that everyone else is thinking about, their national drinks, and the Jewish national drink is actually a national illness. Finally, just one more example is cunning. So Jews are often accused by anti-Semites of being shifty and slick and finding, the angles and so on. So the joke goes, a guy goes into a Jewish deli, and he's served by a Chinese waiter, and the Chinese waiter speaks impeccable Yiddish. And the Jewish guy responds, and he places his order, and so on. He's just so astounded to see a person, recent immigrant with such a phenomenal command of this European Jewish language. So he asks him to speak to the manager, and he brings the manager up, and he says to him in Yiddish, "That's incredible. I can't believe how well your Chinese waiter speaks Yiddish." And the manager says, "Shut. He thinks he's learning English." Okay. Number 4, or the number 3, really, the last category that you see a lot of Jewish humor is having to do with irreverence or chutzpah. This idea that, Jews are an amkshe ora, to use the biblical term, a stiff-necked people who will argue with authority figures and all kinds of terms. So the rabbis in particular really have a lot of barbs directed at them. For example, there's one rabbi who was showing a young man around the synagogue, and he's going to be bar mitzvah soon, so he's giving him a sense of what all the furniture is, and the shulchan, and things like that. He takes him up to the lobby and shows him the yahrzeit plaques, these long plaques that have little light bulbs attached to them, in which there are all these names of people who passed on. And he points to one of these plaques and he says, "This young man is commemorating all the men who died in the services. And the boy looks at it and says, Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur? It's hard telling these jokes to a TV screen, because I don't know if they're laughing. I hope you are. Okay, another one. This one's my favorites. So there's this rabbi who, and I'm almost done by the way. There's this rabbi who is overwhelmed with the desire to eat non-kosher food. It's something that he's fantasized about for a long time. He doesn't know what to do about it. So he decides to drive far out of town, way out into the suburbs, and he puts on dark clothes, a baseball cap, and he goes into a Chinese restaurant, and he sits at the very back, and the waiter comes up and says to him, bring me your finest pork dish. I don't care what it is, just bring me a taste of pork. So he goes with him. And as he's sitting there in the back of the room, the door opens, and in walks the president and the entire board and all kinds of the most prominent members of the congregation who eat this restaurant regularly. They look at the back of the room, they see the rabbis there. So they walk over to him, they're kind of astounded, and they said to him, Rabbi, what are you doing here? Just as they're saying this, the waiter comes up with a huge roast suckling pig, and he puts it down in front of the rabbi. And so the rabbi looks at the president and says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Right? Look how they dress it up with all this other stuff. Oh, this is so therapeutic. Okay. Now, it's hard to express these things properly, but a lot of this irreverence is directed at God. And it's also related to the first point of the appreciating the tension between the status quo of the actual situation of Jews on the ground, often suffering, often persecuted, and large promises that are encapsulated in the Torah and the prophets. And in many ways, humor can act as kind of like an valve for these heretical thoughts that nevertheless would bubble to the surface and could be expressed in a much less socially advantageous way were it not for the fact that there are these jokes that kind of, ease the tension. So I'll just tell you one, of which I know many, unfortunately. So there's this Jewish grandmother, and she's down here in Miami Beach, and she's walking down the beach with her little grandson. And she's talking to him, and it's a beautiful day, and the wind is blowing, and the palm trees are swaying. And all of a sudden, there's a rumbling in the ground, and a huge amount of water just comes up from the ocean and dumps onto the grandmother and her grandson. It's a tsunami, and when the water recedes, she gets up and she looks around, and the boy's not there. So she lifts her eyes heavenward, and she raises her hand. She says, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, I have always been dedicated to you and your service. I have always done everything for the Jewish people. I have been so scrupulous with all of my observance of the mitzvot and so on. How can you do this? How can you take away my young child?" There's a rumbling in the sand again, and another one of these huge waves comes and dumps on the Jewish grandmother. And when she gets up, she sees her young grandson is there. And she picks him up, and she looks him all over, and he looks fine, and she's so happy. And she looks up at heaven, and she says, he was wearing a hat. And I like the idea of the irreverence and also the difference between the promises and the realities and so on. So these are just a few examples, I hope they weren't too many, that illustrate these three key elements of Jewish humor. And notice that none of them can easily translate to other ethnicities. It only really makes sense within a Jewish community. I hope you found this lecture useful, and hope you'll check out some of the other ones. Thank you. One of the first places to start in our discussion of the Holocaust is, of course, the name given to this event. We all know what we're talking about: destruction of the earth in context of World War II. But there are a lot of difficulties with exactly what we call this event. The term Holocaust is the preferred term, I guess, because it's the most popular, but it has some problematic aspects. For example, the term, which was coined in the 1960s, is derived one is the Yiddishization of the term for God, destruction. And it has a strong historical connection in Jewish memory to the destructions of the temples in Jerusalem. It comes from the word cherev, sword, but it's a term that's really only used for certain specific historical events, most notably the destruction of the Jews' temples in Jerusalem in the year 586 and the year 7564, the Common Era, 70th Common Era. And this ties the cataclysm of Europe back to this long historical tradition from the temples. In Israel, one of the preferred terms is Shoah, which does not have a lot of this theological baggage. Others are really trying to work with the terms, but Holocaust seems to be the term that is settled. So I'm going to use that term, even though it has certain caveats. We also have to figure out exactly when are we defining the Holocaust. We could make a reasonable argument to say that the Holocaust begins with Hitler's rise to power, with the Nuremberg laws, definition of Jew, with Kristallnacht in 1938, with the onset of World War I in 1939, or we can make a very good argument for the beginning of mass murder, which doesn't occur, as we shall see, until 1941. So it's a very difficult thing to actually pin down in specifics, because that's when you get into the difficulties of interpreting this event. But we will use the term Holocaust and loosely describe or understand it as the Nazi attempt to eliminate the Jewish presence in Europe, primarily through the mass murder process that continued from 1941 to the very Looking at the origins, the very first place we have to start is through the First World War. One might like to think of World War I really as World War II, Part 1. Even though at the time it was considered the Great War, amazingly it was called the War to End All Wars, it had a tremendous impact on the frustrations of the period that led to World War. Have a look at this map. See, this is basically what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. Major empires, Germany, Austria-Hungary, monarchy, and Russia. And even after World War I, in the context of the peace treaties in Paris, Trianon, and elsewhere, you can see on the right-hand side that Germany is carved up. In fact, Eastern Prussia is separated from Germany proper by a land bridge given to Poland, so it would have now into the sea. Poland is created completely out of whole cloth. It's resurrected from its 18th century. The Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are carved out of Russia, as is a big chunk of Romania, as you can see there. Austria-Hungary is shrunk to just a fraction of its original size, and out of the remnants of that empire created whole new countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and so on. And this was an extremely unworkable system, even though the thinking behind it was to give more self-determination to many multinational ethnicities that are living in these empires. It really led to a tremendous degree of frustration. And there were some strange kind of phenomena. For example, about 2/3 of the citizens of Poland were not even Polish. And similarly, about 2/3 of Austrian citizens lived outside of Austria. The capital of Lithuania, the capital city, was located in another country. And there are all kinds of these strange things that were associated with it. So the losers of World War I, in particular Germany and Austria, felt that they wanted to revise these treaties, they wanted to revise these laws. Hence, they were called the revisionists. And they were constantly pressing to try and address this thing. Hitler was perhaps the most prominent of those revisionists. Here's an amazing picture of him as a baby, which is sort of a sobering thought to think of him as a child like this who grew up to be such a tremendous monster. He was Austrian in background. His father was a minor government functionary. He died when Hitler was a young boy. And Hitler was kind of a difficult child. His father really wanted him to get kind of a city government job, and he was insistent on being an artist, something for which he had remarkably little talent. In fact, he was rejected several times by the Vienna School of Art, which he During World War I, he was wounded and served with distinction, although he did not get promoted too rapidly, primarily because of his very insubordinate nature and his difficult following words. You look at this interesting picture here. This is from Alexanderplatz in Munich at the onset of World War I, and the historian Alec Bullock looked very carefully at it, and he found with a magnifying glass that there was Hitler pictured in a circle there, and you can see he's obviously, like so many Germans at the time, so many allies as well, the English and so on. He was thrilled with the prospect of going to war. He was primarily in a mustard gas attack, and he bore a very strong memory of that attack, and it really impacted his thinking with regards to Jews. After the war, he essentially became a rock star. His popularity, particularly when news was announced, he had a whole new way of thinking about how Germany had to proceed. He was a brash leader who was associated with modernity. He used airplanes, revised a lot of the iconography. The implementation of the swastika was extremely kind of like branding this movement. And he rose to power. He never actually won the majority in a German election, but because there were so many parties running, unlike the American system, which has two basic parties, he was ultimately able to win plurality, and in 1933 he officially became our chancellor. He built on a body of anti-Semitic thought that had infected Germany to a tremendous degree in the Weimar period. Here's a cover of a book published in 1920 by Arthur Tintor, Sin Against the Blood, a title novel of the times. And this is kind of emblematic of anti-Semitic thought in the period. You see the blonde, muscular, shirtless Aryan who is nevertheless bowed down, healthy but otherwise weakened because he has this massive burden of a vulture sitting on his shoulders. The vulture has stereotypical Jewish features, and the overall message of this cover art, which is just one sample of thousands, is that the Jews are kind of like a parasite race. The Jews are going to, make healthy Aryan Germany sick on the inside, like some kind of tapeworm of some kind of disease, and eventually they will feed on Germany's corpse. Here's another very interesting image. This was actually published in 1921 in a book of caricature of Jews, and the author at the time obviously did not realize that Adolf Hitler would later become an extremely important name associated with anti-Semitism. And I have a feeling that this is actually one of Hitler's own early art. You see in the lower right-hand corner, the AH initials, but it's pure supposition on my part. Perhaps some art historian will look more deeply into this. At any rate, you see the image here, the young, attractive Aryan woman, very sad, sort of serious expression because she knows that her fate is the leering, overweight, older Jewish man in the background. That, in other words, Germany, healthy, with a vigor and promise, will be dominated by the Jews, and they will ultimately bring about its downfall. Very shrill kind of panic anti-Semitism, very much associated with German anti-Semitism from the 1880s onward. Now, if the great biographer of Hitler, Eberhard Jäger, associated two principal elements to Hitler's thought. One is anti-Semitism. He was absolutely very devoted and very anti-Semite. And the other was Lebensraum. Lebensraum is this concept that the Germans need living space, living room. And Hitler viewed this as specifically a drive to the east. He looked at the tendency of German colonization to regions in Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, and he felt that that had to be cemented and had to be formally brought under German auspices. In other words, Hitler wanted to colonize Europe by moving eastward. This map here shows you Europe at its high tide under Nazi control, and you can see it extends across North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. Spain is technically neutral, although in this situation, neutrality tends to favor the dominant power, which would be Germany. France, of course, comes under his control all the way through Central Europe, going out to Eastern Europe, including Poland, the Baltic states, and Russia, all the way up to Leningrad, which suffered a disastrous, horrific siege, and coming close to Moscow as well. Now, just to give you a very quick overview of Hitler's military strategy, basically what he did was he wanted to avoid a two-front war. He wanted to avoid fighting Russia in the east and the Allies, France and England in particular, in the west. So what he was, he made a secret deal with Stalin in the late 1930s that said that he would invade from the east, from the west, Stalin would invade from the east, and they would simply divide Poland and the Baltic states between them. So this happened in September of 1939. Once his eastern front was stabilized, because he had a peace treaty and non-aggression act with the Soviet Union, then he turned to the west. He took over France in fairly short order, and once that was pacified in 1941, he double-crossed his erstwhile ally, Joseph Stalin, invading the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. And that went fairly well for Hitler until 1943, when the Russians began to push back, and the Red Army ultimately, together with the American army, who invaded from the west at Normandy and Normandy. That's when they had a pincer movement that squeezed Germany's military forces out of existence. That's a very quick military history of World War II. One of the elements that led to World War II that was extremely significant in this context is the policy of these, a drastic and disastrous policy followed by the Allies. Essentially, Germany was taking over region after region, violating the various terms of the agreements that Germany had signed in the Armistice Accord, and it came to a head with the Sudetenland crisis. Sudetenland is a mountainous region west of Czechoslovakia, heavily populated by Germans who wished to join Germany because Hitler was really demonstrating that Germany was capable of surmounting the depression, regaining the national pride and so on. This was, however, an extremely significant military strategic region for Czechoslovakia, because whoever controlled those mountain ranges could look down into the lowlands. And so Czechoslovakia, having received those territories after World War I, was not willing to cede them to the Germans. The Allies, however, essentially wanted to avoid at all costs World War II, and so Neville Chamberlain from England went to visit with Hitler, and the Prime Minister returned to England, waving a piece of paper indicating that Hitler has signed off on this deal. As long as he gets to Sudetenland, then we will have quote-unquote peace in our times. And it was a disastrous mistake. Immediately thereafter, Hitler went to September 1, 1939. Hitler bombed Poland, invaded with his famous Blitzkrieg or lightning war strategy and tactics, and Poland fell very quickly. Let us focus specifically on the fate of the Jews in this context. The first impact of the Holocaust per se was the policy of ghettoization. Ghettoization was the concentration of Jews primarily in urban districts, major cities across Europe. The policy of ghettoization was not uniformly implemented throughout Europe. In some places, walls were constructed, as in this photograph here, where the Jews of Warsaw are commanded to create their own borders. In other areas, walls were never constructed, and the Nazis relied on social pressure, the fear of being caught, and willing allies in the non-Jewish population to keep Jews relegated to their regions. Secondly, the Nazis did not seem to have a really clear policy on what to do with the Jews in the ghetto. Some of the ghettos, like Warsaw, for example, were clearly patricianist in nature, meaning that the Jews were to be housed there, kind of imprisoned there, with very, very few rations to live with, and they were simply to die of starvation or, more commonly, of typhus. Other ghettos, like in Łódź, also in Poland, seem to emphasize production. These are called productionist ghettos, where the Jews were put to gainful employment, primarily in the textile industry. And there it seemed that the thinking was that the Jews would be slave labor to assist in whatever capacity with the German war effort. More likely, the reality is that the Nazis had a very chaotic bureaucracy. Even though they were extremely particular about record keeping and memos and things like that, they really had a very poor command structure. Hitler's own leadership was really very very loose and hands-off and allowing people to develop their own policies, and that's why the ghetto experience was so different. Ultimately, however, the ghetto experience ended in deportations and death camps, whichever kind of ghetto that we're speaking. Things changed dramatically on June 22nd, 1941, which is the date of Operation Barbarossa. You can see in this map here, this is after Hitler had controlled all of these Western fronts and was bombing England, hoping to conquer it. Hitler double-crossed Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union. He went through Poland all the way from the Black Sea up to the Baltic Sea, to the Baltic countries as well, and he caught the Soviet Union largely by surprise and invaded with tremendous force and ferocity. Now, why this is significant for the Holocaust is because this is when we begin to see the first true acts of organized mass murder. It's quite late, 1941. In the past, there were what were called Einzelaktionen, individual actions, beatings, robbery, the occasional brutal murder, but with the exception perhaps of Kristallnacht, which was a coordinated event, a large nationwide pogrom in 1938, there's really no significant organized activity to systematically root out the Jews and to murder them. That happens in the context of Operation Barbarossa. What Hitler does is he sends out 4 local police battalions called Einsatzgruppen. And these are traveling battalions that have, like trucks, things like that. And they basically are charged with the task of going through all of the little villages, the Steppe in Eastern Europe, rounding up all of the undesirables, principally Jews, communists, Roma, Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone that was on Hitler's list for extinction, and bringing them out to ravines or having them dig their own graves, you see this picture, and then they were shot by firing squad, usually using machine gun fire. This occurred throughout Eastern Europe, resulted in approximately 2.5 million deaths. Here you can see the Jews have been asked to climb down into the pit first, and then they were shot from above. The Einsatzgruppen also demonstrated many different methods of execution, as you can see here, and also in this picture as well. And this is incidentally how most of my own family, my grandmothers, parents, and their brothers and sisters made their fate when the Einsatzgruppen did their gruesome work between June 22nd, 1941 and late 1942, principally. But by the spring of 1942, an entirely new method of murdering Jews was implemented. And this is something more that we associate with the Holocaust specifically. Basically, something happened in the fall of 1941. Some historians believe that Hitler saw how successful he was in invading Russia so quickly, and he said, wow, if I can do this, maybe I can actually murder all the Jews of Europe. It should be well known that although Hitler had a lot of very extreme rhetoric that was genocidal in nature, the truth is there were lots of experimental gestures made to do other things with the Jews. For example, to expel them, to encourage them to leave. Jews were allowed to leave Germany up until October of 1940, quite late. That's over a year after the war begins. At one point, there was negotiations to actually take over the island of Ascar off the coast of southern Africa. That has a massive reservation for Europe's Jews, and a similar plan was actually targeted in the region of Poland. But sometime in the fall of 1941, all of those plans were totally abandoned in the context of the Einsatzgruppen murders as well, and Hitler said, we're going to do something more efficient. It may have come as a result of the euphoria of the possible victory over Russia. It may also be a result of the sudden realization that Hitler was going to get stuck in Russia over the winter, which in fact happened, and that would be disastrous for the Wehrmacht and the German military and Britain as a whole. And Hitler's thinking was, if we're not going to win this war, if ultimately, like a chessboard, you can see what's going to happen in just a few moves, and let us at least kill all the Jews in Europe. So what seems to have happened is in the fall of 1941, they set up an experimental camp called Treblinka, which which was distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that had been designed before. Basically, Hitler had a full network of concentration camps that existed really from the beginning of his tenure in the 1930s. But these were primarily for political prisoners and other enemies that you wish to simply remove from social currents. People died in the concentration camp primarily as a result of people died in the concentration camps primarily as a result of misuse or malnutrition. People died in the concentration camps largely a result of abuse, of malnutrition, of slave labor conditions, but they were not designed specifically to kill people from the beginning. This was a new phenomenon initiated with Treblinka, and 6 of these special camps, which were called in German Vernichtungslager, which means to make into nothing camps. These were distinct from Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, where people are simply imprisoned in concentrations. This is a place where the Nazis strove for Vernichtung, for absolute destruction. The 6 camps are Martyr, Treblinka, Helmnoth, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and of course the infamous Auschwitz, which is the major of the Holocaust. These 6 camps were concentrated in Eastern Europe, although as the war progressed, several of the other camps, like Dachau, for example, were retrofitted with some aspects of the concentration of the Vernichtungslager features. Here is a view of Auschwitz, which is one of the most notorious of those camps. The feature of the death camp, which is most well known, is of course the gas chambers. Jews and other undesirables. There are many non-Jews who were also imprisoned in these camps. Once again, the Roma slated for utter destruction. Many Slavs, many dissenters, homosexuals, you name it, all kinds of people who were, personae non gratae by Hitler were sent to these camps. But Jews constitute a very significant population. Shipped from ghettos all over Europe in railroad cars, sometimes taking several days to reach their destination, the Jews were disembarked, and then they were exposed to a selection process where the vast majority of them were sent for immediate gas. Whatever was valuable on their person, including gold teeth, prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, sometimes hair, sometimes tattooed skin, whatever was felt of potential use to the Nazis was taken from the Jews, and then often with various ruses, giving them towels and soap, for example, and telling them they were going to be deloused, they were going to have their lice removed, because lice was a perennial problem among prisoners during the war. They were sent into these gas chambers and exposed to this poison, Zyklon B, Zyklon B in English, which is essentially a rat poison. In the gas chambers, like this one here, they would be asphyxiated by the gas, and within half an hour, their bodies would be removed by other Jewish camp inmates, the so-called Sonderkommando, and then they would be sent to the crematoria for disposal. The crematoria were not designed to kill Jews, they were designed to get rid of the tremendous number of bodies that were accumulated every single day in these camps. There were Jews who survived the concentration camps or the death camps, primarily because a certain small proportion was selected not for immediate destruction, but for eager scientific experimentation. The notorious Rasa Angel, the White Angel, Joseph Mengele, for example, liked to experiment on identical twin children. He would expose one of them to various injecting with various chemicals and so on, and compare the changes with the child that was unaffected. They also experimented with different kinds of field transplants and mutations and things like that. Or they used them for slave labor because all of the camps had some kind of industrial satellite camp. For example, Auschwitz had a small camp called Una nearby that was used to make acetone. The Jews were used in incredibly horrible conditions as slave laborers and basically starved to death. You see this picture here. The worst among them became what the camp called Christian men or Muslims, which is a derogatory term, was used to say that somehow they had lost all will to live. I don't know why the connection specifically with Muslims, but nevertheless that was part of the lexicon. And people who reach this stage of extreme psychological distress were not long for this world. When the Allies finally came in 1944, 1945, they found, incredible scenes of destruction. People displaced from their homes, their families, from their sanity, and quite often. And they found incredible swaths of corpses in many of the camps of Bergen-Belsen, for example, and they often, which is another story to itself. Many stories here. I'm trying to keep this lecture under 30 minutes. Finally, the aftermath concluded with the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, where a small number of core Nazi leaders were tried for war crimes. This is part of a larger discussion. I'm trying to keep this within 30 minutes, so I'm not going to go into detail, but it led to a rather extreme interpretation of the reasons for the Holocaust, known as the intentionalist theory, which has come under criticism by another school dominant today called the functionalists. I'll just have to leave that as something for further research. That's basically a very quick overview of what is arguably the darkest period in Jewish history. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Essential Lectures in Jewish History. I hope you like this beautiful new green screen I have behind me. I can do all kinds of cool things with it. I just got it this morning, and I hope I'll be able to put all kinds of excellent pictures behind me and use it in so many ways that you will be able to appreciate videos even more. Okay, so over the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to give you a very quick overview of American Jewish history. This is a complicated thing for me to talk about because it's so close to me. It's like right in front of my face. And as historians, we generally like to talk about things that happened a long time ago. The things that happen right now are much more difficult for us to figure out. So we usually give those things to the political scientists or sociologists. And the things that happen in the future, we give those generally to the Department of Prophecy, which is quite a ways down the hall from my office. But let's talk very quickly about American Jewish history. Okay, so there are three significant waves of Jewish immigration, and they are significantly larger as we move on throughout history. First are these Sephardic Jews who come in the 17th century, really in the 1650s, tiny little populations that established beachheads in places like Charleston, South Carolina, or New York as well. These are populations that in many ways were fleeing the Spanish Inquisition as it reached out to the colonies. One of the first populations of Jews that arrived in New York, for example, were Jews from South America who had made it here, petitioned the authorities to live in this region and received extensive rights, especially when New Amsterdam became New York. But these are tiny little settlements of Jews making very, very little impact on these overall populations. A more significant population of Jews comes in the 1840s, primarily from Germany. The Jews who are coming to America, those at that time are primarily fleeing economic difficulties, economic restrictions, sometimes a certain amount of anti-Semitic discrimination that comes, for example, from restrictive marriage laws that will only allow a certain number of Jews to marry per family. So we come to America to try and, the land of opportunity to explore new options for us. The third and the largest group of immigrants comes after the 1880s, and these are Jews primarily from the former Russian Empire. In the early 1880s, there's a series of pogroms, that is, these kind of spontaneous attacks on Jewish populations that the Russian Empire proved incapable of halting over 4 years of sporadic violence. These pogroms, especially in the 1880s, were not huge and extremely violent attacks like we would see in the 20th century, although they would escalate to much worse in 1903, 1905, 1919, and then especially, of course, in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, the fact that the Russian Empire was not able to really stop them was something that was very significant for the Jews of Ukraine, Poland, and regions like that. And so combine that with the anti-Semitic policies of the Russian government and the lack of economic possibilities in the region, and that a lot of Jews sought out the golden Medina, the golden land that was the New World. And so about 1.7 million Jews came from Eastern Europe to America between 1880 and 1924. At that time, the American government began to really shrink the immigration quotas, and very few Jews were allowed into the country. Tragically, this was also the case during the Holocaust, although many Jews chose to go to other countries, like South America, a significant number to Israel and the early Zionist movement, Canada, a civilized country to the north, which has, for example, universal health care, things like that. So these are, that's the basic 3 major waves of Jewish immigration. And once again, they get progressively larger. There's a certain amount of internal conflict between the waves of Jews. The German Jews, for example, although very charitably inclined towards their compatriots from, or I should say, their co-religionists from Eastern Europe, nevertheless had some disdain because they tended to be much lower on these as immigrants, and they had to work their way up from, say, being pushcart sellers of recycled goods and until they finally were able to establish the kind of storefront, and in some cases even establish large department stores. By and large, the story of American Jewry in America is that, by and large, the story of Jews in America is a very successful one in which Jews really take advantage of the tremendous opportunities of this land in order to grow their primarily economic situation, their educational situation, and so on. But at the same time, there's a huge decline in religious observance. We should bear in mind that, particularly for those Jews living in Eastern Europe in the 1880s, these were Jews who were bucking the system, who were going against the conventional, which was that America was not the golden Medina, the golden land, it was in fact the trade Medina, the non-kosher land, primarily because of its dearth of major Jewish institutions such as schools, synagogues, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, you name it. There was very little here for Jews coming from Eastern Europe. So as a result, those Jews who tended to immigrate before the Holocaust tended to come with the kind of willingness to adapt to America, and a special desire to learn English, and even to refrain from teaching their children Yiddish, the overwhelmingly dominant vernacular of Eastern Europe. And they were willing to become Americans, to do everything it took to become Americans. This was not the case for the Jews who came after the Holocaust, who were not immigrants, they were refugees. Whereas the immigrant mentality is, I'm open to this country, I'm going to make myself over like this country, this is totally new and different, and I embrace it. A refugee comes with a mindset, my home was destroyed, my culture was destroyed, I will not open myself up to this foreign environment, I am going to make this foreign environment like my home environment in Eastern Europe. And so there's a huge marked distinction between those two groups. Let's jump ahead a little bit, because there's a lot to cover, and I really want to focus on the turn of the 21st century. One of the major stories of American Jewry, besides the tremendous growth economically and educationally in terms of their advancement in all fields of human endeavor, really, is the decline. Decline in the character of their Jewish observance, their Jewish identity, and the story of increasing assimilation. We should understand that term. Assimilation, if you borrow it from the chemical sciences, essentially refers to like dissolving a solid within a liquid so that the solid is no longer visible. That's kind of a harsh term to use when we talk about Jews in America because in many ways they tend to remain doggedly insistent on certain Jewish markers of identity. For example, most surveys indicate that Jews, no matter how tenuous their connection to Judaism is, they nevertheless retain a high degree of pride in their Jewish identity, and they will strongly identify themselves as a Jew, even if the other behaviors that they may manifest will not necessarily be in harmony with that view. On the other hand, every other marker shows Jews kind of walking away from Judaism. In the 2013, the Pew Research study appeared, which was an especially damning report on the state of Jewish identity in America, and it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And this is a phenomenon that has been observed for several decades. It's at the state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Now, obviously, there are differences between the denominations. And in fact, that's a huge 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge state of Jewish identity in America. And it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And this is a phenomenon that had been observed for several decades. It's at the state where at least 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Several decades. It's at the state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Now, obviously, there are differences between the denominations. And in fact, in many ways, America is the place where many of the denominations really flourish. We spoke about denominations in an earlier lecture. But here in America, the conservative movement and the reform movement, for example, grew apace throughout the 20th century. But their intermarriage rates grew commensurately. But their intermarriage rates grew at a commensurate rate with the growth of the denomination. It's a very serious phenomenon, especially when you join that to the fact that roughly 1/4 of all children born of intermarriages, this is referring to whether the mother or the father is Jewish. Jewish law traditionally ascribes Jewish identity only to those children born of a Jewish mother or those who convert to Judaism. Only 1/4 of children born of a marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew identify themselves as Jews. So you combine intermarriage with a low level of identification of children of intermarriage, and you see the Jewish community in many ways essentially burying itself out of existence in America. There are other factors involved. For example, Jewish women tend to be highly educated. They're one of the most highly educated of all ethnic groups in America. High education is often correlated with low levels of fertility, meaning Jewish women are much less likely to have children as they postpone childbirth till their education and their careers are well underway. So the Jewish birth rate is about 1.1 overall, well below replacement value. And again, there's denominational shifts in that. The Orthodox birth rate is quite a bit higher. It's about 4 and a bit per family, but nevertheless, still a very serious phenomenon for the long-range demographic of the Jews, because Orthodox Jews constitute only about 10% of the American Jewish population. Now, I'd like to spend the last couple minutes of this video talking about Samuel Heilman's thesis. That's an extremely important one for us to understand if we're going to look at the future of the Jews of America. I know I said prophecy was down the hall, but this is a phenomenon that we have observed for the last half century, and so therefore it's worth discussing in this context. Here's basically what Dr. Heilman argues is happening to American Jewry. If you were to look at, well, let's say we make a chart, and let's say on the vertical axis we put the number of Jews. Okay, so higher up on the y-axis you have more Jews, lower down you have less Jews. And then on the x-axis, let us place levels of Jewish identification, which means obviously Jews who are observant tend to be very high in that scale, but at other groups, like let's say quite determined Jewish Zionists or Jewish socialists, people who are really well invested and have lots of daily markers in their lifestyle of Jewish identity, they would score high on that score. So if you looked at American Jewry in 1950, you have a significant number of Jews who were towards the non-identified or non-affiliated area of that chart. And then you have a very small amount who were highly affiliated, and you have a big camel hump in the middle of Jews who were moderately affiliated. Those moderately affiliated Jews were extremely important for the maintenance of Jewish life to the right of them, meaning those Jews who were highly affiliated. I'll explain why. Because if you look at the Jews at the turn of the 21st century, you'll see that there's an even larger group of Jews who are non-affiliated and remarkably low levels of Jewish identification. You have a higher incidence, small but still higher incidence of Jews who are highly affiliated. This might refer to the burgeoning so-called Baal Tshuva movement, those Jews who become conservative later in life, which really took off after the Six-Day War in the late 1960s. And so there's a significant number of Jews who are sort of returning to Judaism, very significant numbers. But the moderately affiliated Jew, that camel hump that was present at the very first slide, very first period that we're talking about, they disappeared, and they're basically nowhere. So that, is a very scary thing for a demographic perspective, but it's even more serious because you think about the money that those people used to invest in Jewish life. In the 1950s, people who might not necessarily, for example, send their children to Jewish schools would nevertheless give a donation to a local Jewish school because they believed in the idea of Jewish education. Or they might not necessarily visit Israel, but you know what? They would give to the United Jewish Appeal. They would give their money, as it were, to the right. In the 21st century, however, even though Jews are in general much more wealthy, the third, fourth generation are much more wealthy than their precursors, their money is typically going to other philanthropic causes. Very valuable ones, but not Jewish. For example, the art gallery or the local hospital, lots of causes which are really important for the general society, but they are impoverishing the Jewish institutions that support those in the right. So Dr. Hallman argues that if this trend continues, it will be impossible financially for Orthodox Jews to maintain their lifestyle in this country, and they will in fact have to immigrate to Israel. That's a very dire kind of prediction. At any rate, that's a very quick overview of American Jewish history from its beginnings in the 17th century, with emphasis on the early 21st century. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you love this new green screen. I'm going to have so much fun with it. Okay, we'll talk to you in the next lecture.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. I'd like to talk today about Soviet Jewish history, and unlike most of the other things I talk about in this series, I actually know a little bit about this because I did my dissertation work on the Jews of Ukraine during the period of the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So I'll try to talk fast and really only say the things that are most important so you get the essential lecture of Jewish history. Okay, so let's think about what do we mean when we say Soviet Jewish history. The Soviet Union was a transformed Russian empire that emerged after World War I. It had a revolution in 1917 that overthrew the Tsarist Empire, also known as the Russian Empire, and it lasted until 1991 when it finally fell apart for a variety of reasons that maybe I'll have a chance to touch on. It's not really appropriate to refer to it as Russia per se because the area is made up, by the way, it's a large area, it covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, which is a massive amount of territory, and it covers many different ethnicities who are not at all Russian, and in fact, many who are not at all happy about being included in Russia in one form or another. So we'll speak about the Soviet Union, prior to that, the Russian Empire or the Tsarist Empire. So anyways, there was a revolution at the beginning of 1917 as people were very upset with the costs of war, with the declining economy, and that overthrew the Tsar and put in place a provisional government. That provisional government lasted for about half a year and then was overthrown again at the end of the year. Now, you may notice I haven't mentioned specific months because the Russian Empire was literally behind the rest of the world by 11 days in the 20th century. They used an older calendar that had been revised by Western Europe millennia earlier, and so they what they called February was actually what the rest of the world called March, and what they called October was called by the rest of the world November. That just gives you a sense of how different Russia was in many ways. At any rate, you have a first revolution in the beginning of 1917, a provisional government that was not especially effective, and then that concludes with another revolution, which is really the communist revolution. The communist revolution, led by a man named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, represented an attempt to take the socialist principles of the Jewish author Karl Marx, Jewish but anti-Semitic. He was a classic example of a self-hating Jew, and I have a lecture on that. You can check it out if you like. Anyways, they attempted to put socialist principles into practice with this idea of shared wealth, this idea of shared resources, of nationalizing industry, deprivatizing, and collectivizing agriculture, all kinds of things like that. In the first couple of years after the revolution, this was really impossible because World War I was still going on, and while they were hemming and hawing, the Germans were occupying a large portion of the Russian Empire. So they were engaged the first couple of years in a period they called war communism, which represented an attempt to dramatically and rapidly introduce communism to the population, which it was really quite upset about in many ways. There was a heavy atheistic campaign, which would later be expressed in the magazine with the interesting title Bezbožnik, which means the godless. The Hebrew title, or the Yiddish title, was Apikoros, the heretic, in which there was a tremendous amount of violence done to religious individuals and their institutions. Churches blown up, things like that. Synagogues ransacked for holy books and then transformed into public halls for theaters, things like that. War communism ended about 1920 when the war and the Civil War had slowed down. Let me mention the Civil War in a second. That was followed by a period called the New Economic Policy, in which a lot of the communist doctrinaire ideas of war communism were sort of stepped back because the population was simply not having it. And these kind of restrictive policies were relaxed for a while. Now, let me talk very briefly about the Revolutionary years and the Civil War, because it's an extremely important period in Jewish history. Basically, when the Russian Empire fell apart at the beginning of 1917, and especially when a communist revolution happened at the end of 1917, Jews were in a very unusual situation. They constituted a significant minority in the overall population, but an especially important minority in the urban centers. As we've discussed many times before, Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas, and they tend to also be quite literate. And as a result, you've got these islands of Polish, Jewish, Russian cities surrounded by, for example, Ukrainian peasants or Polish peasants and things like that. And the Jews were a very important element in the actual life of these cities, and their high literacy rate meant that they had especially important roles to play in the functioning of this burgeoning new post-Russian Empire government. Several of these emerging states that were built up temporarily after the fall of the Russian Empire, most significantly Ukraine, but also in many ways the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course Poland, experimented with giving communal rights to Jews in exchange for their help with nation building. Ukraine had by far the most aggressive and ambitious program, declaring Yiddish a national language, establishing a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that would sit within the government. Fascinating period that I actually spent a lot of time writing about, and you can check out my book. It's probably still in print somewhere. I think it's being translated into Ukrainian right now. At any rate, that whole kind of bold and exciting new creativity ended in tremendous tragedy because these incipient governments could not control the violence in the countryside, and the violence was incredibly overwhelming. There were many different armed bands roving across the countryside, particularly in Ukraine, that were associated with one force or another, including the so-called white armies, which wanted to bring back the Tsar, to roll back the communist revolution, the pro-Ukrainian Directory armies that wanted to keep in place the new Ukrainian government, anarchists that were especially significant in the in certain regions around the Dnieper River. You had the Red Army was also quite active in that region. Of course, they eventually would be ultimately successful. And there were bands of hooligans and all kinds of groups that were just wandering around. And since there was no government, no power that could really effectively control the violence, it exploded in a sea of blood. By conservative estimates, there were about 50 to 60,000 Jews killed. It's quite likely that the number is significantly larger, although we lack really solid census data to get a solid handle on it. And be that as it may, there's no question that the violence of the year 1919 eclipsed anything that happened in the last 1,000 years prior to it, including the 1648 Kronetsky massacres, including the Crusades and so on. It was a period of tremendous and horrible violence perpetrated not only against Jews, but also against other minorities, such as Mennonites, Poles, and others. And as a result, it's unfortunate just to step back and think about this historiographically for a minute. This violence has largely been occluded by the much more horrific violence of the Holocaust. But there's no question that the two periods are very closely related, and many historians have begun to have a closer look at 1919 in particular to understand how that influenced the later growth of violence in the region. At any rate, the Red Army ended up victorious. Many Jews began to support the Red Army and, by extension, the communist movement, primarily because they were the only army that was able to establish order in the region. And order is extremely important for all minorities because that's the only way that they can have a safe living space. And the Soviet Union began apace in the 1920s. I've already mentioned now, let's go back to our kind of timeline. So you had the war communism period, which is kind of like 1917, 1918, to 1920 or 1921, depending on how you want to count it. Then you have the new economic policy, which is like 1921 to about 1924. And unfortunately, during this time, which was kind of like a relaxation of communist principles, Vladimir Lenin had a stroke. And he spent about 2 years.
You're higher than the 10th? Oh, you speak French? Okay. Hi. How are you? How did you find out about me? Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you're here. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Being really incapacitated, and his deputies began to jostle with each other for control. Most important were Trotsky and Stalin, and ultimately Trotsky lost and Stalin became the new leader of the Soviet Union, which he led until his death in the early 1950s. Stalin was no friend of the Jews. Stalin was an incredible anti-Semite, particularly in the sense of wanting to destroy their national specificity. He did have, the ability to work with individual Jews who had adopted communist ideals, but the idea of a Jewish community, the idea of religion was anathema to him, even though he himself was a former seminarian. There's a whole story involved with that. At any rate, during the 1920s, while there was still this sort of struggle as to who would control the Soviet Union, there was a brief flourishing of cultural activity among many minorities, not only the Jews, but also the Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Poles, all these various national minorities had an unusual period of creativity that was determined by a policy called korenizatsiya, or rootification, roots in the sense of like plants. The idea being that Marxism recognized the authenticity of indigenous cultures, which in this case would refer to, for example, Yiddish Jewish culture, devoid of all religious elements. So a tremendous amount of money and energy was poured into trying to encourage Jews and other minorities to develop their cultural activities insofar as they were consistent with the values of communism, which meant, of course, stripping them of any religious environment, stripping them of any kind of hostility with other nationalities, because this was to be the period of Druzhba Naroda, of the friendship of peoples, things like that. And it was like a huge renaissance of Yiddish culture in particular. This extended throughout the 1920s until Stalin really gained control and he put his foot down. By 1930, all of these various sections of the Jewish Party, including the Jewish section of the Communist Party, abbreviated on the term Yevsektia, Yevreysky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, they were shut down and go into a period of darkness as Stalin begins to initiate the so-called purges. The purges were a horrible, terrible time in Soviet history when Stalin encouraged individuals to rat on their neighbors, in some cases even rat on their spouses, their parents, their siblings, incredible, horrible things where people would be accused of being saboteurs, of wrecking the economy. There's a lot to say about this. I'm going to skip through it. And basically, the entire Soviet Union turned into this sort of prison camp where people were suspicious of their neighbors, suspicious of their family members, and anytime a person got ratted out, they would be hauled in to speak to the precursor of the KGB, known at that time as the NKVD, and they would be interrogated, sometimes tortured, and forced to divulge the name of 10 other wreckers. Then these other so-called wreckers, who really had nothing to do with the downfall of the economy, would then be similarly arrested. They would also be interrogated, tortured, and they would reveal another 100 people, and the whole society was going into a spiral of destruction throughout the 1930s. This was interrupted primarily by World War II. And we have more to say about that in the lecture on the Holocaust, but basically, Stalin signed an agreement with Hitler that lasted from 1939 till 1941, in which they both agreed to divide the regions that separated them, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states. And then Hitler double-crossed Stalin in 1941, and that began the so-called Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. At that time, between 1941 and the end of the war, a few years later, Stalin sort of put brakes on his anti-Semitic campaign and his other anti-nationalistic campaigns because he wanted to, try to bring all the minorities together under the anti-war effort. That was successful for the Soviet Union, which eventually defeated the German army. But in the end, they had to reconstruct the country, and Stalin went back to his own anti-Semitic, anti-nationalistic policies. His death in 1953 was a stunning development for many Soviet citizens who believed that he was the great leader, a kind of a reincarnated Tsar, and his death left all but dissidents really shattered. It's an amazing phenomenon, not for this conversation. At any rate, we go into the next phase of Soviet Jewish history when now at this point, of course, the state of Israel exists, and many Jews are seeking to leave the Soviet Union to come to Israel, and many also want to come to the United States. But in a strange kind of quirk of Soviet thinking, those Jews and other nationalities who wish to leave the Soviet Union are in themselves sort of an advertisement for the failure of communism. Because why do they want to go? If everything's perfect here, if this is the workers' paradise, why would anyone want to go? Obviously, their departure looked bad in the Soviet Union. And so many Jews who applied for exit visas were refused, and they were called refuseniks because they were denied the ability to leave the country to emigrate to Israel or America and so on. As a result of tremendous pressure from the West, especially Jewish communities here in the United States, ultimately, there's many other factors involved, trade issues, economic issues, military issues. Ultimately, the Soviet Union was forced to relent, and a trickle of Jews in the 1970s eventually became a river and finally a thundering stream by the time you get to the 1980s. And many of those Jews migrated to Israel, which fundamentally changed the demographic there in very significant ways. Many of them moved to Brooklyn as well, and so that enriched the Jewish civilization in this great city. Ultimately, the end of the Soviet Union came in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power, and for a host of reasons, once again, beyond the scope of these short lectures, he decided that the right approach would be impose perestroika, or restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, trying to bring communist policies more in line with the standards borders of Western Europe and the United States. This proved to be impossible because many of the various non-Russian nationalities living in the Soviet Union really demanded independence, and so by the early 1990s, starting with the Baltic states and with Ukraine, these states seceded, and the Soviet Union fell apart and was reborn as Russia proper, much smaller in territory than the Soviet Union, nevertheless still quite a huge state, and the Jews, of course, were at this point free to leave. But at the same time, there is a renaissance of Jewish culture in many of these post-Soviet states. We'll have to leave that for another lecture. Okay, that's your quick essential lecture on Soviet Jewish history. I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, my name is Henry. I'm really glad that you decided to watch this video, which is accompanying my newest book, The Kabbalah of Forgiveness. The Kabbalah of Forgiveness is a commentary on the 16th century classic of Jewish spirituality known by the Hebrew title Tomer Devorah by Rabbi. What I'd like to do with this introductory video is tell you a little bit about the original book, a little bit about the original author, and then we'll wrap it up into the next video. So, first of all, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. That's my title for the first chapter of this really remarkable book, which essentially deals with the 13 different levels of God's mercy and how those can be applied to human relationships. Meaning, in traditional Jewish thought, God is merciful in 13 different ways. He would give people and according to the thought of Rabbi these 13 ways can be emulated by humans on the planet here in a very, very effective way. It's a dramatically powerful book, very original, and highly influential, and it's had a great impact on my life. And even though I wouldn't say that really I've become such a tremendously forgiving person, but it really has helped me in my relationships with family, community, co-workers, and so on. And I'm sure it's a book that will make a big difference to you as well. So, what exactly is this book? It fits within two distinct sort of categories of Jewish thought, the corpus of Jewish literature. First of all, it is really a work of Kabbalah, and secondly, it is a work of Mussar. Let's define what those two terms are. Kabbalah is the esoteric, mystical teachings of Judaism, which are enshrined in many books like Zohar, Sefer Bahir, and many other books like that. And it deals with, sort of the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, a really big, fantastic, kind of mind-boggling thoughts. And normally in Jewish thought, this kind of material is reserved for the elite. There's actually a ban that was put on the study of Kabbalah that was limited to anyone, for example, who was over the age of 40, and they also had a tremendous background in the traditional revealed Torah, which means the Rosh, the first one, the most, the Talmud, and so on. And for most of human history, only really the elite study, really highly educated people study Kabbalah. A lot of that changed, for example, in the 18th century with the innovation of the Hasidic movement, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. Tomer Devorah, the book under discussion here, actually is kind of an exception to the rule, however, and has been so recognized by luminaries such as Rabbi and many others who have advocated the study of this specific book. Even though it is really suffused with Kabbalistic information, they have highly recommended the study of this book, particularly during the penitential month of Elul, which immediately precedes the high holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and of course during those 2 days of repentance. That's because that season of the year is traditionally associated with forgiving others so that we may ask God for God's forgiveness as well, and so therefore it's a book that can somehow, evaded the traditional bank much. I shouldn't say some. There's a lot of really good reasons why it is considered exempt, but we're not going to get into it. The other genre of this particular Orthodox group is that of Musa, which is a very old tradition in Jewish literary corpus, and it deals with strategies for ethical self-development. Some of the older texts include passages in the Bible itself, the classic collection, Pirkei Avot, which is the 2nd century collection of older teachings of rabbis. It goes through books like Rothschild, Silat Yesharim, many very famous books. What's really unusual about Talmud Deborah is it takes a Kabbalistic approach to ethical development, which is really quite distinct from any other text, and it set a whole new direction in Musar literature from the 16th century onwards. The author is one of the most amazing figures of the great thought circles of the age. An amazing explosion of Jewish creativity and spiritual activity that occurred in the northern Israeli city of Safed, or Tzfat in Hebrew, in the 16th century. He was a very short life, but in that short life he was extremely prolific. He wrote a lot of tremendously influential works of Kabbalah, like Pardes Monim, and so on, commentary on Zohar as well. And in fact, he attracted one of the greatest Kabbalists to come visit him in Tzfat and be his student. The great Rizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Zulia, came specifically to be a student and teach about the Moshe Rabbeinu. Eventually went on to eclipse his own teacher in fame, and very highly influential Kabbalist, certainly the most influential Kabbalist of the and in this book, what he really wants to do is he wants to try and describe the concept of the halachah b'drachav, that you shall walk in his ways, and you shall imitate God. It's actually a Latin theological term as well, imitatio Dei, or the imitation of God, which is a very long tradition in Jewish scholarship. And basically, what the book wants to address is specifically the way in which God interacts with the universe from creation and onward is through these 10, shall we call them, vessels known as spherot. I'm not going to go into great detail on what these spherot are and how they work, partially because I have no idea. I'm novice in this myself, but more importantly because we're going to try and keep these lectures to the Musar level of understanding how that applies to us in reality. For example, these 10 spherot deal with kindness, severity, beauty, all kinds of things. How are we supposed to use these characteristics in our relations with others? Don't worry, as we go through videos, it'll be much clearer for all of you. I encourage you to look at the website, which has been set up specifically to support videos and text, and there you'll get actual samples of the text as well. And it'd be great if you want to print them out or split your screen and look at them in Hebrew or in English while I'm talking. So basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is my title for the book, which is really the first chapter of my book, deals with these 13 levels of forgiveness. We're going to start with the first video in just a few moments. Just click on the next video in this playlist, and hope you find it as moving as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, I'm really glad that you decided to check out the second video in the series where we're going to look at the first of 13 levels of forgiveness as described in the phenomenal book Talmud Torah, or Date of Torah, by the 16th century Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Rabbi. So the 13 levels are based on a verse in Micah that goes through the 13 attributes of God, which are couched in highly arcane language, but he teases them out to discuss these 13 different levels. The first level of 13 is called Mikel Kamocho, or Who is God Like You? And Rabbi Cordero holds a very powerful image called the Melech Ne'ela, or the insulted king. What is this talking about? Basically, you have this idea, which is common to most Western monotheistic faiths, as far as I'm aware, that not only did God create the universe, but God continues to maintain existence in the universe. That God continues to send a flow of energy to the universe to allow it to maintain its existence. For God to, at a moment, God forbid, remove that flow of energy, the universe would simply disappear in an instant. So the idea is that God did not just, like an atheist position, sort of create the world and then step back by creating a whole clock and walking away. God continues to provide this flow of energy to the universe at all times. So if we accept that as a basic idea of truth, but that would mean that all of the energy that is directed to this universe at every moment is not only on a macro level, but also on a micro level, as the Midrash likes to say. There is not a blade of grass that grows without an angel striking it saying, grow. Meaning that every single aspect of our existence is supervised, observed, and given energy by the King of Kings. This is a concept in Judaism known as Hashgacha Pratis, or divine providence in traditional theological language. So, given those two ideas, that God is constantly providing energy for the maintenance of the universe, and that God is completely aware of everything that happens in the universe, and it follows that whenever we use our own will and our own energy to sin, we are actually subverting the very energy that God gives us to perform God's will, and we're using it against His will. It's as if an employer gives his servant a walking stick and gives him a mission to go off on a journey. And the walking stick is for the servant's benefit, and then the servant picks up the stick and begins to beat the boss with it. Meaning we're using God's energy against him. That's what's discussed in this first level of the 13 levels of mercy. The concept is really quite powerful if you think about it. Also in the Midrashic context. By the way, Midrash are a series of ancient and medieval discussions of biblical texts, really ancient discussions, often recorded in medieval documents that provide sometimes poetic, philosophical interpretations of the text. These texts of Midrash are considered very old by traditional Jewish readers. So one of the Midrashim, for example, discusses the splitting of the sea, which of course is entered into the wider culture of the Western world. The Jews leaving Egypt, fleeing to the sea, God splits the sea on charcoal tested sticks and things like that. The Jews travel through these seas, which is miraculously maintains its place. The walls of the sea are persistent, the ground becomes hardened along with the water. And so as the Jews see that their sea is no longer barred, and they can actually flee from the Egyptian safety, what do? Of course, they have some false idols, some statues, and they decide they should take them along with them through the waters of the sea. Now, I just think about no mind blowing, but it says here it is: God has transformed nature. God has altered the behavior of water and gravity, and all kinds of things, in order to demonstrate His will and His concern of slaves or slaves. And at that very moment, Jews are not recognizing that, but they're actually taking advantage of that salvation in order to rescue their idols. And then they simply goes on to say that God is providing the Jews with manna in the desert for 40 years, and they're receiving all this manna. And some of them say, well, this is great, we're getting food from the sky every night. Let's set some aside food and offer some offerings to our false idols. Well, here it is, the gift of God itself, and the Jews are using it contrary to His will. So this is why God is called the Melech Haru, or the Melech Ne'ela, meaning the insulted king. Because here, God forbid, we are actually kind of slapping him in the face when He is benefiting us directly. It's an amazing, astounding level of forgiveness forgiveness is very difficult for us to comprehend. Nevertheless, in Tomer Devorah, the Eight Tomer Devorah, which discusses this commentary, the Kabbalah of forgiveness, Rabbi Moshe Cordero does discuss it at some length. And I think that one of the ways to understand this best is in the sort of behavior paradigm set up by parents and children, especially adolescent children. Father of six myself, thank God, so I certainly know a little bit about adolescent behavior, and it can be trying every now and then. And the idea is that here you're giving so much energy to these kids, providing for their education, their housing, and their shelter, and their food, and their, all this positive energy all the time. And when they do things that are contrary to your will, you're very frustrated. Similarly, an employer is upset with an ungrateful employee, or a spouse is wrong suffering, the labels, marriage partner. There's all kinds of times we are required to keep giving, even when the other person is not only rejecting, but throwing it back in our face in a very spiteful manner. And in that case, we, that is the giver, are to a certain degree like God in terms of giving to humanity. We are required, we are called upon to be generous with ourselves, to give of ourselves, and to totally ignore the insult that comes back. So to go back, for example, to the adolescent children, rebellion is part of developing their identity. Rebellion is part of them trying to figure out exactly who they are as independent individuals. And so, on the one hand, yes, it would be nice if we could go straight from like saying being beautiful 10-year-olds to being beautiful 20 or 30-year-olds without any of that crazy stuff in the middle. But it's a natural part of growing up that they should learn to rebel against authority in order to understand what independence means. So our task as the givers, as it were, is to forgive those kinds of returning selfish things from the give and forgive. Anyways, in my commentary, I go through the translation of the text, and please have a look on the website. You'll see some of the original text there in Hebrew and in English. And I go through several kind of discussions of the references there and kind of scholarly material. But the part that I kind of like the most, that I'm pretty much way to, is I try to take this book, which is really very much a pragmatic book, despite all of the Kabbalistic information and the Talmudic information. There's nevertheless, it's a book about practice. It's a book about how can we change our lives by implementing these 13 levels of forgiveness. So what I do at the end of each of these 13 sections is I try to provide the reader with a few practical examples. So where we might actually use some of these ideas. If we rehearse them, then hopefully when real life presents us with an opportunity, we'll actually remember what we read and do the right thing. So here's an example. Let's say you're in line at the checkout. You're in the checkout line at the grocery store. You happen to be in the express line because you only want to grab a few things before you rush home. And you're checking your phone, and a person behind you says, "Listen, do you mind? I'm really in a big rush, and I've got to get home. Can I just get ahead of you?" And you're feeling kind of relaxed, and you've been reading the Kabbalah of forgiveness. You think, yeah, let that person go in front. And as that person goes in front, and she, let's say it's a woman, she starts putting her items on the conveyor belt, notice that, the sign says 9 items. And you're looking at she's got 18. What a chutzpah, to use the Yiddish expression. What nerve. Now, okay, really, in the grand scheme of things, 8 items is not huge more than 10. But here, she asks you to give her something. Let her take your place in line. And then with that, forgiveness, she's going to turn it back on. Okay. So that's a fairly small example. If you read the Kabbalah of forgiveness, you'll be able to say, all right, the insulted king, God takes a lot worse punishment than I do. And I'm also responsible for a lot of that punishment. God, I'm not speaking theoretically, I'm speaking actually. So if God can tolerate my transgressions, and certainly I can tolerate 8 extra items on the conveyor. It's much harder, though, when you get to the serious family dynamics of adolescents, spouses, and siblings. Just have to use your imagination a little bit about situations where you're required to give, and they're not necessarily respecting the fact that you're giving. Lessons that you have to give again. That's this concept of the insulting king. We can master this first concept of forgiveness. That giving is really something that's incumbent upon us, something that we nevertheless have to give. And we should not necessarily anticipate an appropriate level of gratitude in return. Then we make the first step towards the 13 distinct levels of forgiveness. You thought this one was hard, which I did, which I do consider hard. Sit tight because the next 12 levels, each one gets harder and harder. By the time we get to 13, which is kind of like a nuclear option, you can't find any other way to forgive a person. The 13th level is the absolute lowest edge ever. You see that there's a tremendous amount of spiritual work that goes on. And one last thing before we close. In my commentary, as I worked through this, really working through it for myself too, I really want to become the kind of person that Rabbi Cordovero writes about in Tomadora. I thought a little bit about what can I do to exercise this forgiveness muscle? What could I do to myself? How could I work on myself to try and produce the kind of person that I want to be? So I thought an exercise that I want to try as well. So the first level of forgiveness is all about giving and not expecting anything in return. Giving, even if what comes back is a slap in the face, saying, well, my task here is to give, and I give without reservation. So think about this exercise. Go through your chapters and see if you can find a few people that you haven't talked to in a long time. And write them a letter. Write them an actual paper letter, like so 20th century kind of technology. A postcard, small, and then just stick those letters in the mail and forget about it. And do this maybe once a month. Write these letters. But try and write these letters and just send them off to my mother. She writes them constantly on paper that are individual. Not like 4 pages like this and not typed, but you'll find out section. So just write those letters, send them off. Don't expect any response. If you get a response, then that's wonderful and it's going to feel pretty good. And if you don't, well, that's okay. Put yourself into that kind of modality of giving unconditionally. And that's really at the root of this concept of the insulted. God knows he's going to be insulted. God knows that giving us this kind of energy, we're bound to do the wrong thing from time to time. And we will be using the energy he gives us contrary to his will, even when he's completely aware of that. Nevertheless, he does not stop that flow of energy. He's giving. So that's the first level of the 13 levels. Please click on the playlist, try the second level. It's a little bit harder and actually a little bit more complex. Welcome to the second level of the Torah. The first level, just to do a very quick recap, the first level, God, as it were, provides energy to human beings for whatever they do. All the energy that we require for our daily existence is constantly flowing into us like electricity into let's say, a computer or a toaster or something like that. And if the toaster were to start doing something strange, like let's say playing music or more common, let's say burning the toast, and the timer isn't working right, then on a human level, we just pull the plug and that's it for the toaster. We get rid of it and buy a new one that happens. But God doesn't do that. God, as it were, forgives the toaster. He keeps giving it energy until the toaster can figure out how to start toasting bread properly. Now that's a really bizarre and maybe inappropriate analogy because humans are not toasters. Humans hopefully have the capacity to change, have the capacity to reform their ways. So we hope that God continues to give us energy so we work through those issues on our own. And so too, as we said at the first level, Rabbi Cordovero says that we should give others and allow them their transgressions, giving them the time to resolve their issues on their own. Now, the second level, which we're going to discuss today, in many ways, just develops the idea of further. And at this point, it gets a little more complicated and a little more spooky. So, here's a basic element of Cordovero Kabbalah. It actually goes very, very far back into Jewish mystical tradition, and in fact, certain elements of it are present in what's called Torah Nigla, or revealed Torah. When a person commits an act, either a positive act or a negative act, that energy is released into the universe. When the act is a positive act, mitzvah, something that is good for the universe, fulfillment of God's will, then that releases a kind of a messenger known as a malach. In fact, young children in observant Jewish homes are often taught that when they say a blessing on the food that they're eating, things like that, they are actually creating malachim, they're creating angels, positive energy sources that go out, benefit the world, and so on. That's also known as snake or the defender. Something that after 120 years, when a person has to account for their deeds, that all these snake, all these defenders come forward and say, he gave tzedakah, he gave charity in this moment, or he, helped out a person in this way, or he smiles appropriately at a person who's damaged, or that kind of thing. These are all snake. Now, unfortunately, the converse is also true. If a person commits a hurtful wrong, transgresses God's will, then this creates a kind of a negative energy source, which can be called a dig or a prosecutor in the language of Mishnah. Or in the language of Kabbalah, it's called a mashlis, a destroyer. And this kind of energy making is rather different in that, whereas the malach, the positive, wants to benefit the person and fulfill the universe in God's way, as it were, the mashlis wants to detract from it, darken the world, and it kind of feeds on suffering. And that mashlis is actually connected to the person, just like the snager, the defender, as it were, has an address saying that so-and-so created that person. Things to the Tager, the prosecutor, Tager, and after 120 years says, hey, this person, spoke words of lashon hara, words of character assassination behind this person's back, and in fact, it's true. There it is, the Tager standing now, the negative energy source is there. So this is the second level of God's forgiveness, is that just like God continues to provide energy to human beings in their actions, we also accept the premise, which is basic in Jewish thought, that no being can exist outside of the constant energy flow of God. It stands to reason there that even these negative energy beings, these mashlisim, these tager, these prosecutors, they also require a constant influx of energy to develop. And if that energy doesn't come from God, then that energy must come from the one who made them. God is within his right, so to speak, to say to the Tager, you ugly being, I did not create you. Go back to what who did create you and take the energy from that person. And in fact, that being can then go back to the human being who made him and say, all right, you created this amount of evil in the world, this amount of negative energy, kind of an energy debt that you imposed on the world, and now I'm going to take it out of you. And that can come out, as the Talmud Gemara says, in one of three ways: either suffering, or painful physical suffering, or emotional suffering, what have you, or through death, because death atones for a lot, or through gehenna, which is sort of like purgatory, it's not exactly like hell, but it's kind of like something bad enough. Yeah. The latter two are definitely much worse than the first. The first option, that is suffering, is something that we can choose for ourselves. And we're not talking here about necessarily goals or something like that. It's the kind of something that comes through introspection, evaluation of what reflect, understanding how we've gone wrong and then working through the process. There's a lot of literature in the Jewish tradition exactly how to do this. In fact, one great Rothschild who was 20 different levels of regret that goes into those like these. But nevertheless, the idea of like taking a hard look at yourself and saying, no, I really didn't think that's right. That is the kind of energy that it can cancel out the energy depth that one created with the thought. This is kind of the overall physics of transgression that is set up for the right, so let's just understand that properly. At the first level, God is constant in energy. That even when we use that energy incorrectly, God still continues that energy towards God. Second level, what happens is that God, that when we behave inappropriately, we create these negative energy beings. These negative energy beings are also looking for sustenance. They're also looking for that energy source. And God, within His rights, would say, hey, I didn't make you. Go to the one who made you. Take your energy from Him. But nevertheless, God says, no, I'll take care of this. I'll keep paying down the debt and let the person who created that monster that come around to address that him or herself and then reduce the energy debt by seriously repenting their ways. Now, bringing this down to a human level, I mean, this is all kind of weird and spooky, this idea of these energy beings that are surrounding us and they inform them so everybody knows who created them. That's very weird stuff. How do we actually implement it into a human level? So the Talmud Torah is, as I've said in early lectures, really a pragmatic human document. It is for our actual use in daily life. And in fact, we can apply this principle to our daily life as well. Specifically, what's really going on here is that God is, as it were, granting forbearance on a money. As the Talmud says, for example, the person owes money to two people. One is his friend and one is his enemy. The friend says, you owe me a lot of money, you'll pay me back a little at a time. The enemy says, no, I want it all right now. So as it were, God is like the friend who says, hey, you owe me money, as it were. You committed this negative disease, the elements of the universe, you harmed the spiritual environment, so now you've got to fix it. But I'll let you fix it a little at a time. You don't have to do it all at once. And that's, that's a benefit to us. So too, in our interpersonal relationships, when someone harms us, the Talmud Torah says the main thing is to try and give them time to fix it themselves. You don't have to be a dish rat. You don't have to be a doormat. But when you are wronged, give that other person a chance to rectify the situation. Myself, I'm just one of those people. When someone wrongs me, I like an apology, but I have to say, one of my own weaknesses, I like apologies just so. The apology has to be said right. If you don't apologize right, it's really hard not to. So what I have to work on myself is that I have to understand there are a lot of different ways that people apologize. Sometimes people apologize in exactly the right wording, please forgive me, identifying exactly what I did wrong, and things like that. Other people apologize by, just going out for a cup of coffee. And they don't really have it in themselves to say, I'm really sorry for doing that particular thing. That's kind of hard, but they want to show that they are sorry. And so they'll buy me the coffee as well. And I should run that is upon me. The onus is on me to accept the coffee as the full apology. In other words, give them time to address themselves. So on a pragmatic level, to implement the second level of the Talmud Torah is to give people a chance to address their wrongs. They do something wrong to you, you don't let them know, but don't demand a change on the spot. Give them a chance to work through those issues on their own. Okay, that's about it. I found this useful. Come back to the third level, which is very Okay, once again, let's do a little bit of a recap as to what we've gone through so far in the first two levels of forgiveness. The first level is this idea that God is constantly supplying energy to human beings, even when they use that energy contrary to God's will. God nevertheless continues to supply this, and this is a tremendous level of forgiveness. Rabbi, the author of the Talmud Torah, says that this is like the insulted king, because he ignores the insult to his person that we have used the energy that we get from him. The second level goes further and talks about the fact that our misdeeds create these negative energy beings that also require sustenance, that also require this influx of energy. And God also, as it were, puts the bill for those energy drains as well. It doesn't send them back to collect energy from us. It gives us a chance to address our own wrongdoings and to cause that energy debt to be paid of our own regard. Now, on the third level, this is where God is not only being forbearing, that is, tolerating sin. Now, this is where he starts to actively cleansing process. This is something, as we shall see, we can also draw into our own lives, because, as I've emphasized in the last few lectures, Talmud Torah really is a pragmatic work that's designed for implementing into our lives. So the third level deals with this concept of washing away sins. The Talmud Torah adopts a Kabbalistic approach, which depends on the structure of four distinct worlds that are beyond the scope of our discussion here. But there are different creatures that are allowed to affect different worlds. Angels, as it were, do not have the power to forgive sin. That's something that is reserved for God alone. Angels are not created in a high enough world of these four worlds able to remove the effects of sin. Only God, as it were, can personally intervene and forgive sin. Now, this is something of an exception to the general operation of the universe, as Rabbi explains elsewhere in his Kabbalistic works. Normally, God sends out an incredible number of long periods of angels to direct the function of the world as a whole. But there are certain things that God, as it were, reserves for his personal love and rather than through various energies that he sends. I know that's all kind of weird and way above my own understanding of these things. So I'm just words that I've read without really deep understanding. But for years, my own ignorance, I understand how this applies specifically to forgiveness. So in this third, God is comparing the atonement to a very, very powerful image, a human image that is of a parent washing away filth off a child. Many of the commentaries really speak about this greatly, because all of us have, as human beings, we have experienced this in one degree or another. The word that's used in the quotation that Rabbi Cordero chooses is "Tzoat Zion," which literally means the excrement of the daughters of Zion. God will wash away the filth of the daughters of Zion in the most human sense of the term filth. And this is something that we as human beings all experience one way or another. And that when we were children, before we were toilet-trained, there was a parent or a caregiver who was able to step in and clean us up. And many of us who have aging parents also understand what it's like to do the same in return for a parent. It is an act of tremendous love and kindness, and also it's an act of phenomenal forgiveness, because one cares for the person so much that one will be, that we are willing to forgo our own honor in order to benefit this person who really needs to be forgiven. So God, as it were, forgives human sin at this level. God doesn't send out a messenger or send out an employee saying, "Would you please clean up this terrible mess here?" God, as it were, personally gets involved and takes care of it. And this is a very, very high level of forgiveness. And this is why what the Talmud Torah is trying to say as well here is that we should emulate this in our own interpersonal relationships. For example, when we see that someone around us has caused us some sort of harm, we should say, no, well, that's their problem. They made this mess. Let them clean it up. No, it is true. It's their mess. They've got to clean it up. But ultimately, a higher level of forgiveness is when we step in and we say, you know what? For whatever reason, they're just not ready to clean up themselves. They're not capable of understanding what they've done wrong. They're not capable of doing the actual technical cleaning up of the mess. So we should step in and care for them. That's a very high level of forgiveness. I'll share with you a personal vignette that is kind of a small family tradition that it's not very hard for me to do at all, but it was a way to express my love for my wife in such a way that I think it's really, we joke about it, but it's good to love that. We were living in Israel many years ago, and we were studying in Yeshiva and seminary. We were living in this fourth-story walk-up in one neighborhood, and it had this really beautiful terrazzo floor, which is a really hard stone floor. And my wife was working in the kitchen. It was Friday afternoon. She was working in the kitchen, and she had this big glass bottle of grape juice that we used for Kiddush that night. And as these things happen, it slipped from her hand, smashed up the terrazzo floor, and there was grape juice everywhere. And that time of the week when we're just trying to get everything ready and we're on a deadline, and we can't let it sit. It's going to be a very frustrating time. And my wife was just kind of like, oh my gosh. But I was married. Well, I was married for about a year and a half or so, and I stepped in. I was a big hero, and I said, no, I'll do this. I know. But at that point, I did clean up, and she was so appreciative over such a small thing. She was so appreciative that it sort of evolved from then on. That whenever there is that kind of an event, a spill, especially involving breaking glass, and I'm around, it's my job to clean up. And I view it as a tremendous privilege to be able to do that, especially because there are a lot of things that she doesn't really remember from this, but she's constantly doing the same kind of things for me. So there's something that's deeply ennobling on the one hand about stepping in, forgiving the other. In this particular example, obviously there's no sin involved in breaking glass, but the metaphor is, the person makes a mess. You don't say, hey, you clean it up, your mess. Step in there and do the right thing and clean it up for them. So there's something very deeply ennobling about the person who steps in to do that. But at the same time, especially thinking this in terms of a child-parent relationship, there is a huge deterrent to sin as well. Because if I know that, like let's say for example, we go back to the metaphor of a child that's slow himself and has to go to his mother for things. If I know that I let my parents down and I soil myself and I go to my mother and I need her assistance, she'll do it for me because she loves me and she cares for me. On the other hand, if she only did it like big female, she would not do these kinds of things. It's hard, so it's like a deterrent. It makes us feel we really should sin because our parent is the one who's going to be cleaning us up, and we really don't want to subject our parent love to that kind of behavior. How much more so when the parent is God and his Lord, God himself will come down and actually engage in that process. So this is a very, very pragmatic level of forgiveness. It's a level that we have to work up to say, okay, I know I'm not responsible for this mess. I want to do the right thing. I want to go in there and help take care of this. And by the way, this is also really very useful with children. I know we have, thank God, 6 children at home. Well, they're not all at home, but we have 6 children. And so often when there is something that goes wrong, the very first thing the kid says is, I didn't make that mess, go check out my sibling over there. That person should take care of it. But that's not the point. The point is we should all chip in together. And when we have strengths, we should let those to others to let them take care of them. Again, this can be abused, but the goal here is to develop ourselves and develop that muscle and something. So we see that this third level of forgiveness has very pragmatic elements. But let me take it back to this idea that I mentioned earlier that individuals themselves are not able to do this. There's some elements of forgiveness that you simply cannot delegate these things that you need to take care of yourself. And one of the metaphors that I've seen in my own life is the fact that we have at home a laptop that many members of the family have their own profiles on, their own logins to use this laptop. And every now and then, one of the kids will download something or will play some kind of crazy game on the internet and bang, will get some kind of virus, things like that. And all of a sudden, the computer's all jammed up. One even do about it. So, that's when they come to me because I am the only administrator of the computer. I have the administrator password. And I can go in there and I can like that. That's the same kind of idea here with God. God, as it were, has the ultimate administrator password. That no matter how many you mess things up, it's either God's power and God's will. Go and enter that password and go back to the earlier state. Time is so state to make all right. So realize that we have that power as well in personal relationships. There's times when we can see that still. Okay, so that's the third level of forgiveness. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth level of forgiveness as expressed in the fantastic 16th century course of publicist Muslim by Rabbi Rothschild, entitled The Atonement for, which has three words in the English translation and a commentary called the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. In this fourth level, Rabbi Rothschild focuses specifically on family dynamic and on the special nature of forgiveness that is required in families. I myself am an only child, and so we had a tight little connection, father, mother, only child. But with my wife, 6 kids, and boy, if I got an education about family dynamics, function, grow up, and interact with one another. And I see that it's really a very complicated process. But what I'd like to do in this short excerpt is focus on the idea of the Jews as a family unit, which is really the direction of the Talmud or Christian group. And then I'd like to expand it a little bit and talk about humanity in general, because there is a fundamental connectedness of all human beings with their single parent in heaven. And we'll explore some of the discussions of that, and then we'll get down to some pragmatics to see how we actually at this level forgiveness, both within our families, which is really crucial, and also within the people around us as a whole. So to understand this properly, we have to start with the basic idea that one owes more of one's forgiving energies for one's family. This is kind of a given. I would think in most societies, but certainly for example, in the laws of charity as codified by monarchies, there's a whole what's called edema or precedence. And one is obligated to give, for example, to people from poor people of one's own city before one gives to the poor people of another city. One is obligated to give poor members of one's own family before giving to other strangers. One is obligated to give to oneself before one gives to one family. These are all complicated and fascinating questions that we'll have to explore in some other YouTube channel. But for the time for hopefully commodities themselves. But for the time being, the idea is that they're like concentric circles of relationships. And one has more of an obligation to the people in that concentric circle, starting with oneself, than one has to the people on the outside of the concentric circle. Despite this fact, one has obligations to extend throughout. One has obligations to complete strangers as well. But obviously, if let's say, God forbid, a person's brother needs a kidney and a total stranger needs a kidney, and you're a match, it would seem wrong to give that kidney to a total stranger than it would to one's own brother. There is this idea of flesh being a connector, family relationships being connected, and the fourth level of forgiveness recognizes that we have to go the extra mile to forgive our siblings, our children, our parents, and cousins, and so on. Even though they may drive us crazier than anyone else, we have more of an obligation to forgive them. Now, the Ramak, that's the acronym, by the way, of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak specifically touches on a complicated issue regarding the nature of Jewish soul, which according to Kabbalah has 5 distinct levels. There are 3 levels that somehow, infuse the human body, the various organs, the heart and the brain, for example. And then there are 2 levels that somehow reside above the human body, some kind of metaphysical sphere. Going from lowest to highest, there are the nefesh, ruach, and neshama that reside in the human body, and then there's chaya and yechida that reside above. The nefesh, ruach, and neshama are fascinating. They are compared, for example, to a candle, which is made up of 3 parts. There's the wax, which is like the nefesh, the lowest part, which is like kind of like the basic vitalizing soul that just animates life. But it is something that always seeks the bottom. It always wants to go to ground, like candle wax. And then there is the flame, which is the opposite. The flame is the most ethereal of the elements of the candle, and it wants to rise up on high. That's like the neshama. And then there is the wick, which is the connection between the lower level nefesh soul and the higher level neshama soul. And somehow the wick or the ruach holds things together. This is also really fascinating stuff. If you read the book, you'll see there's a little bit more discussion there, and of course there's a lot longer discussion in other published works. But our purpose for now is not to get onto that topic, but to go to the 2 that are above that. And in the model that Rabbi Moshe Cordovero relies on, it's as if that each individual human being derives his or her soul function from these 2 larger soul repositories that are above, the chaya and yechida. If you want a metaphor, the Ascension of Rabbi, a very important 20th century rabbi, also known as the Eish Kodesh, died as a martyr in the Warsaw Ghetto, actually just outside the Warsaw Ghetto, but he served in the Holocaust. It's like there's a huge vat of wine suspended above all the heads, and then there are conduits that descend down into each individual human being. And that vat of wine is like a metaphor for the soul, or a symbol for the soul, and that each of the wine itself is the soul material, the soul content. So here's the idea. Even though we all may look very different, and some of us may contain larger souls than others, and we can actually change the amount of volume of soul that we can ingest at the higher level of the chaya and yechida. It's like the wine that comes down that is the soul material that is all of us. We are all from the same source. We are all sharing the same soul material. And that's this very important idea that we all constitute one family, that we have special relationships with each other. Now, the Ramak, sort of reserves his discussion or directs his discussion towards Jews because he's writing this book, after all, he's for Jews. But one can understand this metaphor to a certain degree as applying to all humanity, because we are all descended from the same spiritual parent. We are all descended from the same biological parents, in fact. And so we do have a fundamental connectedness that is superior. We're all the same species, where I have more of a relationship to another human being than I do to a tree, for example. And so we should recognize this level of connectedness. Nevertheless, being true to the Torah and the direction that Ramak takes, he's specifically looking at the relationship between Jews as a family unit within the larger family of humanity. Now, taking it from that perspective, let's look at it, how does God feel when distress. God is like a parent who feels tremendous agony when people are having difficulty. Now, it's true that God is capable of doing everything. God is omnipotent. God is omniscient. God is ubiquitous. All of these things, and it is one of the great mysteries of most monotheistic religions, trying to understand why there is evil, or to put it in Hebrew, tzaddik v'ravo, why do the righteous suffer? But to set aside that huge question, which is not really our point here, there are so many passages in the Jewish rabbinic corpus that speak to the issue of God's suffering along with humanity. When humans abuse one another, when humans are violent to one another, there is pain to God directly. And the Rabbi offers several verses that specifically, in biblical context, allude to God's suffering. So we have to understand that God has a special level of connection to humanity, and God suffers along with it. And when we understand that, we can furthermore understand how we should relate to each other on a more healthy basis. As Rabbi Lipsker of Val Harbor once told me, quoting a Hasidic tradition, it's kind of like when, how can we speak ill of one another? We realize that, let's say you're talking and there's like, you are saying Lashon Hara, you're saying evil speech about some other person, you're gossiping about some other person. Would you say those same things if that person's parent was listening in? Would you want that person's parent to hear you maligning them? And how much more so if that other person, the subject of your evil discourse, is actually the only child of this parent from his or her old age, the special connection with the only precious jewel kind of child. Oh my gosh, that would just be an incredibly cool thing to do. And obviously, we want to reflect them. So this is the idea of recognizing that we're all connected in a very basic way. Now, let's take it to the pragmatics. There's some beautiful passages here, both in the text, and I found a few that I included in the commentary that mean a lot to me. So, for example, Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, a 20th century rabbi, when discussing these concepts in a different way, he talks about a metaphor like, let's say a person is cutting a piece of meat on his hand. That's really stupid. These kids don't try to smoke. But let's say you've got a piece of meat, you've got a knife, you're cutting the meat, and as you're slicing, your right hand cuts your left hand. So then Rabbi Dessler asks the question, does it make sense for the left hand to become angry with the right hand? Obviously not. The right hand is not to blame, it's the human being to blame, let's say. But for the left hand to be angry with the right hand, so too should Rabbi Dessler, that one person harms another, you have to address the claim, you have to try and rectify the wrong. But getting angry over it is certainly missing the point. We are all one family, all one human, and we have to deal with our problems, but not necessarily angry with each other. Simplifying a little bit. I'll put it another way. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, great Tana of ancient Israel, a great teacher of ancient Israel, he has an amazing message in which he says, imagine that you're sailing a boat, and as you're, in the middle of the ocean, and there's a bunch of people on the boat, the person next to you picks up his chair and pulls out a drill and starts drilling a hole in the bottom of the boat. And you turn to him and say, "What are you doing? You're putting a hole in the bottom of the boat. We're going to sink." And the guy looks back and he says, "Well, what's it to you? It's under my seat. After all, I'm only putting the hole under my seat. I'm not putting it under your seat." And that obviously misses the point that when we put a hole even under our own seat, of course, that's going to sink the entire boat. This is the whole idea of fourth level is recognizing that we are all in the same boat. So two lessons. First of all, there's an amazing German word, which I'm going to put at the bottom of the captions here. It's such a great word. We don't have that word in English. Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude literally means the joy that one experiences seeing the shame of another person. So let's say, for example, and one of the examples, let's say a hypothetical, you're at a wedding and someone comments on what you're wearing in a way that makes you feel a little embarrassed because you feel like they notice that, your sport is a little tired. And then as you're just beginning to feel this emotion, someone else walks by and accidentally bumps into your interlocutor, and he or she spills a glass of wine all over their own outfit. Glass of red wine. So what do you feel at that moment? That's short, shot short. The feeling of, see, you got what you deserved. You were making fun of my outfit. You were like looking down on my outfit. Now look at your outfit. Totally unkosher kind of emotion. Something that we really have to try and control. Schadenfreude is not a healthy emotion to work on this sport level forgiveness. We have to try and release that schadenfreude. We have to try and have more sympathy with another person and imagine how they must feel when that happens to them. The final teaching, which I found also very meaningful for myself and my own work on this level, this is a teaching which I have heard ascribed to the Baal Shem Tov, great founder of the 18th century Hasidic poet. I haven't been able to see this in writing anywhere, perhaps in the comment section if you know where this occurs, send it to me. But apparently the Baal Shem Tov spoke about the mitzvah of the Ahavta l'Reach Kamocha. You shall love your fellow as yourself. And it's a very difficult mitzvah to do. How exactly to love another person as much as we love yourself? We're so deeply connected to our core identity and being. How can we love another person at the same level? So the Baal Shem Tov apparently said it's very easy. When another person has a simcha, some kind of happy occasion, a wedding, circumcision, bar mitzvah, whatever, then go and be with sameach with that person. Go and share their happiness. And also when a person has something go wrong in their life, they lost someone in their family, or lost a job, or something went the way they really wouldn't happen, then go and share in their sadness. That is how one loves one's fellow as oneself.